Chapter 88. Lin Fei's strong appearance was indeed unexpected. Gradually, some people began to add the word senior brother behind Lin Fei's name. In the divine martial sect, regardless of whether it was the inner or outer sect, it was all about strength. Lin Fei, with his strength at the seventh heaven of the martial path, almost swept away experts of the same level and then defeated senior brother Jiaquan with a gap of one realm, successfully qualifying for the next round. With the strength shown on the arena, it was enough to call him senior brother. Senior brother represented strength and talent, regardless of age. If Lin Fei had been 3 months ago, no one present would have cared about Lin Fei, because he was not an expert and did not have the qualifications. In the previous battle, he defeated Jiaquan with a strong force, which showed that Lin Fei was comparable to a senior brother at the 8th heaven of the martial path. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei had improved so quickly, there must be some kind of opportunity, or it was because of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Lin Fei was stronger than them, so even if they were unwilling, they had to address him. Senior brother Lin Fei. On the 10 arenas, Lin Fei's previous performance was particularly eye-catching. Those disciples who were ready to show off were all dumbfounded. In this half-year competition, a freak like Lin Fei appeared. Defeating an opponent with a gap of one realm without paying much of a price was worth paying attention to. Therefore, the remaining disciples on the arenas performed particularly hard. They could not let their limelight be stolen because of the appearance of Lin Fei. Everyone saw a scene that was rarely seen. The cause was just the appearance of a freak like Lin Fei. More than 800 disciples, 10 arenas, the competition was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. More than 800 disciples had now become about 600. They were only a few steps away from the top 100 disciples, which stimulated a group of disciples. Lin Fei stood under the arena, dazzled by the battles on the various arenas. There were fist techniques, saber techniques, and palm techniques everywhere. Each of the outer sect disciples was very strong. Generally speaking, a disciple at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao would lose without a doubt when facing someone at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. After watching for an entire morning, there were very few people who advanced to the next round from the 7th layer of the martial Tao. There was no second person who was in the same situation as him. Lin Fei was quite proud of himself. This was especially so when Lin Fei saw Zhang Wanshan's gloomy face when he got off the arena. With a martial artist's vision, the distance was nothing. When the opponent was angry, Lin Fei was happy. Happiness is built on other people's pain. Number 707 Lin Fei versus number 612 Qin Shaoxing. Deacon Zhang's voice resounded in the arena again. The draw this time was not good. Just like before, he drew a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao. Damn, my luck can't be that bad, right? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He had an impression of Qin Shaoxing. Back then, he had rejected Qin Shaoxing's invitation. Now that they had met in the arena, it was not that he was thinking too badly, but the way he had dealt with things in his university life told him that Qin Shaoxing would definitely bear a grudge against him. Even Lin Fei did not expect that he would draw Qin Shaoxing. When the result of the draw came out, below the arena, many people saw some clues. Rumors were just gossip after a meal, and many people would remember them. Lin Fei had his own guesses, so he was not worried that senior brother Qin Shaoxing had any conspiracy. Once again, the 7th arena became the gathering place. Qin Shaoxing's reputation was above Jiaquan's, and he had entered the 8th heaven of the martial Tao for more than a year. The way he used his earth energy was ever-changing, and it was not something that Jiaquan, who had just entered the 8th heaven, could compare to. If in the previous battle, Lin Fei had the capital to compete with an earth energy expert, then this time, they wanted to see where Lin Fei's true strength was. If senior brother Qin Shaoxing, who had stayed for many years, could be defeated, then Lin Fei could be compared to an 8th heaven of the martial Tao. The divine martial sect could be considered to have a talented disciple. Even though, in the arena, Lin Fei wore a green robe, while Qin Shaoxing wore a white robe. They looked at each other. Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to come out like a dark horse. It really surprised me. Unfortunately, you met me. Your promotion qualification will be ended in my hands. Clang! A long sword was unsheathed. Under the scorching sun, a cold light shone in all directions as it pointed at Lin Fei. Chen Xiaoxing did not expect that he would meet Lin Fei. Originally, he wanted Peng Bao to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but in the end, he helped Lin Fei. As a result, Lin Fei's reputation rose all the way, and it was beyond imagination. Chen Xiaoxing did not hate Lin Fei. At most, he was unhappy. This was Chen Xiaoxing's situation. Right now, Lin Fei's reputation was rising. Chen Xiaoxing knew that if he could defeat Lin Fei, he would make friends with many people and even improve his own reputation. Therefore, Lin Fei must lose. Words are useless. Let's fight. Lin Fei could hear the excitement in Chen Xiaoxing's tone. Obviously, Chen Xiaoxing treated him as a target to be bullied. Chop! With a loud shout, Chen Xiaoxing thrust the baleful black saber in his right hand forward. It was the most ordinary saber move, chop. It was a move that only beginners would use. Shocking cloud sword art. Chen Xiaoxing forcefully thrust his sword upwards. His stellar qi exploded like a drop of water, turning into hundreds of fine needles. This was the stellar qi needle technique. It linked together to form a sword net, enveloping Lin Fei in the air, displaying the strength that a martial artist of the 8th layer should have. Senior brother Chen Xiaoxing is amazing. He used the astral energy needle technique right from the start. Lin Fei is going to lose this time. In less than 10 moves, once the shocking cloud sword art is used, Lin Fei will definitely lose. The disciples below the arena cheered. Many of them were Chen Xiaoxing's juniors. Naturally, they hoped that Chen Xiaoxing could defeat Lin Fei and obtain glory. It's a good move, but it's useless against me. Lin Fei lightly shouted. The baleful black saber's downward attack suddenly changed into a horizontal slash. As mentioned before, the baleful black saber was shockingly heavy. If it wasn't for the exotic fruit, Lin Fei might not even be able to lift it, let alone use it casually. Therefore, this horizontal slash did not display saber light. However, a faintly discernible heavy momentum was instantly displayed, as if the vast earth was crashing down. In the face of such momentum, everything else was futile. There's something going on. Chen Xiaoxing's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat surprised that his move was broken, especially since the astral energy was instantly destroyed. At this moment, there was no time to think about it. Seeing that his move had failed, Chen Xiaoxing drew a circle with his sword. In the eyes of the spectators, it was as if countless people were moving at the same time. Thousand Shadows movement technique. While moving, Chen Xiaoxing's sword suddenly stabbed out from different directions. In 3 breaths' time, he had stabbed out a total of 15 times. Each sword was covered in astral energy, sealing off all of Lin Fei's escape routes, leaving no chance. Shocking cloud sword art, myriad changes. This was Chen Xiaoxing's signature move. This was where Chen Xiaoxing's quick sword came from. 15 stabs in 3 breaths' time could be considered a big move. At this moment, Lin Fei actually laughed. Chen Xiaoxing was spinning, and Lin Fei actually followed suit. The baleful black saber instantly moved. In the eyes of the spectators, they could vaguely see that Lin Fei seemed to have turned into the wind, slashing out 20 times. 20 saber strikes that the naked eye couldn't capture, coming from 20 different angles. These 20 saber strikes were like one mountain after another, continuous and endless. In the elder's seating area, Elder Hu stood up, both his eyes shining. Chen Xiaoxing is going to lose. I didn't expect Lin Fei to use such a heavy momentum to defeat his opponent. Chen Xiaoxing's loss is not undeserved. Before the spectators could understand, a muffled sound came from the stage. When the aftershock dissipated, Lin Fei's baleful black saber landed not far from Chen Xiaoxing's throat. Chen Xiaoxing's chest had 3 wounds, which were clearly formed in an instant. Chapter 89. Victory, Lin Fei won again. This time, Lin Fei was able to win. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Defeating Jia Kun was understandable and not too surprising. Now that Lin Fei defeated Chen Xiaoxing, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, it was equivalent to entering the ranks of the 8th layer. Most importantly, Lin Fei's actions were baffling to everyone who saw it. The disciples were like flowers in a fog. They could not see how Chen Shaoxing was defeated. The only thing they felt was that Lin Fei used his saber. The only thing they could catch was that they could not feel anything else. Chen Shaoxing was defeated in such a situation. I actually lost. I lost to Lin Fei, who was trash 3 months ago. How is this possible? Looking at the cold scabbard, Chen Shaoxing was dumbfounded. He was in a state of extreme shock. He seemed to be unable to recover. Before going on stage, Chen Shaoxing was full of confidence. Although Jia Kun was defeated by Lin Fei, if he made a move, he would definitely win. With this thought in mind, his face was incomparably depressed. He had never felt such a loss before. He was very unwilling to accept his defeat. Lin Fei sheathed his saber, turned around and walked down the stage, leaving Chen Shaoxing in a daze. Only he himself knew about the consecutive attacks just now. In his heart, he treated the baleful black saber as a treasure. Using the scabbard to defeat others was probably the first time. This time, the people outside the arena automatically opened up a path for him. If before, they all doubted Lin Fei's strength, then from this moment on, Lin Fei was a true expert. In the outer sect, a true expert at the 8th layer of the martial path, even outside, could make a name for himself. It was more than enough to be an elder of a small family. Lin Fei defeated Chen Shaoxing, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, and entered the ranks of true high-ranking disciples. Chen Shaoxing's defeat made Lin Fei a true dark horse. A dark horse that came out of nowhere, causing a great blow to the disciples at the 8th layer of the martial path. In fact, those disciples at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao were all moved. They were well aware of Chen Shaoxing's strength. Even if they were to fight against him, they might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Now, Lin Fei had actually defeated Chen Shaoxing with only 20 slashes. They knew that they could not do it. If they wanted to determine the victor, they would need at least 100 moves, and that was still relatively fast. Just now, Lin Fei's attack had only used 20 slashes. This was the most incomprehensible part. Defeating Chen Shaoxing to advance to the next round was no less than a roadblock for the disciples at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path. No one dared to doubt it anymore. Chen Shaoxing was the best proof of that. The disciples at the 8th heaven of martial Tao were puzzled. There weren't many disciples at the 9th level of the martial Tao in the outer sect. At this time, they were all gathered together. Senior brother Zhang Wudi, I didn't expect Lin Fei's saber art to be so powerful. Did you notice anything? Among the disciples, a bald young man in black stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was full of determination. He wasn't handsome, but he had the capable spirit of a martial artist. With this question, everyone's eyes fell on the bald disciple because this bald disciple was the most popular senior brother Zhang Wudi in the outer sect. Zhang Wudi, as his name suggested, was extremely talented. In less than 3 years, he had killed his way into the 9th heaven of the martial Tao. It was rumored that he was not far from breaking through to become a martial artist. In the outer sect, Zhang Wudi had been famous for a long time. As early as when he was at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao, he could defeat a 9th heaven of the martial Tao disciple. For a time, he shocked everyone. Unfortunately, he failed to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. Even so, Zhang Wudi's name was still known by everyone. In this top 100 disciple competition, Zhang Wudi was the most popular. In their hearts, senior brother Zhang Wudi would definitely take first place in the outer sect and smoothly enter the inner sect. Zhang Wudi said in a deep voice, "Senior brothers, how many slashes do you think junior brother Lin Fei made?" No one expected senior brother Zhang Wudi to ask such a question. Senior brother Zhang, didn't Lin Fei only make 20 slashes? That's right. Lin Fei's slash speed is very fast. It looked like 20 slashes to me. Could it be more than that? How is that possible? It's impossible for Lin Fei to make more slashes. The disciples could not help but be shocked. For a moment, they could not guess what senior brother Zhang Wudi was trying to say. 20 slashes was a terrifying number to them. Zhang Wudi looked at the 7th arena. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, Junior brother Lin Fei's slash technique may seem ordinary, but it's actually profound. He didn't make 20 slashes, but 23. Junior brother Chen lost because of the last 3 slashes. If it wasn't for junior brother Lin Fei showing mercy, Chen Xiaoxing would have to recuperate for at least half a year. What? 23 slashes? How is that possible? It clearly looked like 20 slashes. Damn it. How did Lin Fei cultivate 23 slashes? I don't think there's a second outer disciple who can make such a slash speed. No wonder Lin Fei is so ferocious. It turns out that his saber technique is so terrifying. I'm afraid he's an expert just by looking at his saber technique. Senior brother Zhang is still the best. With his golden eyes, fiery eyes, he could see that Lin Fei made 23 slashes at a glance. The inside story of the 23 slashes could not be hidden at all. It immediately spread out and attracted the attention of countless people. The low-level and middle-level disciples were all dumbfounded. It turned out that when one's saber technique reached the greater mastery realm, it would have such an effect. It was really unbelievable. Those who guessed that it was 20 slashes were dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Fei seemed to be more powerful than they had imagined. He defeated 2 experts at the 8th level of the martial path in a row and displayed amazing saber techniques. He could be called a dark horse. The elders were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyesight was better than the disciples below. It was indeed a shocking scene for Lin Fei to make such a terrifying slash speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. With speed, any loophole in a move could be broken. Lin Fei's speed is indeed fast, almost reaching the limit. Just now, he made 23 consecutive slashes, each more stable than the last. He broke Chen Xiaoxing's attack with 15 slashes and defeated Chen Xiaoxing with the last 8 slashes. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoxing couldn't see the last 3 slashes, which was why he lost. It seems that there's really a dark horse this time. If Lin Fei's saber speed increases again and enters the legendary realm, he might not be a match for experts at the 9th level of the martial path. You mean the Wind Realm? How is that possible? Among us outer disciples, no one has ever been able to comprehend it. How can Lin Fei do it? The elders shook their heads in disbelief. It was obviously incredible that Lin Fei could make it to this level. Against an expert at the 9th level of the martial path, his chances of winning were not high. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze fell on Zhang Wanshan. Chapter 90. Rip. At this moment, the air seemed to have been split into 2 by a knife. Lin Fei's actions did not escape the attention of the observant people. They all looked in that direction and saw Zhang Wanshan standing behind the elder. As a disciple of the Zhang family, although Zhang Wanshan's talent was not good, it was above average. He was considered one of the best among the outer sect disciples, and it would not be a problem for him to become a profound practitioner after some nurturing. Among the outer sect disciples, those with good talent could become disciples of elders or deacon disciples, and their status would rise sharply among the outer sect disciples. The backer a true backer. It was precisely because the disciples usually had the support of elders or even deacons that Jun Wuhui dared to act wantonly in the bounty hall, disregarding the presence of the elders and wanting to vent his anger on Lin Fei. If it were an ordinary disciple who dared to behave atrociously in the bounty hall, he would definitely end up in a miserable state, and most importantly, he would be punished by the law enforcement hall. This was the difference between disciples. This time, there will be a good show. 3 months ago, Zhang Wanshan wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson in public for his younger brother, and later set up a competition in the second half of the year. I didn't expect Lin Fei to really do it. I wonder how senior brother Zhang Wanshan will feel. Definitely not. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan must be regretting it. If he loses to Lin Fei in the spar, I'm afraid he won't be able to lift his head for a long time, unless he can enter the 9th level of the martial path. Lin Fei is indeed powerful. In 3 months, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, from an unknown to a dark horse. If he is lucky and doesn't encounter a powerful opponent, he might really be able to enter the top 100 and break the record for the shortest time a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path has entered the top 100. I'm really looking forward to the spar between senior brother Lin Fei and senior brother Zhang Wanshan. I wonder who will win in the end. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan is also a powerful figure. He once annihilated a group of bandits and made a name for himself. Everyone was quietly discussing among themselves. They did not have the courage to provoke their senior brother, unlike Lin Fei. Lin Fei stuck out his thumb and did what everyone in the world knew. The thumb that was pointing up suddenly turned upside down. Provocation, naked provocation. That's right, Lin Fei was indeed provoking them, regardless of their reactions. What happened 3 months ago was still fresh in Lin Fei's mind. Every time he thought of the memories left by the Zhang family in his mind, he couldn't help but feel impulsive and angry. Lin Fei knew very well that all of this came from the memories left behind by the previous Lin Fei, which went deep into the soul. If he didn't solve this demonic illness, it would sooner or later affect Lin Fei's emotions and even his cultivation. That was the reason for the current scene. Lin Fei wanted to resolve the demonic illness and fuse the two souls together. At the end of the day, the demonic illness was a heart demon left behind in the past. This heart demon could not be destroyed and could not be truly fused. This was the conclusion that Lin Fei came to after looking through the ancient records. In order to achieve this result, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort and finally understood the reason why he sometimes couldn't control himself. For example, when he almost wanted to kill Zhang Zhongshan at the foot of the mountain. That was a kind of anger and unwillingness in his memory. Now, Lin Fei wanted to resolve all of this. The simplest way was to defeat Zhang Wanshan in front of everyone and get rid of this biggest demonic illness. Zhang Wanshan's face darkened. With the sensitivity of a martial artist's sixth senses, Zhang Wanshan could easily hear the discussion in the square. Although it wasn't very clear, he could still make out some of it. It wasn't difficult to guess the meaning behind it. Preposterous. Lin Fei, you bastard. Little trash. You're simply too arrogant. Zhang Wanshan clenched his fists tightly and suppressed his anger. Especially after seeing Lin Fei's actions, he couldn't help but want to fly down on the spot and chop Lin Fei into pieces. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Lin Fei had become a dark horse. In the blink of an eye, he defeated 2 disciples at the 8th level of the martial path, which was beyond Zhang Wanshan's imagination. As the old saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. In these 3 months, Zhang Wanshan needed to change his perspective and re-evaluate this trash who had killed his way out and threatened his position. Now, this trash, Lin Fei, actually dared to provoke him in front of everyone. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Whether Lin Fei advanced so quickly because of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, or if there are other reasons, I must secretly find a chance to cripple this kid. The Lin family shouldn't have such an abnormal guy. The 5 years of family competition is about to begin, and it concerns the future of the family. The Lin family is destined to decline, so Lin Fei must not go back. I must find a chance to cripple Lin Fei. A cold light flashed in Zhang Wanshan's eyes. As a disciple of a family, as long as it involved the family's problems, it would be the first priority. Lin Fei was one of the budding seeds that needed to be destroyed. Lin Fei could defeat someone at the 8th level of the martial path. If he were to erupt again, he would not be easy to deal with and would become an uncontrollable dangerous factor. A disciple without a family would lose cultivation resources and a backer. The rise of Lin Fei meant that the Lin family would regain resources, which Zhang Wanshan absolutely did not want to see. Lin Fei must be crippled. No matter what. Wanshan, is Lin Fei the kid who cultivates the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? Sitting in front of Zhang Wanshan, the short elder who had been silent all this time spoke faintly. His hoarse voice was like a big millstone, making people uncomfortable. Master, Lin Fei did cultivate the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art and successfully cultivated the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. Zhang Wanshan's face changed dramatically, and he did not dare to breathe loudly. This short elder had a solemn expression on his face. He was none other than Zhang Wanshan's master, Li Ding. He was an outer sect elder and had a stern personality. He wasn't liked by others, and the reason why Zhang Wanshan had become Li Ding's apprentice was because of the clan's machinations. Elder Li had received a lot of benefits, and given that Zhang Wanshan had good talent and knew how to please others, Elder Li had always doted on him. Although Zhang Wanshan was very doted on and had long understood the temper of his master, Li Ding, when he heard this, he immediately understood that his master was angry. Even Zhang Wanshan could hear the discussion in the square, not to mention his master, Li Ding, who had probably heard everything in his heart, which was why he said this. "Ha, your comprehension is not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. As an outer sect disciple, you should be humble. I don't like this kind of disciple. You know what to do." The voice, which was neither light nor heavy, was like a dose of medicine that was injected into Zhang Wanshan's body. Zhang Wanshan did not dare to show any emotions. He thought to himself, the heavens are really on my side. Even my master has agreed to let me deal with Lin Fei. With my master supporting me, Lin Fei, you're just a piece of trash who got lucky. How can you fight me? I understand, I will not let you down, Zhang Wanshan said. Chapter 91. P.S. Thank you, Liang Xianping, for your 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you for your support. Zhang Wanshan left his master, Li Ding. As soon as he came down from above, many disciples gathered around him, including many high-ranking disciples. They also disliked the rise of Lin Fei. In their eyes, Lin Fei had long been excluded and did not belong to their circle. They disdained to be associated with Lin Fei. Once a strong person rose, it would inevitably affect the current situation, which was not what they wanted to see, so they inevitably complained about it. All of them, without exception, hoped that Zhang Wanshan would defeat that kid, Lin Fei. A trash could never climb over their heads, which was tantamount to provoking the gods. It would be strange if they were happy. Zhang Wanshan agreed on the surface, but in fact, he despised them very much. They were a group of guys who only talked but did not act. They came from families and were disciples of elders, so of course, they could not show any dissatisfaction. Unity could be used to weave all the strength of unity into a large net, trapping everything inside. This was one of the methods that family disciples knew. Zhang Wanshan naturally would not offend them. Big brother, what should we do, what should we do? Lin Fei, that bastard, how dare he climb over my head? Damn it, it's too damn. As mentioned before, because Zhang Zhongshan had an elder brother, he lived a leisurely life in the outer sect. At the same time, he would bully Lin Fei from time to time. Unfortunately, these days were gone forever. Ever since he seriously injured Lin Fei last time, no one knew what kind of luck this kid had. Not only did he cultivate the 9 revolutions celestial qi, but he also cultivated a powerful saber technique that defeated opponents of the same level. Then, he used a method that made his eyeballs explode to defeat 2 experts at the 8th heaven of the martial Dao. It would be strange if Zhang Zhongshan did not get angry. He had long been restless. When he saw his elder brother coming down, Zhang Zhongshan immediately ran up and did not pay attention to his dirty tricks anymore. In the past, he might have been able to use them, but today was different. Lin Fei was no longer a fish on the chopping board. He had been taught a lesson twice, and once he almost went to hell, so he still had lingering fears. Look at you, what are you doing now? You're such a big man, yet you go around making a fool of yourself. What's there to worry about? Zhang Wanshan brought Zhang Zhongshan to a place where there was no one and immediately scolded him. Zhang Wanshan never had a good impression of this younger brother of his. Now that he was scared out of his wits because of a piece of trash, he would lose face if word got out. Lin Fei, that brat, can defeat an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Dao, this. Zhang Zhongshan immediately lost his temper and spat out a sentence. He didn't even dare to look at his elder brother. Zhang Wanshan was furious. Why did he have such a younger brother? What's there to be afraid of? So what if he can defeat a disciple at the 8th firmament of the martial path? Your big brother is not someone to be trifled with. Do you think your big brother will lose? How could I have such a foolish younger brother like you? Zhang Wanshan's eyes flashed fiercely. You will see with your own eyes how big brother cripples Lin Fei. Zhang Chongshan was indeed very afraid of his big brother. He couldn't help but smile when he heard this. His big brother was the only thing he could rely on. He would rather die than look up to Lin Fei. Lin Fei seems to be liked by many elders. If big brother really cripples Lin Fei, I'm afraid those elders may not be willing? Zhang Zhongshan said carefully, afraid to offend his big brother. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanshan didn't get angry but laughed with a face full of confidence. My foolish brother, no wonder your current strength is only at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Did you forget about my master? Did you forget about the matter that was once spread in the outer sect? Zhang Zhongshan didn't have much courage, but his memory was quite good. Big brother's master, isn't it that bad-tempered and quite protective elder Li Ding? Suddenly, Zhang Zhongshan remembered something in the outer sect. Is Big Brother talking about the 9 Revolutions mysterious art? Zhang Wanshan patted his younger brother's shoulder, his eyes cold. Now do you understand? If your big brother doesn't take action, Master won't let me do anything to cripple Lin Fei. The only thing he shouldn't have done is to cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art and successfully cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. This is a taboo for Master. In fact, the reason was very simple. Back then, Li Ding's talent was excellent. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely become an expert. However, in a competition, he was injured by a genius disciple using the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. His meridians were severely damaged, so he could only be an outer sect elder for the rest of his life. His strength was greatly reduced, and later his temper became violent. Although the genius who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had died many years ago, Li Ding still bore a grudge and did not hesitate to destroy the genius disciple's family. Since then, no matter who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, they all fell into Li Ding's hands. The matter was done very secretly, and no one had any definite evidence. Not even the Divine Force sect's higher-ups could find any evidence. Moreover, after cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, those who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art would never be able to break through the threshold of a profound practitioner. As the number of disciples cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art gradually decreased, the matter was forgotten by everyone. Lin Fei did not know that he had once again offended someone, and it was an outer sect elder. The weight of the word elder was far greater than that of a deacon. It was definitely not a good thing to be hated by an elder, and it was no less than a mountain pressing down on him. After defeating Qin Shaoxing, Lin Fei immediately found a place to sit down and recover his profound qi. Performing 23 strikes in one breath consumed a lot of Lin Fei's 9 Revolutions mysterious art. In the following battles, he had to ensure that his profound qi was at its peak. The previous battle seemed simple and quick, but in fact, Lin Fei used heavy momentum to break through Qin Shaoxing's attack. Then, he used his saber technique to win with speed. This was Lin Fei's greatest realization in the past 3 months. It's a pity that I couldn't increase my saber speed to 25 strikes. If I could increase my saber speed to a terrifying 25 strikes, my saber technique would definitely enter a new level. Lin Fei shook his head and thought to himself. For the sake of this saber speed, in the Blackwater Mountain range, Lin Fei had suffered a lot in exchange for the speed of 23 strikes just now. If he directly used the black saber, Lin Fei was confident that he could kill Qin Shaoxing in 15 strikes. The top 100 disciple competition continued. The battles in the 10 arenas were extremely fierce. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's performance that everyone performed exceptionally in the following battles, causing countless people to be surprised. The elders did not expect that Lin Fei's battle would have a competitive effect, so much so that several disciples at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao could actually defeat disciples at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Although those disciples were recently promoted and their methods could not be compared to the older disciples, it still had a great impact. Although it was not as good as the previous Lin Fei, it still gave them a lot of face. Among them, Zhang Wudi, Wang Song, and the other disciples showed what true strength was. Chapter 92. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianpeng for 100 Chidian coins and 2 update tickets. Thanks to Alluring Soul Reaper for 100 Chidian coins. Also ask for recommendation tickets. 100,000 clicks, more than 500 recommendation tickets, so sad. He won again. Another 23 blades, such a fast blade technique, such a sharp attack, senior brother Cheng can't even block 23 blades. Terrifying, too terrifying, no wonder senior brother Xianxia is not his opponent. Lin Fei is mighty too mighty. I want to learn from senior brother Lin Fei. His blade technique is too awesome. Out of the 23 blade strikes, I can only see 15. This is too much of a blow. Hee, senior brother Lin Fei is not awesome, otherwise how would he dare to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan? If I knew senior brother Lin Fei was so awesome, I would bet on senior brother Lin Fei to enter the top 100 disciples, wasting a few hundred silvers. If there is no accident, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely enter the top 100 and become one of the top 100 disciples. In less than 3 months, it is shocking, senior brother Lin Fei can't not be awesome. If not for the 9 revolutions mysterious art, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely shine. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Fei once again defeated an 8th sky of martial path disciple. This time, his attack was still as simple as before. The speed of the 23 strikes was enough to suppress a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial path. His opponent withstood 21 strikes and was defeated. Lin Fei once again rewrote history, charging into the top 100 inner disciple competition and becoming the fastest to advance. Throughout history, there had never been a lack of geniuses in the Divine Martial Gates outer sect. People like Lin Fei were few and far between. With the strength of the 7th sky of the martial path, he consecutively defeated several disciples of the 8th sky of the martial path, proving his strength. When Lin Fei called him senior brother, no one dared to question him anymore. Everyone's attention gradually shifted to Lin Fei, especially to the low-level disciples. Lin Fei had become their target, a person who had risen to prominence in less than 3 months. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 revolutions mysterious art was difficult to cultivate and required a certain level of comprehension, many of the less talented disciples would definitely cultivate it. It was quite worth it to exchange their future for a moment of glory. As Lin Fei improved, the number of disciples decreased. On the 6th day, Lin Fei successfully made it into the top 100 disciples. Among the top 100 disciples, Lin Fei had undoubtedly become the biggest dark horse, a genuine dark horse. No one dared to question him anymore, leaving only uneasiness and vigilance. During this period, Lin Fei defeated several opponents in a row. His first move was the 23 swift blades, showing his absolute strength. One skill to dominate the world. The glory of the top 100 disciples had attracted the attention of countless people. For the disciples of the top 100, the fact that they had made it into the top 100 was the best proof in the outer sect. There was no better proof than this. At the same time, the most intense battle of the top 100 disciples was about to begin, followed by the battle of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Everyone was rushing towards the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. On the first arena. Congratulations to the disciples who made it into the top 100. All of you have done well. The Divine Martial Sect will become stronger with all of you. Next up, the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples will begin. The rules will be the same as before. This time, the top 100 disciples will draw a quota. Disciples who are qualified, please be prepared. The gray-robed elder loudly announced the rules as if the competition had begun. The plaza immediately burst into an uproar because they all knew that the most exciting moment had arrived. Apart from being able to witness the usage of various martial skills, they could also earn a considerable amount of silver to purchase the corresponding mystic arts and weapons. The disciples who were qualified began to rub their palms together. Most of them aimed for the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Not only would they have a good reputation, but they would also be able to comprehend supreme martial skills. The weight of martial skills was no less than a peerless elixir. The disciples who were qualified looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. It seemed that everyone would become a tiger blocking their path and take away the glory that belonged to them. The top 10 disciples of the outer sect would comprehend martial skills. No matter which goal it was, they were not willing to give up. The elder's words were no less than provoking their desire to fight again. Fight, fight without stop. Defeat the opponents, defeat every single one of them. The ranking competition of the top 100 is finally about to begin. This time, No matter what, I will advance a few ranks compared to the last time. Whoever dares to stand in front of me will be my enemy. The top 30 disciples of the outer sect will definitely be mine. No one will be able to take it away from me. Last time, I couldn't make it into the top 30, but this time, I will definitely make it. The top 30 disciples of the outer sect, here I come. The ranking competition of the top 100 disciples. This is what excitement is. For the sake of the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples, I have suffered for half a year and painstakingly honed my martial skills. Wasn't it all for this day? The top 10 disciples of the outer sect will definitely be mine. Below the stage, the top 100 disciples were all immersed in their own thoughts. Each of them had their own thoughts, but without exception, all of them wanted to obtain a good ranking. If they could obtain a good result in the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples, their status as outer sect disciples would increase by another level. If they were chosen by the elders and deacons, their future cultivation would be even better. Finally, the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples. Lin Fei looked at the elders above, his heart filled with the desire to fight. I hope I can meet an expert who can help me break through. Breaking through during a fight was what Lin Fei had always thought about. While Lin Fei was thinking about it, the elders above began to draw the number cards, causing everyone to prick up their ears. The strong disciples hoped to meet an expert, while the ordinary disciples hoped not to meet an opponent that was too strong. Number 88 Li Xing versus number 125 Wang Quan, Arena 1. Number 114 Zhang Meng versus number 245 Wang Song, Arena 2. Number 453 Chen Feng versus number 547 Yang Tian, Arena 3. Number 641 Li Shan versus number 745 Zhao Guang, Arena 9. Number 707 Lin Fei versus number 878 Zhang Wanshan, Arena 10. 10 arenas and 10 pairs of contestants were announced by the elders. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were afraid, some were dejected. There were all kinds of expressions one by one. After a brief moment of various emotions, everyone's gaze landed on the 2nd and 10th arenas. Arena 2 was because of one person. It was precisely senior apprentice brother Wang Song. This disciple who was cheering very loudly had the chance to fight for first place. The outer sect's first place, supreme glory, who would not care about it? A false reputation could ensnare no idea how many people. Martial artists were no exception. Just like being number 1 under the heavens, eternal luck was a martial artist's pursuit. Wang Song drawing attention was something that was all too normal. As for the 10th arena, everyone knew the reason. The story of Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan that had to be told was practically known to everyone in the outer sect. The first match of the ranking competition, two fellows who were like fire and water clashed together. It exceeded everyone's imagination. Everyone's head could not come back to their senses. This was too much of a coincidence. Even more people believed that this was heaven's arrangement. Lin Fei versus Zhang Wanshan. An abnormally exciting show unfolded in front of them. Who won? Who lost? Chapter 93. Lin Fei versus Zhang Wanshan was no less than an intense collision. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's previous achievements, who among the outer court disciples would know that an unremarkable disciple from back then could actually do something that they couldn't imagine? In the half-year competition, he had really killed his way into the top 100 disciples. It could be said that he had passed 6 trials and killed 6 generals. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's strength. A person with a terrifying cultivation speed, even if he was unable to break through to become a Xian cultivator in his lifetime, was not someone they could contend with during this period of time. The battle between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan had long become the focus of attention of the outer court disciples. What would the result of this battle be? It was very exciting. It was even more attractive than the battle between senior brother Wang Song, who asked one of them to be a high and mighty disciple, while the other was an ordinary disciple who wouldn't take a second look. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Among the people present, who didn't have a dark side in their hearts? If they could see a trash from back then defeat Zhang Wanshan and ruthlessly trample him under their feet, it would definitely be a very exciting thing. Therefore, the battle between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan was more attractive than the other arenas. Who asked them to like this? Hearing the elder's announcement, the one who was most surprised was Lin Fei. They came so quickly, could it be that even the heavens are helping me? A trace of astonishment flashed across Lin Fei's face. He subconsciously raised his head and looked up. The clear sky and white clouds were very good weather. He felt that it was strange that his luck was so good. Although he had doubts in his heart, Lin Fei wished that he could trample Zhang Wanshan under his feet as soon as possible so that his soul could truly fuse together, so that he wouldn't be unable to control his emotions from time to time. This kind of emotional reaction made Lin Fei quite unhappy. Originally, he had imagined that he would at least be in the top 50 if he encountered Zhang Wanshan. From among the outer court disciples, Lin Fei had secretly collected information, so that before he made a move, he would understand the other party in advance. As the military said, "Know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious in 100 battles." From the information collected, Zhang Wanshan was very strong. He had the title of Blood Hand. His martial arts were very good. He had cultivated the positive yang mysterious art to the 8th heaven of the martial path. His yang qi was boundless and was very powerful. Regardless of whether it's luck or something else, since we've run into each other, I'll just deal with it once and for all. In the future, I'll be a real Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His entire body was filled with the desire to fight. The only goal in his eyes was to trample Zhang Wanshan under his feet, eliminate the potential drawbacks, and truly integrate into the mysterious heavenly continent. This way, he would not be affected from time to time and his emotions would not be affected. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Now that the opportunity had finally come, there was no way that Lin Fei would miss it. The show is finally about to start. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. It's said that senior brother Zhang Wanshan is very strong and has the title of Blood Hand. Lin Fei's saber skills are amazing and the speed of his saber is so terrifying. It's quite difficult for an ordinary 8th heaven of the martial path to defeat Lin Fei. I wonder what senior brother Zhang Wanshan will do. Hee, no matter what, let's just watch the show. There will definitely be a fierce battle between them. Who would have thought that the first match would be such a good show? This time, we're really going to have a feast for our eyes. On the 10th arena, Zhang Wanshan walked up to the arena first. He was quite domineering with his chest out and head held high, which attracted a lot of cheers. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. You'll definitely win. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. Beat that trash Lin Fei, senior brother Zhang is the best. Zhang Wanshan became famous early and had a good reputation among the outer disciples. He was also a disciple of an elder, so he had already gained many admirers. No matter what sect it was, once one was strong and had a strong background, he would be imperceptibly sought after by others. When Lin Fei walked up to the arena, it was obviously much quieter. His momentum was far less than Zhang Wanshan's. He was quite unhappy and thought to himself, "How dare you show off in front of me? I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Although Lin Fei didn't have much contact with Zhang Wanshan, he had a feeling that everyone in the Zhang family was a good person. The chief culprit was Zhang Wanshan of the Zhang family. The third young master, who had been arranged by the family to stay in the divine martial sect for 5 years, had been constantly humiliated and left an indelible hatred. Over time, his hatred for the Zhang family had reached a terrifying level. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and magma would burst out inadvertently. Unfortunately, the volcano hadn't erupted yet. All of them were accepted by Lin Fei. At the same time, most of the elders' eyes fell on the 10th arena. These elders all knew the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill. They had seen the power of the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill in the past. Unfortunately, until now, no one had practiced the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill. Now, a disciple who had practiced the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill and powerful saber skills appeared. It was a rare scene in the outer gate of the divine martial sect. Therefore, Lin Fei attracted the interest of the elders. In the first round of the top 100 disciples, Lin Fei met Zhang Wanshan. They were all clear about the contradiction between the two, so they were quite uncomfortable. Elder Hu, I heard that you prefer disciples who use sabers and are very interested in Lin Fei. Why don't we have a small bet? Let's take the fight between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan in the 10th arena. Elder Li Ding's words immediately attracted the attention of the other elders. Their expressions changed, but it was very subtle. Outsiders couldn't see it, but their eyes clearly said, I knew it would be like this. Here we go again. Elder Hu subconsciously patted the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and there was a faint anger in his eyes. His slightly angry eyes were reflected in Elder Li Ding's hands. Everyone present knew that Elder Li Ding had a bad temper. Furthermore, due to what had happened back then, as well as the conflict between him and Elder Hu Fei, they would fight from time to time. As an elder, it was a loss of face if he couldn't learn from each other. Therefore, gambling became a favorite way for the elders to fight. For example, in this year's top 100 disciples competition, some elders had a small bet. The two elders, Li Ding and Hu Fei, had been fighting for more than a few years, which was why they were uncomfortable when they heard this. When Hu Fei heard Elder Li Ding mention Lin Fei, he frowned slightly and immediately thought of Li Ding's matter. He felt bad in his heart, but his face was as usual. He's just an ordinary disciple. What's there to bet? Hu Fei flatly refused. Everyone knew that Li Ding, a lunatic, seemed to want to repeat something, such as, Elder Hu, don't you have confidence? Haven't you always wanted to find a disciple who has a high understanding of saber skills? Lin Fei looks pretty good. Li Ding laughed. There was a hint of coldness in his laughter, and even a hint of threat. Chapter 94. P.S. Thank you for the 100 Qidian coins reward from love. The fight between Elder Li Ding and Elder Hu Fei was something that all the other elders could only watch. Obviously, this kind of thing happened all the time. At most, they would just shake their heads and not try to stop it. Taboo. Everyone knew about Elder Li Ding's taboo. Normally, they would not bring it up. Plus, Elder Li Ding had many good friends in the inner sect, so the outer sect elders did not dare to say anything and let Li Ding do whatever he wanted. This time, from the very beginning, and Elder Hu Fei's admiration for Lin Fei, it was no different than adding sand in Elder Li Ding's eyes. When Elder Li Ding proposed a bet, no one was surprised. After all, Elder Li Ding was this kind of person, and Lin Fei had obviously violated the taboo. Many elders were secretly wondering if they should remind their disciples not to train in the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. It was not a good thing to provoke someone like Li Ding. Hu Fei's heart was full of anger. He thought to himself, Li Ding, you've gone too far. You're shameless. I've finally found a disciple that I admire, but you just had to provoke me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? All this time, Hu Fei did not like Li Ding, who took advantage of his seniority, and he even hated him. But because he was an outer sect elder, he did not really care about it. Now, Elder Li Ding wanted to make a move on Lin Fei. How could Hu Fei not know what was going on? He was not an outer sect elder, and Zhang Wanshan was Li Ding's favorite disciple. Putting all these together, it was not hard to come up with a conclusion. Li Ding was going to make a move again. Hu Fei didn't get angry but laughed instead. Elder Li, I heard that you just happen to have 1,000 cloud-flipping palms in your possession. It's a mid-grade yellow rank profound technique, and this elder quite likes it. If you use this mid-grade yellow rank profound technique as a wager, then I'll agree to bet with you. Li Ding's face did not show any emotion. He laughed and said, No problem, it is just 1,000 palm of flipping clouds. It is of no use to me. But I like your 1,000-edge sword, a middle-rank mortal weapon. Since you have no use for it, why not use it as a bonus? 1,000-edge sword, middle-rank mortal weapon. 1,000 palm of flipping clouds. Mid-grade yellow-ranked Xian art. All the elders had shocked expressions on their faces, and a trace of greed flashed across their faces. As elders, they were also very concerned about divine weapons. They all had an understanding of the power of mid-grade mortal weapons, but they didn't think that they would bet on mid-grade Xian arts and mid-grade mortal weapons. This bet was a little too big. Since Elder Li has spoken, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse. I agreed to this bet. If it weren't for Li Ding's last sentence, Hu Fei wouldn't have even intended to bet with Li Ding at all. It was all because of his anger. A man fought for his pride, and a Buddha fought for his incense. He couldn't lower his head even if he wanted to. The two of them came to an agreement, and the bet was completed. In the arena. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Zhang Wanshan let out a hearty laugh. A powerful aura that was like a mountain pressed down on Lin Fei at lightning speed, as if he wanted to press Lin Fei onto the stage. In terms of momentum, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His eyes flashed like lightning, and the aura that he had retracted rushed out, no longer suppressing it. Instantly, his aura became like a sharp blade, striking towards the towering mountain. In an instant, the two clashed. At this moment, both Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan viewed each other as opponents. Neither was willing to fall behind. This was not only related to their future positions, but also the future of their clan. Zhang Wanshan wanted to cripple Lin Fei so that he wouldn't become an enemy of the clan. He also wanted to prove to everyone that a mere piece of trash, no matter how powerful he was still trash. Lin Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to defeat Zhang Wanshan and trample him beneath his feet, erase all the resentment in his heart, and truly integrate into the Xiantian continent. This would save him a series of troubles in the future. Both sides' auras rose, and the battle began. Lin Fei, you really didn't disappoint me. In just 3 short months, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Even a disciple at the 8th level of the martial path isn't a match for you. This is indeed surprising. This is good as well. I don't want to be accused of bullying my junior. Let's settle this now. Zhang Wanshan said calmly. I'm sure senior will be disappointed. I have the life of a mantis, and not just anyone can beat me to death. But senior, are you prepared? Don't fail miserably at such a simple task. Lin Fei laughed coldly, his eyes piercing towards Zhang Wanshan, not giving in at all. Zhang Wanshan laughed out loud and said, "What an arrogant junior brother. No wonder you were kicked out of the Lin family like a piece of trash, yet you still dared to talk big. Today, not only will I cripple you, I will also destroy your Lin family. In the 5-year competition, your Lin family will disappear, and you will also become worthless. Enjoy the last days that belong to you." For some reason, Lin Fei's face was full of anger. The Lin family, Lin Fei, this fake, really didn't have many thoughts. It felt very distant, like a chasm. He thought to himself, as expected of a disciple from a family. You want to use my Lin family to shake my mind. Unfortunately, you don't know that I am just a fake. Humiliating my Lin family, you are courting death. The enraged Lin Fei leaned forward and immediately pounced like a leopard. He raised his hands and sent out 2 rainbow-like saber lights, one above and one below, at Zhang Wanshan's chest and lower abdomen. The sharp saber lights seemed like they could tear space apart. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei seemed completely enraged. Impulsive. Many people began to shake their heads. Lin Fei's calmness was completely not up to par. Zhang Wanshan laughed. He couldn't even control his self-restraint. Just a few words had completely infuriated him. No matter how strong he was, so what if he defeated a disciple at the 8th level of the martial path? He was still being toyed with by me. He would still be defeated by me. This is the attack break for me. Zhang Wanshan casually pointed 2 fingers, and 2 stellar energy fingers shot out. His expression was relaxed and satisfied. The 2 blade lights hit the ground like glass, and were instantly pierced by the 2 fingers. Just this attack alone was better than the average disciple at the 8th level of the martial path. You do have some skill. This way, I can use my absolute strength to defeat you. Lin Fei's left hand slashed out 3 blade lights, wiping away the remaining power of the earth energy fingers. He had always been unaffected by earth energy techniques. Even with the invincible Vajra body, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. The baleful black saber landed in his hand. Without unsheathing it, he raised his hand and slashed. 1 slash into 2. This slash was the full strength of Lin Fei's blade. The blade light was like white light, dangerous and threatening. The air was suddenly cut into 2. As soon as the saber was unleashed, it immediately shocked everyone. Chapter 95. P.S. Thanks to Percival for the reward of 588 Qidian coins, becoming an apprentice. Thanks to Liang Xianping for the reward of 100 Qidian coins, becoming an apprentice. The elder was the first to be shocked by this slash. The deacon was shocked by this slash. Zhang Wudi and the other disciples at the 9th heaven of martial path were shocked one after another, revealing a look of disbelief. The disciples at the 8th heaven of martial path were all shocked and dumbfounded. All the outer disciples were stunned on the spot by this slash. They were all shocked by this stunning slash, which made them feel invincible. This slash was sharp and ferocious, like a tiger released from its cage, wanting to tear everything in front of it to shreds. No one expected that Lin Fei would erupt with such a powerful attack. Strong, too strong. Chen Xiaoxing, who was defeated by Lin Fei before, was originally full of anger. After seeing this move, his mouth directly turned into an O shape, as if at this moment, a duck egg could be stuffed inside. How can he be so powerful? If Lin Fei used this move, then I wouldn't be able to block it at all? Is this Lin Fei's real strength? A cool breeze blew, and Chen Xiaoxing found that his back was full of cold sweat. All of it was caused by fear. Such a terrifying guy, and he still wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Lin Fei. Chen Xiaoxing wanted to slap himself a few times to wake up his mind. He simply did not want to live anymore. Facing this slash, Chen Xiaoxing no longer had any temper, and as for revenge, it disappeared without a trace. What a joke! Chen Xiaoxing did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Therefore, Lin Fei was immediately listed as a dangerous person. Chen Xiaoxing himself could not block this move, and he could not even break it. He could only brace himself to break it. Situations similar to Chen Xiaoxing's kept appearing among the outer disciples. They were all shocked by Lin Fei's stunning slash. This slash was not the divine force sect's saber art, but the saber art of the outside world. Lin Fei's stunning slash was to defeat Zhang Wanshan in a strong way. Strength. What is strength? Lin Fei could imagine the current situation. However, the only thing in his heart right now was to defeat Zhang Wanshan and trample him beneath his feet. He also wanted to leave an unforgettable memory for Zhang Wanshan. Everything was going to happen soon, and he was about to succeed. Lin Fei's bones were just that vicious. As long as there were no casualties in the arena, everything would be fine. After all, accidents were inevitable. From the moment Zhang Wanshan stepped onto the stage, Lin Fei could see the savage aura in his opponent's eyes. He knew better than anyone that if he were to show mercy, Zhang Wanshan would not necessarily show mercy. Therefore, Lin Fei immediately launched a powerful attack, not giving Zhang Wanshan a chance to attack. Dang dang dang. Zhang Wanshan's expression was no longer as calm as before. Shock flashed across his face, and even though he hit it well, it still revealed the shock in his heart. Unsheathing his sword, Zhang Wanshan soared into the air, and the saber and sword clashed. Zhang Wanshan's reaction was extraordinarily fast, but even so, he was still forced back 3 steps, leaving a deep groove in the ground of the stage behind him. 3 steps. 3 forceful steps. 3 steps in front of everyone. How could Lin Fei give Zhang Wanshan a chance to catch his breath when he forcefully used the single cut in 2? He didn't even give his opponent a chance to think or even counterattack. The second saber slashed down again, and it was still the single cut in 2. The second time he used the single cut in 2, 2 rays of white light strangely appeared, and the saber style changed. In the midst of the ferocity, it was accompanied by a mountain-like pressure that pressed down from above. Madness. The outer sect disciples went crazy. Anyone could understand the terror of this saber. It must have consumed a lot of profound qi to force Zhang Wanshan back. Who would have expected that Lin Fei would use this fierce saber again? He forced Zhang Wanshan back with a single saber. What about the second saber? No one knew and no one could predict. They were all attracted by Lin Fei's saber. Apart from that, they admired him even more. This was Lin Fei's true strength. Saber technique, single cut in 2. Lin Fei had already comprehended it to an extremely profound level. Once he made a move, his killing intent would be overwhelming, as if he could cut through everything in the world. He could also control his profound qi within a certain range. Zhang Wanshan's long sword produced countless sword flowers, and the horrifying expression on his face froze before it could fade away. This was because the second saber had brought about another heaven-defying change. Shock, unwillingness, and surprise gathered on Zhang Wanshan's face. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. How could Lin Fei be so powerful? He was so powerful that even Zhang Wanshan couldn't feel it. Clang, 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 clang. The two figures swayed one after another, and a series of clashing sounds came from the arena. The crowd saw Zhang Wanshan's battered figure escaping from the battle. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was no longer calm. He was injured. He was injured. Zhang Wanshan was injured by Lin Fei. The third saber, single cut in two, tornado. Lin Fei's entire body spun as he turned into a tornado. His saber light was like a white shadow. At this moment, in the eyes of the spectators, it seemed as if Lin Fei had slashed out 10 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. In fact, a huge tornado had appeared on the entire stage, and the saber light was like a shadow. On the spectator stand, the elders could no longer sit still. Elder Hu Fei's eyes were wide open. His brows were sometimes furrowed, and sometimes relaxed, as if he was deep in thought. No, this isn't right. This isn't the Wind Realm. The Wind Realm shouldn't be like this. I get it now. Ah, what a good lad. He actually used his own movement technique to reach the limits of his speed and evolved into something similar to the Wind Realm. What a genius. He's truly a genius. The other elders were also able to see what was going on, and they looked at Lin Fei as if he was a monster. They almost thought that Lin Fei, an outer disciple, had comprehended the Wind Realm. If that was really the case, they didn't know how to describe it. Wind Realm. Looking at the entire divine martial sect, there were only a few disciples who comprehended the Wind Realm. At most, they could comprehend a part of it, but it was extremely beneficial. If anyone comprehended the Wind Realm, they could torture others to death with just their speed. Obviously, they didn't recognize it until Elder Hu Fei reminded them. Only then did they realize that Lin Fei hadn't comprehended the Wind Realm, but he was able to take a shortcut and execute a tornado. This was the most unbelievable part. If they didn't see it in front of them, they would have thought that it was fake. On the arena, the saber light was like a shadow. The huge tornado covered the sky recklessly and occupied the entire arena. No one could find Lin Fei's position. It was as if he had become a part of the tornado. It was flawless and flawless. Dang, dang, dang. Swish, swish, swish. The saber light and the astral chi clashed. A dangerous aura pervaded the entire arena. Withdraw. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire tornado rolled downwards. Zhang Wanshan was already forced to the edge and was truly in a state of shock. A coarse big hand stretched out from the sky like the wind and moved along the saber light. Dang! Zhang Wanshan immediately felt his hand going numb when the long sword left his hand. This was just the beginning. Chapter 96. 2 white teeth fell to the ground with a puddle of blood. It was a dazzling sight. Zhang Wanshan, who was at the 8th level of the martial path, was actually slapped in the face by Lin Fei's disciple. Lin Fei was the best proof of what true strength was. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Shock, jealousy, envy, jealousy, anger, indignation, and all sorts of other emotions filled their hearts. Some of the disciples even widened their eyes in shock. Some of them were so impulsive that their veins were bulging on their hands. They could not believe that their senior brother, whom they revered, would be unable to withstand 3 slashes and lose 2 of his teeth. Unbelievable! 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 The powerful senior brother Zhang Wanshan in their eyes couldn't even block 3 slashes and lost his teeth. It was like the collapse of a skyscraper. Zhang Wanshan's teeth were knocked out in front of everyone. Elder Li Ding was the first to be shocked. Although Elder Li Ding was expressionless, the slight movement of his fingers revealed his current mood. The cold aura around him made people afraid to approach him. He was angry. Elder Li Ding was angry. Li Ding knew Zhang Wanshan's strength very well. He was immediately suppressed and slapped in the face, which was no different from a slap to his own face. Those elders, who were originally dissatisfied, were secretly laughing. Even their gazes were filled with smiles. Damn brat! Li Ding cursed in his heart. Ever since that year, Li Ding had hated all the disciples who cultivated the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. He felt that they were unforgivable and had to be erased, causing him to have an extremely dark mentality. My teeth! Zhang Wanshan covered his mouth. His front teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was leaking air. He spat out the words with difficulty. His face was filled with indescribable shock. And this was just the beginning. Since Lin Fei wanted to forcefully defeat Zhang Wanshan, he wanted to trample on Zhang Wanshan in front of everyone in the Divine Martial Plaza. 8 Desolation Fist. Lin Fei, who had amazing saber skills, switched to the sharp baleful black saber and smashed down with his fist. This fist was steady and ferocious, just like the previous saber skill. Just like the name of the fist skill, it could break through everything. Lin Fei's shadow split into 3. Find. Before Zhang Wanshan could finish his sentence, everyone saw Lin Fei throw out a mysterious punch. It was a domineering punch that landed squarely on Zhang Wanshan's chest. Pooh! The protective stellar energy around his body seemed to have lost its effect, allowing Lin Fei's fist to pass through him. Zhang Wanshan choked back the last word he wanted to say. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back 7 or 8 steps. Zhang Wanshan, feel good. The best part is yet to come. Lin Fei's cold voice was like the judgment of a fiend god, landing heavily on Zhang Wanshan's heart. With great difficulty, Zhang Wanshan stabilized his body. Before he could recover from the intense pain, his vision blurred. His head swayed, and the white teeth flew out again. But Lin Fei's movement technique was already astonishing, and when he used the 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies fist, how could Zhang Wanshan block it? Don't forget that Lin Fei's divine strength was astonishing. Pa! In the arena, Lin Fei grabbed Zhang Wanshan's collar and whipped him twice. Teeth again. Zhang Wanshan almost vomited blood. He couldn't accept that he couldn't take Lin Fei's move, and he couldn't even find a chance to fight back. His internal organs were tumbling, and his Xianxia was even more chaotic. He couldn't control it, and his stellar energy couldn't gather together to form the best protective barrier. 8 Desolation Return. Lin Fei tossed Zhang Wanshan into the air. Someone was even faster than her, descending from the sky and appearing in the air above Zhang Wanshan, stomping down. Bang bang bang. Pa 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 pa. In the arena, Zhang Wanshan was like a doll, thrown up and down. He was extremely miserable. A dignified expert at the 8th heaven of the martial Dao couldn't use his martial arts, and he couldn't find a chance to resist. Lin Fei was like a mighty tiger, beating Zhang Wanshan to pieces. Every time Lin Fei slapped Zhang Wanshan's face, it felt like he was slapping a high-ranking disciple. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had hidden his strength so deeply? He went all out from the very start, actually suppressing Zhang Wanshan. Most importantly, Zhang Wanshan made one mistake after another. Bang! Zhang Wanshan was punched in the chest again, and his whole body fell on the arena. He was already on the verge of death. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes couldn't open. He was in a state where he couldn't breathe. Almost all of his teeth were hit by Lin Fei. Zhang Wanshan couldn't speak very smoothly. After spitting out a word, he no longer had any strength. His eyes mixed with anger and resentment fell on Lin Fei. You still dare to look at me like that? It seems that you have a lot of resentment. Lin Fei stomped down, and Zhang Wanshan immediately vomited blood. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so thick-skinned. He was injured, but he still dared to attack him. Until now, he still didn't understand. He didn't even use his best skill. How could he defeat him? Endless resentment. On the square, Lin Fei's actions made everyone dumbfounded. To beat a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Dao like a sandbag, to the point that the other party lost the ability to fight back. How strong was this? Was this a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Dao? They didn't dare to believe it. Ho! Lin Fei let out a long sigh. What followed was a sense of satisfaction. It was an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. Zhang Wanshan on the stage was carried down. Lin Fei suddenly wanted to laugh. You also have this day, you deserve it. At this moment, Lin Fei felt refreshed, more comfortable than a massage. His whole body seemed to belong to him, exuding a different feeling. Lin Fei knew very well that he had cut off a part of the resentment left behind. Hee, don't worry, I helped you take care of your biggest enemy, Zhang Wanshan. I will also help you complete the next things. You can go in peace. Lin Fei secretly said in his heart. If he cut off the rest of the resentment, the task would be almost completed. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being affected by emotions, and he wouldn't have to worry about the situation of qi deviation. When Lin Fei came down from the stage, he found a lot of people gathered together. On the square, there was a sudden burst of enthusiastic cheers. Lin Fei promotion. 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 P.S. There is no fair thing in the world, it is all deception. The weak are prey to the strong. Even if you have a righteous and virtuous heart, you will still be bullied. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to create your own world. I want to break the rules, ethics, order, and build a world that belongs to the heart. Chapter 97. P.S. Thank Liang Xianping, Marquis of the Apocalypse. 100 Chidian coins as a tip and asking for recommendation votes. What a dismal recommendation votes. In the first round of the top 100, Lin Fei's promotion was indeed surprising. If it was an ordinary disciple, they wouldn't feel anything. But the result was out of their expectations. The show that they were looking forward to had turned into a one-sided victory. Out of 10 people, there might not be anyone who knew. Zhang Wanshan hadn't even made a move, but he was beaten by Lin Fei to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Apart from shock, everyone would have the same thought. In the short term, Lin Fei must not be offended. At least, before they become profound practitioners, they must not have any conflict with Lin Fei. Lin Fei was too cruel. Li Ding, who was at the 8th level of the martial path and had reached the acme of perfection in the use of earth energy, was actually unable to dodge or defend against Lin Fei's fist technique. It was a rare occurrence. With Lin Fei's strength, other than a fool, who would dare to offend Lin Fei? Zhang Wanshan was a good example. The competition of the top 100 disciples ended up like this. It was no less than a joke played by the heavens. They had a new understanding of Lin Fei. Those disciples who had bullied Lin Fei in the past were filled with regret. Why did they bully Lin Fei in the past? Now that he was powerful, what if he wanted to take revenge on them? They didn't dare to think about it. Elderly, I'm sorry. It seems that you can't take away my azure edge sword. But your 1,000 cloud flipping palms. Hu Fei didn't finish his sentence. Everyone knew what he meant. He stroked his beard and laughed. Elderly, to think that you would have such a day. I'm afraid that disciple of yours won't be able to fight for the next few months. Hu Fei laughed in his heart. The two of them had been fighting and Hu Fei had been at a disadvantage. Now that he had a chance to attack Li Ding, he obviously wouldn't be courteous. His face showed a respectful expression. Elder Hu, don't worry. I will send someone to deliver the palm technique manual. Li Ding flicked his sleeves and stood up. It was obvious that he did not have the face to continue staying here. He was like an ice-cold stone that no one dared to approach. In fact, Li Ding's mood was a mess. In the past, Hu Fei was no match for him in terms of tactics and schemes. He did not expect that he would lose Jing Zhou due to his carelessness this time, allowing that little bastard Lin Fei to snatch his promotion. After Elder Li Ding left, the remaining elders all had smiles on their faces. Well done, Elder Hu. Looks like you have a good disciple. If you train him well, he will definitely become a decent saber expert. To have such a comprehension ability at such a young age, maybe our divine martial sect will produce an expert who has comprehended the wind realm, and his name will be known throughout the falling empire. Hu Fei was in a good mood. This time, he had found the right disciple. No matter what, he had to take him as his disciple. So what if he cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art? He might even have the chance to break through and become a profound practitioner. Hu Fei accepted all of the elders' congratulations. It seemed like he could become Lin Fei's master very soon. Lin Fei did not know that he was valued by the elders and was even going to become an elder's disciple. Right now, Lin Fei was busy dealing with a group of high-ranking disciples. Many of them came to curry favor with him or to seek forgiveness. Being hated by a ferocious enemy was definitely a frightening thing. As Lin Fei defeated Zhang Wanshan, he instantly set a tall and ferocious example. In 3 months, Lin Fei crossed from the 4th heaven of the martial path to the 7th heaven of the martial path, increasing by 3 small realms and becoming a high-ranking martial artist. He showed his might along the way, sweeping his opponents and smoothly entering the top 90. Lin Fei's name instantly surpassed Zhang Wudi and Wang Song, becoming the focus of the outer sect. After all, Lin Fei had set the divine martial sect's record for the shortest cultivation time. 3 small realms, an average of 1 small realm per month. Such a cultivation speed could not be found in the outer sect, and it could be said to be a record. First, cultivation record. Second, valiant combat power, especially the last move. They were all dumbfounded. The tornado-like attack, the saber move mysterious and unpredictable. They could not withstand such a storm of attacks. From trash to a talented disciple, it only took him 3 months. The following battles. Lin Fei once again became a dark horse. After the previous battles, all the opponents he encountered were generally unable to withstand Lin Fei's storm of attacks. Top 80, top 60, top 50, top 40. Lin Fei was strong all the way, killing his way into the top 10. As mentioned before, among the disciples above the 7th heaven of the martial path, there were very few people at each realm, and there were also not many disciples at the 9th heaven of the martial path. Lin Fei's luck was good, and he did not encounter any 9th heaven of the martial path disciples, which could be considered one of the highlights. Killing his way into the top 10 of the top 100 disciples. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was the biggest dark horse among them. The top 10 of the outer sect would have the right to enter the Forbidden Ice Ground, and at the same time, they could be selected to become an inner sect disciple, one of 2 opportunities a year. The top 10 of the outer sect were all fought out with strength. With Lin Fei's strength at the 7th heaven of the martial path, it seemed out of place among them, but no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. The top 10 of the outer sect was as solid as ever, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. At this level, regardless of winning or losing, one would obtain the qualification to become an inner sect disciple and comprehend combat skills in the Forbidden Ice Ground. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. Who would be first in the outer sect? Everyone would wait and see. Under the night sky, Lin Fei's residence. In the small courtyard, Lin Fei put down the paper in his hand, letting it fall on the stone table like fallen leaves. His thoughts were full of thoughts, and he was very frustrated. He drew his saber, and his entire body danced in the courtyard like the wind. The baleful black saber slashed forward, like a white light, slashing out one saber after another. But at this time, Lin Fei wanted to vent and cut everything in front of him. F***CK, I get what I want. What a headache. Lin Fei thought that he could integrate into the Xianxia continent, but when he received the letter from the Lin family, his subconscious resentment began to play havoc, making him feel uncomfortable all over. This letter was sent by the Lin family. The purpose was very simple, to ask Lin Fei to go back. Lin Fei was not stupid. He knew what Zhang Wanshan's words meant. The Lin family situation was not very good, and they did not expect him to be of much help. It was just a form of etiquette. As for whether he would go or not, Lin Fei believed that the family probably did not remember him. It seemed to be the 3rd young master. Since the letter has come, I can go back. If I don't deal with these things, I will be affected from time to time. It is not a good thing. I hate this kind of uncomfortable feeling. One slash after another, the air in front of him was cut in half. Chapter 98. P.S. Thanks to Ouyang Xianpeng for the reward of 688 Qidian coins. Thanks to You Mrs. You for the reward of 1888 Qidian coins. Lin Fei was originally in a good mood. The sudden letter from the Lin family was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. It was extremely irritating. The previous Lin Fei was tormenting him again. What was his third young master? A worthless thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Divine Force sect for 4 years. The resentment didn't come from Lin Fei, but from the previous Lin Fei. Bulsh * T young master. Bulsh * T Lin family. Lin Fei attacked purely to vent his anger, and each attack was stronger than the one before. The resentment left by the previous Lin family, especially towards the Lin family, was no less than the resentment towards Zhang Wanshan. For 4 years, a good time, the Lin family didn't care about him and didn't make any noise. It had a great impact on the Lin family, and they couldn't help but resent him. Therefore, the imposter Lin Fei was unlucky and was affected again. Straight slash. Horizontal slash. All kinds of slashes. At this moment, Lin Fei was completely in a state of venting. The baleful black saber rose and fell, and the air was constantly split into 2, repeating the cycle. Lin Fei was irritated, and he knew very well that the previous Lin Fei had affected him. The sealed memories kept coming, and they kept attacking him like a torrent. In the courtyard. 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. 2 slashes overlapped, 3 slashes overlapped. Lin Fei's entire movement was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't even know how many slashes he had made. Anyway, in his subconscious mind, there was only one thought: keep slashing. Cut everything. Cut off all the irritations. Too slow. Too slow. Lin Fei shook his head in dissatisfaction. He always felt that the speed of slashing was too slow, and he couldn't slash again before the air closed. Faster. Faster. If anyone was present, they would definitely be dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He grabbed the baleful black saber with both hands and slashed again and again. If one looked closely, 2 slashes, then 3 slashes, then 1 slash. It was clear that the speed of the saber had reached a terrifying level, even breaking through the current limit. If the news of Lin Fei's speed spread outside, everyone would be shocked, especially if the elders were present. He would definitely be surprised to find that this was clearly a state of enlightenment. When a certain saber technique was cultivated to its limit, there would often be an epiphany due to certain reasons. Lin Fei originally wanted to use the speed of his saber strikes to continuously cut away his irritation so that he could vent his anger and not hold it in. As he continued to strike, the only thing in his mind was the saber strikes. Until now, the only thought in his mind was to strike. He always felt that the speed was too slow, and it was not the speed of the saber strikes in his mind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Lin Fei raised his saber and slashed again, his eyes immediately lit up. Yes, that's it. He raised his hand and the saber fell. 1 saber split into 5. 2 blades, divided into 10 blades. The speed of the saber technique was terrifying. Just now, what happened to me? When Lin Fei woke up, the courtyard was in a mess. He was shocked and looked at the courtyard in disbelief. The small courtyard was no longer as quiet as before. Instead, it was in a mess. There were cobweb-like ravines all over the courtyard. On the ground, on the walls, on the stone table, there were cracks left by the saber light everywhere. Every crack was bottomless, like a crack in space, exuding a dangerous aura. Was this caused by me? Lin Fei was relatively confident in his saber technique. He couldn't believe the damage he caused to the small courtyard. The saber intent left in the cracks and even the mouth of the cracks were completely beyond his imagination. Just now, I seemed to be very irritable and wanted to vent. Then, I don't know why, suddenly, Lin Fei suddenly realized something and finally recalled something. Could it be that I had a small epiphany again? Rise. Lin Fei grabbed the baleful black saber with one hand and slashed forward. A shocking scene followed. It was a simple slash. Lin Fei slashed out subconsciously. There were 5 slashes in front of him. It was not 1 slash as he had imagined, but just a casual strike. On the ground of the small courtyard, 5 glaring cracks were cut on the blue stone, proving that everything just now was real. On the arena, Lin Fei's speed had reached the limit. In the eyes of others, it was 1 slash for 20 slashes. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put into this slash. But now, a casual strike was 5 slashes. Lin Fei moved forward and waved the baleful black saber again. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. Oh my god, I actually broke through the limit and increased the speed of my saber again. I can make 30 slashes with one breath of profound chi. This is... Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded, as if he was dreaming. 30 slashes. 23 slashes was Lin Fei's maximum limit. He didn't expect that because of a small matter, he could smoothly break through the limit and increase the speed of his saber to 30 slashes. Since I can make 30 slashes, why can't I combine them together and increase the power? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. His feet moved like the wind and he raised his saber. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei morphed into a light breeze, slashing again and again. Every slash came together like a white beam of light slashing the ground. The small yard suddenly rumbled, and a huge shockwave rippled out. Even Lin Fei himself subconsciously used the invincible Vajrabody. The power was too great, far beyond his expectations. 3 slashes into 1. 5 slashes into 1. 6 slashes into 1. 10 slashes into 1. 2 hours later, Lin Fei stopped. The small courtyard had become unbearable to look at. Unexpectedly increasing the speed of his saber and combining the saber techniques was just a whim. Lin Fei himself didn't expect that he would have a breakthrough at this time. If I meet Zhang Wanshan again, I'm afraid he won't even be able to block one of my moves. Even though I can only combine 10 slashes into 1, the power produced is still not something he can withstand. Combining 10 slashes into 1 was equivalent to 10 people attacking at the same time. The power was naturally great. Lin Fei had completely tossed aside all his worries from before. Originally, after entering the top 10 of the outer sect, Lin Fei didn't intend to continue to expose his strength. Now that he had an epiphany, he could combine the number of slashes. How terrifying would that be? Unending thunder. The long saber struck out, and a huge hole was immediately blasted open on the bluestone on the ground. Chapter 99. The next day, on the Divine Item Square, the top 10 hegemony competition continued. Today, everyone knew that the Divine Martial Sect would decide the top 10 disciples, especially the most popular outer sect number 1. It was worth looking forward to it. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang Wudi first. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang Wudi first. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang Song first. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang Song first. The top 10 disciples, the most popular were the 2 senior brothers Zhang Wudi and Wang Song. The cheers were the highest. The other outer sect disciples more or less had a certain chance. Lin Fei was obviously much less. Among the top 10 disciples, 8 were at the 9th level of the martial path, the remaining 1 was at the 8th level, and the other was the dark horse Lin Fei. The drawing of lots began. The top 10 disciples drew lots and replaced an Elder Jin, who was known as impartial, to avoid cheating. Lin Fei vs. Jun Wuhui, first ring. Zhang Wudi vs. Qing Xiaohua, second ring. Wang Song vs. Tai Zhan, third ring. The 5 pairs of opponents immediately drew out the results. No one was surprised by this result. It was inevitable that senior apprentice Brother Zhang Wudi and Master Wang Song did not meet. 5 pairs of contestants would decide the top 3, and the rest would decide the top 7 disciples. The first ring once again became the focus of attention. They had long heard of the conflict between Lin Fei and Jun Wuhui. No one would have thought that they would meet in the top 10. It was another good show on stage, and they were all looking forward to it. Among them, the most shocked was Jun Wuhui. Lin Fei, you are more powerful than I thought. Jun Wuhui was still dressed in white. However, your luck will stop here. I think you should remember what I said last time. This matter is not over, and now you will start paying the price. Stop? Lin Fei smiled. Senior apprentice Brother Jun, you are wrong. It should not be me who stops, but you, Jun Wuhui. As for what you said back then, I don't remember it at all. Jun Wuhui said, I'm not a good-for-nothing like Zhang Wanshan, who only knows how to fight all day long. You'll soon know how wrong you are. I'll kick you off this stage. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Lin Fei's chest. A cold light flashed from the tip of the sword. Noble sword technique. This sword was like that of an elegant young master, exuding a cultured and refined aura. In reality, it was filled with boundless killing intent. It was the aura of a true gentleman, majestic and boundless. Jun Wu Hui had become famous in the divine martial sect because of this swordsmanship. The gentleman's swordsmanship, the spirit of a gentleman. It was a pity that Jun Wu Hui was not a true gentleman. Otherwise, he would not have lost control and attacked Lin Fei in front of everyone in the bounty hall to vent the anger in his heart. When the noble swordsmanship was executed, it was filled with boundless killing intent. It lacked the elegance and carefreeness of a gentleman. As Lin Fei retreated, Jun Wu Hui's sword was unable to stab Lin Fei. Clang! Lin Fei swung the baleful black saber in his hand. The saber and the sword collided, and the long sword swung horizontally, deviating from the attack range. At this moment, Lin Fei sneered, "Senior apprentice brother Jun, you've come for no reason. Try taking one of my moves." The fierce saber slashed down with a fierce aura. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fleeting bloom. Jun Wu Hui was not an easy opponent to deal with either. The noble sword in his hand moved in a strange manner, stabbing out at 6 different spots. Each spot was in a different position: the front, the middle, the left, and the right. Each spot was accompanied by a sword flower. 6 sword flowers appeared, as if they were a real flower. Lin Fei became the pistol of the flower. He had nowhere to hide, and all his paths of retreat were cut off. He was in danger. What a powerful swordsmanship! As expected of senior apprentice brother Jun. This time, Lin Fei is in danger. Below the arena, most of the people were gathered together. Lin Fei had become the biggest dark horse this time. In fact, many people had already noticed that he had defeated Jun Wu Hui and entered the top 3. With this strength, even the 8th heaven of the martial path would not dare to disrespect him. Unexpectedly, in today's top 10, Jun Wu Hui, who had amazing swordsmanship, put Lin Fei in danger. Some people were even ready to start cheering. It turned out that Lin Fei also had a day when he was defeated. However, when blooming fresh flowers unleashed a slash, the situation immediately changed. The dangerous blockade was instantly broken, and it no longer existed. Clang. Thump thump thump, Jun Wu Hui took 6 steps back consecutively. "How could you break my swordsmanship?" Lin Fei said. "Hee, you don't have the right to know." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei swung his saber down. The first slash. Jun Wu Hui's hand went numb. The second slash. The long sword left Jun Wu Hui's hand. The third slash. Jun Wu Hui's chest was stabbed, and blood spurted out wildly. His face was full of shock. Another slash came down. Crack. The back of Lin Fei's saber slashed down and landed heavily on Jun Wu Hui's back. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the bones were broken. "Now you understand." Lin Fei kicked Jun Wu Hui's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard. He completely lost the ability to fight. He hit it so well, the group of elders was slightly stunned. "Good lad, you actually made another breakthrough before Lin Fei's duel. No wonder Lin Fei lost so quickly. An elder obviously made a name for himself. 3 saber strikes in 1. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so powerful. I thought that the previous battle was Lin Fei's true strength. I didn't expect him to have this move. It's really impressive and admirable." When Lin Fei used his saber just now, others might not have been able to see it clearly. These elders were all experienced people. How could they not see the changes in Lin Fei's saber technique? A person could only make a certain amount of progress in saber techniques if they studied the long sword. In this short period of time, Lin Fei made another breakthrough in saber techniques. What kind of talent did this require? At least, among the divine martial sect's outer sect disciples, there were very few people who could reach this step. Looks like Lin Fei has a chance to become the outer sect's #1. It was unknown which elder said such an inconceivable sentence. If it was in normal times, no one would affirm these words. It was normal to oppose it. But this time, the meaning was completely different. This disciple, Lin Fei, had the qualifications to fight. The outer sect disciples should appear among Zhang Wudi, Wang Song, and Lin Fei. Actually, I guessed so too. Not long after Lin Fei defeated Jun Wu Hui, there were immediately results in the other three arenas. Just as everyone guessed, Zhang Wudi was the second disciple to win. The next one was Wang Song, and then there were two more disciples. Their speed was not ordinary fast. And among them, Zhang Wudi and Wang Song's gazes began to change. The reason was very simple. Just now, they saw the changes in Lin Fei's saber technique, which made them feel the danger of a 9th-level martial path genius. A 9th-level martial path genius felt the existence of danger. In other words, Chapter 100. The top 5 were decided at the first moment. Lin Fei was still one of the dark horses. He defeated Jun Wuhui with a swift blade, making the other party unable to retaliate. This was enough to prove his qualifications as a dark horse and was more than enough to become a super dark horse. Elder Zhang went on the stage once again. The drawing of lots began again. This time, the drawing of lots was very surprising. The super dark horse Lin Fei was unbelievably lucky. It was equivalent to entering the top 3 in advance. As for the two pairs of opponents, they were Zhang Wudi and Wang Song, and Qian Hu and Kong Weia. Lin Fei himself was a little surprised that his luck would be so good. He was lucky to get a bye and truly locked in the top 3 of the outer sect. Arena number 1. Arena number 2. It once again attracted the attention of the disciples. Go, senior brother Zhang. Go, senior brother Zhang. Go, senior brother Wang Song. Go, senior brother Wang Song. The audience cheered loudly. Zhang Wudi and Wang Song had the highest chances of winning. Whoever won would completely take the glory of the outer sect's number 1. Clang. Both of them were sword experts. They attacked at the first moment, sword chi sweeping out. The battle officially began. One had to say that the battle between the two completely exceeded everyone's imagination. They were truly worthy of being outer sect disciples at the 9th firmament of the martial Tao. Their comprehension of sword techniques moved at will. The two were evenly matched. Zhang Wudi walked the path of domineering dominance. His sword technique showed a domineering trend. Often, when his sword came down, it was as fierce as his fist technique. Wang Song's sword technique was light, like a willow leaf fluttering in the wind. His sword technique did not belong to Zhang Wudi at all. The two were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The scene was not an ordinary kind of intense. It made the blood of the watching disciples boil. They wished they could be on the stage. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle between the two. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei did not dare to look down on them. He secretly rejoiced. If not for his breakthrough in his saber technique, he might not be their match. He would definitely lose. Their sword techniques were too powerful. Although the two sword techniques were exquisite and their comprehension was extraordinary, after 200 moves, the situation was one-sided. In the end, senior brother Zhang Wudi was the dark horse from last time. In half a year, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With the mother-child sword technique that he had secretly cultivated to large success, he had forcefully broken through Wang Song's attack and defeated him in one move. A battle of 200 moves was the best way to prove one's strength. Looks like my opponent is brother Zhang Wudi. Lin Fei licked his lips. Last night, he had an epiphany and made a breakthrough in his saber technique. He had wanted to fight for a long time to know the difference between him and a true martial Tao level 9 expert. The opportunity had finally come. An hour later, Lin Fei defeated another opponent, Qian Hu, in 30 slashes and successfully entered the finals. In the end, Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi took first place. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, a latecomer with the strength of the 7th sky of the martial path, had defeated 6 opponents in one go and made it to the finals of the Outer Disciple Tournament. How miraculous! How unimaginable! They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Lin Fei took first place. They didn't even know how to imagine it. Presumably, in the outer sect of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had broken all kinds of records in the shortest time in history. On the first arena, Zhang Wudi and Lin Fei fought for the first time. Hee, I didn't expect to meet a dark horse like Brother Lin Fei in this finals. Looks like Brother Lin Fei won't let me down. Zhang Wudi looked at Lin Fei and said. His tone was full of fighting spirit. He was like a crazy martial artist who met someone who was willing to fight, and Lin Fei was worthy of fighting. Lin Fei could tell from senior brother Zhang Wudi's eyes that he was a martial artist. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. I was just lucky all the way. However, for senior brother Zhang's words, I will definitely show my true abilities." Zhang Wudi threw his head back and laughed. Good. I will wait and see. No matter what the result is, you are worthy of fighting. Please. Lin Fei cupped his hands again and his expression became serious. Lin Fei used his drifting wind body technique and closed the distance between him and Zhang Wudi. He slashed the black saber with its scabbard. The saber radiance was like a rainbow, slashing towards Zhang Wudi. Good saber skill. Although it was just an ordinary saber, Zhang Wudi's eyes lit up. He unsheathed his sword and felt the power of the saber. Crosslash. Cling. The two of them fought in an instant and then separated. Their speed was so fast that no one could see the traces of their fight. This was a peak battle between the two of them. The fight for first place in the Outer Disciples. Brother Lin Fei is so powerful. He can block Brother Zhang Wudi's attack with the strength of the seventh sky of martial path. He is indeed a strong dark horse this time. I'm afraid the dark horse is about to end. Lin Fei will definitely lose to Brother Zhang Wudi because of the gap in cultivation. Can't you see that Lin Fei is starting to lose? So, Brother Lin Fei's situation is not right. It seems like he is being suppressed by Brother Zhang Wudi. It seems that the gap in cultivation is quite big. On the first arena, the two of them exchanged blows and the sound of sabers and swords could be heard. The first arena was in danger. Apart from the saber light, there was nothing else. The two of them separated again. At this moment, the two of them had more or less changed. There were a few holes on Lin Fei's clothes and blood dyed them red. Obviously, there was a gap in the battle. On the other hand, Zhang Wudi's breathing was rapid. It was different from Wang Song. It could be said that they were competing on the consumption of Xianxia. One saber technique was domineering and the other's sword technique was domineering. Both of them were domineering. The consumption of Xianxia in their bodies was not something ordinary people could compare to. Brother Lin Fei, if this goes on, I'm afraid you will lose in the arena. Could it be that I am not worthy of you drawing your saber? Zhang Wudi held his sword and pointed it at Lin Fei. His face showed a little regret, or rather, some dissatisfaction. At least, in the outer sect, no one could be so ferocious. After exchanging blows, Lin Fei's strength was not considered strong, but his movement technique was fast and his saber technique was ferocious. Using speed to drive the saber technique could be considered a fighting style. Among the outer sect disciples, few could do this. Lin Fei lowered his head and took a look. This was a rare injury in the arena. After this battle, he had a good understanding of the 9 heavens of the martial path. It seems that if I don't use my killing move, I won't be able to defeat Zhang Wudi. This guy is really strong, Lin Fei thought and immediately made a decision. Use a big move. Since senior brother has said so, if I don't make a move, I'm afraid I will disappoint senior brother. In that case, senior brother, take on the continuous saber ocean that I have just learned. Lin Fei tapped his feet and his aura suddenly increased. He was like a sharp saber, extremely dangerous. He raised his saber and went straight to the point. Good, let's see who is stronger now. Zhang Wudi could feel the danger in this saber technique. It was more dangerous than any of the previous saber techniques. He knew that this was junior brother Lin Fei's killing move. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless sword shadows appeared in Zhang Wudi's hands. Invisible buzzing sounds could be heard as sword chi filled the arena. Merge. When Lin Fei's saber moved smoothly, the countless sword shadows kept merging and merging. It was like a continuous saber ocean. A dangerous aura filled the air. The elders on the elders' platform were shocked. The first saber, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The second saber, Zhang Wudi's sword broke. The third saber, Earth Qi broke, and Zhang Wudi quickly retreated. The fourth saber, a loud rumble sounded. The entire arena couldn't bear the attack and collapsed. Countless rocks flew everywhere and many disciples were injured in an instant. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the location of Arena Number 1 had long since become a stretch of ruins. In the ruins, a blurry figure appeared. Then, a shocked and unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Lin Fei came out. Zhang Wudi's face was pale. He was lying on the rubble. He was defeated by 5 saber strikes. Lin Fei is mighty. Lin Fei is number 1. Chapter 101. The Divine Force Sect. Speaking of the matter that was in the limelight recently, it had to be the Outer Court's number 1 dark horse, Lin Fei. 3 months ago, Lin Fei was at the bottom of the Divine Force Sect. No one knew who he was. But now, he learned the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art by accident, obtained a great opportunity in the Blackwater Mountain Range, broke through to the 7th sky of the Martial Path, and made a breakthrough in his blade technique. He defeated Zhang Wudi, the most popular disciple of the Outer Sect, and won the supreme honor of being the first in the Outer Sect. It was unknown how many people were taken aback by this news. It was a rare thing that had never happened in the Divine Force Sect. A disciple at the 7th sky of the Martial Path won first in the Outer Sect, won the right to study battle techniques in the Forbidden Ice Ground, and won the right to enter the Inner Sect. Everyone knew that Lin Fei's glory days would soon pass. Formidable figures could be found everywhere amongst the Inner Court disciples, and there was no lack of Inner Court disciples that had advanced into the profounder realm. Moreover, Lin Fei cultivated a trash mental cultivation technique, the 9 Revolutions profound technique, so it was impossible for anyone who cultivated it to break through. The low-level disciples felt it was a pity, but for the high-level disciples, Lin Fei was a dark horse. He had blinded their eyes and made them feel very uncomfortable. They could not accept that a former piece of trash was above them. If Zhang Wudi hadn't been defeated by Lin Fei, they wouldn't have minded fighting with him. But now, they could only wait for Lin Fei to enter the Inner Sect. Fortunately, Lin Fei was qualified to enter the Inner Sect. Many high-level disciples were gloating, watching how Lin Fei would be tortured by the Inner Sect disciples. While everyone was excited and watching a good show, in a house where the disciples lived in the Divine Force Sect, the pungent smell of medicine filled the room. Under the dim light, a young man was lying on the bed. His face was pale and his face was ferocious. His chest was violently bulging. How could he win first in the Outer Sect? Impossible. Just trash. If someone was here, they would recognize him. This was Zhang Wanli, who had been beaten up by Lin Fei. Zhang Wanli had been in a comatose state since the battle in the arena. When he woke up today and heard the news, he felt as if someone had cut his chest with a knife and sprinkled salt water on it. Anger. His anger was monstrous. Zhang Wanshan was extremely unwilling to accept his defeat. He hadn't even used his trump card, and was beaten up by Lin Fei in front of all the disciples. He could already imagine that he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Outer Sect disciples. All of this was because of Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, he could have easily entered the top 10 of the Outer Sect, or even become the number 1 Outer Sect disciple. He was filled with hatred. All of this was because of Lin Fei. It was all because of him. Losing face was one thing. Secondly, Zhang Wanshan didn't dare to face his master. As his master's favorite disciple, he was very clear about his master's temperament. Zhang Wanshan didn't dare to think about losing so badly this time. Big brother, that trash Lin Fei is about to become an Inner Court disciple. What should we do? Zhang Chongshan's face was already pale. He didn't dare to go out these few days, afraid that he would be laughed at by the other disciples. Right now, those disciples didn't know that the 2 brothers were beaten by Lin Fei to the point that they didn't dare to go out, and their big brother was even beaten up in the arena. What are you shouting for? I will kill you with one slap. Zhang Wanshan roared with all his strength, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries hadn't recovered yet. On the arena, Lin Fei's attack was very heavy, and he couldn't recover in a few days. This roar immediately affected his injuries. This caused the current situation. Cousin, don't be angry. Recovering is more important. In the house, Zhang Chongshan wasn't the only one. Zhang Fenglang was also there. After finally calming down, he thought about the humiliating scene on the arena. His face immediately turned ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei. Send a messenger pigeon immediately. Tell the family that no matter what, we can't let that trash Lin Fei return to the Lin family. Lin Fei must die. Even though he was angry, Zhang Wanli still knew what was important. Lin Fei defeated him, and Zhang Wanli couldn't help but admit that he couldn't look at this trash with ordinary eyes anymore. Even if he couldn't become a profound practitioner, he was still a big potential opponent. The Lin family was no longer the Lin family of the past. Once Lin Fei returned, he would definitely become a dangerous opponent. This time, he was heavily injured and couldn't go back. He could only rely on the family to deal with Lin Fei. Big brother, this is a good idea. This time, Lin Fei is dead for sure. He's dead for sure. Zhang Chongshan was now a frightened bird, and he didn't dare to go out, afraid that Lin Fei would come looking for him. Now that he heard that the family was going to send people to kill Lin Fei, he looked forward to it the most. Cousin, I think this is a good idea. Lin Fei didn't know that Zhang Wanli was planning to deal with him again. At this time, Lin Fei was following a few elders to a heavily guarded place in the divine martial sect. Before entering the place, an icy cold air spread outside the cave. Not a single blade of grass grew outside the cave, emitting cold air. This was not an ordinary place. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this was a secret place in the divine martial sect, the Forbidden Ice Land. This place shouldn't be underestimated. The Forbidden Ice Land was a very popular place in the divine martial sect, and ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to come here. If it weren't for the top 10 outer sect disciples getting this opportunity, they might not have the chance to come here in their lifetime. Moreover, this place was heavily guarded, and there were experts hiding in the dark to guard the Forbidden Ice Land. This is the Forbidden Ice Land, the place to comprehend supreme combat skills. The one who spoke was Elder Wang Tai, an elder who guarded the Forbidden Ice Land. He rarely appeared, and because he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique, his aura was very cold. The top 10 outer sect disciples were all standing outside, circulating the Xianxia in their bodies to resist the cold air. Their faces were either filled with excitement or shock. Their opportunity was in the Forbidden Ice Land. They endured the elder's words and listened to him. When you go in later, you should know that the Forbidden Ice Land is divided into the elementary area, the intermediate area, and the advanced area. You can only move around in the elementary area for now. This is the Cold Defense Talisman, and it can last for 3 days. If you still can't comprehend any combat skills in 3 days, you must come out. Otherwise, the cold air will freeze your internal organs. Be careful, be careful. They were slightly startled. They didn't expect there to be something special in the Forbidden Ice Land. Soon, they received a round talisman. The talisman was a kind of auxiliary item in the Xiantian continent. Once the Xianxia was activated, it could activate the inside of the talisman, causing a series of changes. Chapter 102. P.S. Thank you, Garden of Eden, for your 100 Qidian coins. I went back to my hometown today. I climbed the mountain and came back at night. I'm sorry. Outside the Forbidden Ice Ground. Cold air covered the entire Forbidden Ice Ground like knives. Those under the fifth sky of the martial path couldn't release their Xianxia. Outside the Forbidden Ice Ground, they couldn't even block a single cold current. They were frozen to death. Lin Fei's group entered the Forbidden Ice Ground one by one after they understood the situation. As soon as they entered the Forbidden Land of Ice, the frigid air currents in the Forbidden Land of Ice whistled past like blades. A white shield appeared around everyone's body. The frigid air currents seemed to have encountered a sharp blade, and they immediately split into 2. Then, like a stream of water, they split into 3, forming a miraculous scene. That was the power of the Cold Defense Talisman. They all went in? When Lin Fei's group went in, a black shadow appeared outside the Forbidden Ice Ground. Yes, they just went in, Wang Tai said. Looks like this group is pretty good. I hope there will be good disciples this time. The Forbidden Ice Ground was a place to learn battle skills. Genius disciples had always wanted to go to this place. In the end, the number of disciples who were able to comprehend battle skills were few and far between. The comprehension of battle skills was very profound. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend them. I heard that this time, a dark horse appeared among the outer sect disciples and suppressed everyone. I also heard that he comprehended the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. That's why he improved by leaps and bounds. I wonder if Lin Fei will create another miracle. Wang Tai was deep in thought. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art? Isn't that a useless mental cultivation method? It seems that there are very few outer sect disciples who can learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Maybe there will be an unexpected scene. I'm looking forward to it. Forbidden Ice Ground. Lin Fei, do you dare to make a bet with me? The Forbidden Ice Ground had very low visibility. The 10 of them moved very slowly. The cold currents were very powerful. Although the cold defense talisman could resist the cold, it wasn't strong enough. So they couldn't move fast. The one who spoke was none other than Zhang Wudi, who was slightly weaker than him. Zhang Wudi had lost to Zhang Wanshan in the competition for the number 1 spot in the outer sect, and he had been suppressing his anger ever since. He wasn't like Zhang Wanshan, who would be jealous of him. Zhang Wudi did not mind losing a match. Instead, he treated Lin Fei as his strongest opponent. When they heard this, the remaining people were slightly startled. Soon after, they understood what he meant and looked at Lin Fei thoughtfully. Senior brother Zhang, what are we betting on? Lin Fei asked directly. Lin Fei had a better understanding of Zhang Wudi after the short battle. He was a good opponent, unlike Zhang Wanshan. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't disgusted by Zhang Wudi's words. On the contrary, he was curious about what kind of bet Zhang Wudi would propose. Zhang Wudi looked satisfied. He pointed at the surroundings and said, Junior brother Lin, do you see the changes? Everyone followed his gaze. At some point in time, they had arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Iceland. What entered their eyes was a stone monument that was several dozen feet tall standing in the middle of the Forbidden Iceland. Battle skill stone steel. Everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't care about the inner disciple qualification, but it was their dream to have a chance to comprehend a supreme combat skill, even if it was just a basic one. Combat skill. A supreme combat skill. You want to compete with me in combat skills? Lin Fei said with a smile. Zhang Wudi shook his head. It's not a competition of combat skills. It's about who can comprehend a combat skill the fastest. Junior brother Lin, do you dare to compete with me? Zhang Wudi was unwilling to accept his loss last time. Therefore, he decided to compete with Lin Fei in another way. At the mention of this bet, Lin Fei thought of the bet he had made back then. His pockets bulged and he immediately became spirited. I like this. You really agree? Zhang Wudi was surprised. Lin Fei was really bold. They were just competing to see who was better. As for the others, they were shocked. They didn't dare to say anything. It wasn't a matter between them. It was more of a battle of pride. Within the range of a basic combat skill, everyone split up and started to look for their own stone steels to comprehend a supreme combat skill. As for whether they could succeed or not, they didn't know. Lin Fei found a remote place. Divine Wind Fist, a basic combat skill. Lin Fei was shocked. There were many stone steels in the Forbidden Ice Ground. The Divine Wind Fist, in front of him, was a basic combat skill. Lin Fei looked at it from the beginning to the end. This basic combat skill could allow one to throw out 100 punches in one breath. Its power was shocking, surpassing that of a normal fist art. Divine Wind Fist looks good, but compared to 10,000-mile saber, it's still too far away. Intermediate combat skills were Lin Fei's biggest trump card. He had never used it before. Now that he saw so many combat skills, Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. It was as if someone immediately sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. Fist art is not very good. I should choose a knife combat skill. If he didn't have the evil black blade, Lin Fei would definitely choose a fist art. After trying the power of a knife art, He gradually liked the refreshing feeling of killing people with one strike. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to choose a knife combat skill. 10,000-mile saber was an intermediate combat skill. Lin Fei usually wouldn't use it. It was too domineering. More importantly, it consumed too much qi in his body. A basic combat skill was the most suitable for him. World Domination Fist. Sky-breaking sword. Shadowless sword. He looked all the way. Lin Fei himself was shocked because there were more basic combat skills than he had imagined. No wonder they were one of the 3 major sects of the indestructible dynasty. If word of these battle techniques were to spread outside, who knew how many people would fight to the death, setting off a bloody storm, an intense and bitter battle. The combat skills they were looking forward to were all gathered in the Forbidden Ice Ground. The divine martial sects means were not ordinary. Lin Fei understood the difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. There must be a lot of people in the inner sect who knew combat skills. However, Lin Fei knew one thing about the comprehension of combat skills. It was not easy to comprehend. If it was so easy to comprehend, the number of combat skills in the outer sect would not be as few as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Along the way, he saw that the combat skill stele was not small. There were even traces left near the combat skill stele, all of which were traces of comprehension. It could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend combat skills. In the past, Lin Fei didn't believe it. After seeing the traces left in the Forbidden Ice Ground, he finally understood it again. The comprehension of a basic combat skill was no less than reaching the sky. Now that he thought about it, if he hadn't seen the mystery of the attack of 10,000-mile saber, Lin Fei didn't believe he could learn a middle-level combat skill. Chapter 103. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Forbidden Ice Ground, Elder Wang Tai had been resting on an ice rock with his eyes closed. White mist surrounded him, but he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. He was like a statue. At this moment, a few people had come out from behind Wang Tai. They were the top 10 outer disciples. All of them had dejected expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had failed to comprehend the battle skill. Wang Tai's eyes were closed, but his expression was changing. Lin Fei, Zhang Wudi, and Jun Wuhui. I wonder which of the 3 will comprehend the battle skill. I hope they won't disappoint me this time. Wang Tai saw the expressions of the 7 people behind him clearly. This result was within his expectations. Comprehending a battle skill was extremely difficult. Countless people had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Their expressions showed that they were not surprised at all. Every time 1 or 2 disciples comprehended a battle skill, it was a good thing. If they were unlucky, they would all return empty-handed or even be injured by the cold air. The cold air didn't seem to be very useful, but once they lost the talisman, the cold air would affect their physical body and affect their future cultivation. Usually, after 3 days, the talisman would lose its effect, and the disciples would give up on comprehending the battle skill and leave the Forbidden Ice Ground. Until the evening, someone came out. It should be senior brother Zhang Wudi. Other than senior brother Zhang Wudi, the others shouldn't be able to comprehend a battle skill. The people behind Wang Tai began to discuss carefully, afraid that they would make Elder Wang unhappy. Because the Forbidden Ice Ground was located in a secret place, Elder Wang Tai had brought it in and had to leave with it to avoid any danger. A person walked out of the white mist, looking very dispirited. Senior brother Jun. Senior brother Jun came out. They were all very surprised that it was senior brother Jun Wuhui. From his expression, they all knew that senior brother Jun Wuhui had failed. Disciple greets Elder Wang. Jun Wuhui's face was pale. No one knew if it was because of the cold air or because he had failed. Do you want to comprehend a battle skill? Disciple is stupid and failed to comprehend a battle skill. I've disappointed Elder. It's all right. If a battle skill can be easily comprehended, then it's a supreme battle skill. Continue to work hard in the future. Wang Tai did not open his mouth and said calmly, I understand. Jun Wuhui lowered his head and stood behind Wang Tai. Inadvertently, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. It was almost evening. The cold current intensified. If they were not standing behind Wang Tai, they would have suffered greatly from the cold current. The fact that Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi hadn't come out yet surprised the others. If it was said that Lin Fei took first place in the outer sect, they would not be too happy. Then at this moment, regardless of whether Lin Fei comprehended a battle technique or not, it was impossible not to admire his determination. No wonder he could rush all the way from the fourth heaven of the martial path to the seventh heaven. They sighed at their inferiority. Lin Fei was the number one in the outer sect. He lived up to his name. Another 2 hours passed. The cold wind whistled, and the sky darkened. Finally, someone came out of the cave. This time, no one made any guesses. Instead, they waited quietly. Senior brother Zhang Wudi? When Zhang Wudi walked out, their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Fei had lasted until the end. Could it be that he really comprehended a battle skill? They didn't dare to imagine. It was a battle skill. Greetings, Elder Wang. Zhang Wudi's spirit, qi, and spirit seemed to be very tired, but his pair of bright and spirited eyes conveyed another meaning. You've used up a lot of energy, but I can smell a familiar aura on you. It seems that you've successfully comprehended a battle skill. Wang Tai still didn't open his eyes, but his words were like a bomb. Battle skill. Did senior brother Zhang really comprehend a battle skill? Everyone's heart ached. It wasn't easy for them to get into the top 10 of the outer sect. But when they faced the stone tablet, they were like blind people trying to cross a river. They had no idea where to start and wasted 3 days. Zhang Wudi replied humbly, Elder, you have a good eye. I have indeed comprehended a new battle technique. Ice seals the world. He was in high spirits as he glanced at the exit. Lin Fei, don't disappoint me. With Icebound World, you're no match for me. At this moment, Zhang Wudi was happier than anyone else. He had defeated Lin Fei, who was ranked first in the outer sect. Zhang Wudi didn't care about being ranked first in the outer sect. What he cared about was losing to a newcomer. So, no matter what, he had to defeat Lin Fei. In 3 days, Zhang Wudi managed to comprehend a battle technique. He had been suppressing his desire to defeat Lin Fei. When he came out and didn't see Lin Fei, he was half happy and half hesitant. Zhang Wudi hoped that he could defeat Lin Fei with a battle skill, but he didn't want to defeat him easily. Not bad, you've done well. Icebound World is a battle skill and sword art. Once it's executed, it can freeze a radius of 10,000 li. With your strength, you can freeze a radius of 10 zhang with Icebound World. Go back and learn it well. The people behind him were all envious. There were many types of battle skills. The ultimate in battle skill was a relatively unpopular battle skill. They had all experienced the cold current before. If it was used as a battle skill, they couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. Lin Fei was probably going to lose this time. Zhang Wudi's comprehension was not something that Lin Fei could compare to. They were all very happy to see Lin Fei suffer. They could almost see Lin Fei's depressed expression. So what if he was ranked first in the outer sect? He had comprehended a peerless battle skill. After all, everyone could imagine the benefits of battle skills. Until evening. Just when everyone was getting impatient, Lin Fei appeared at the exit of the Forbidden Ice Ground. Compared to Zhang Wudi, Lin Fei's complexion was much better. Lin Fei, battle skills are not easy to comprehend. There's no need to be discouraged if you fail, Jun Wuhui reminded Lin Fei with a serious face. In fact, it was equivalent to suppressing Lin Fei. Jun Wuhui didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the impartial Elder Wang, so he used his words to make Lin Fei feel better. Zhang Wudi was also slightly stunned, as if something was missing in his heart. Everyone agreed with Jun Wuhui. Lin Fei was not talented. It was only a coincidence that he comprehended the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. It was 10,000 times more difficult to comprehend battle skills. It was normal for Lin Fei to be unable to comprehend battle skills. Everyone was a little satisfied. After all, they didn't really approve of Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, Elder Wang Tai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. You're Lin Fei, right? Elder Wang's words surprised everyone. Lin Fei nodded. Elder, I am Lin Fei. You're not bad. Wang Tai patted Lin Fei's shoulder. I hope you can make another breakthrough. They were confused. Everyone was confused. What did Elder Wang mean by this? Chapter 104. They were indeed shocked. But they didn't dare to ask Elder Wang what was going on. They all looked at him strangely. Lin Fei was amused. You want to suppress me? It's not your turn yet. He also felt strange. Why would Elder Wang be so kind as to help him out? In fact, Elder Wang's actions made Lin Fei feel strange himself. He vaguely felt that Elder Wang's eyes were full of praise, which made Lin Fei feel surprised. He secretly came to a decision. This Elder Wang was not simple. He could see through it at a glance, but he didn't say it out loud, which was very strange. Just when everyone wanted to know the result, Elder Wang opened his mouth and solved the doubts in everyone's hearts. As the top 10 disciples of the Outer Gate, this time 2 disciples have comprehended combat skills. One is Zhang Wudi's Frozen World, the other is Lin Fei's 9 Heavy Waves. 9 heavy waves? Elder Wang spat out 9 heavy waves. The rest of them subconsciously opened their eyes wide, almost thinking that they had heard wrong. In terms of talent, they were better than Lin Fei. In terms of martial arts, they were also better than Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in terms of comprehension of combat skills, they were no match for Lin Fei at all? 9 heavy waves, these 3 words, they were quite confused. However, Zhang Wudi's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lin Fei with a very complicated expression. He originally thought that by comprehending combat skills, he could suppress Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei's comprehension was so strong that he could comprehend 9 heavy waves in 3 days. Zhang Wudi had heard of 9 heavy waves. This was a fist combat skill. If others learned it, Zhang Wudi wouldn't be too shocked. His own frozen world was extremely powerful. Although it couldn't freeze the world, it was absolutely no problem to freeze an area. Lin Fei learned 9 heavy waves. The meaning was completely different, especially when he cultivated the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. The 9 Revolutions' mysterious chi was famous for its fierceness. With 9 heavy waves, this combat skill was no less than tailor-made. He lost. Zhang Wudi let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with unwillingness. As for the others, they were all shocked. It was normal for Zhang Wudi to comprehend battle skills, but for Lin Fei to comprehend battle skills was like a 1-year-old child learning how to speak. It was completely unbelievable. The forbidden land of ice had come out. The group dispersed and returned to their own residences. The next morning, Lin Fei packed his belongings and was ready to return to the Lin family that he had not returned to for many years to become an inner disciple. The Godly Force sect had specially given him a long holiday, 2 months' time. As for the others, they were not so lucky. After taking care of the vacation, Lin Fei came down from the Gate of Divine Force. At the foot of the mountain, any outer sect disciple who saw Lin Fei would treat him with the utmost respect. Lin Fei's terror, Lin Fei's brutality, all the disciples had seen it with their own eyes. No one dared to offend Lin Fei again. Today was different from the past. Lin Fei was no longer someone they could casually comment on. The glory of being the first in the outer sect was something they could never achieve in their lifetime, but Lin Fei had only spent 3 months to achieve it. As soon as he came down from the mountain, Lin Fei saw someone waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Why is he here? Is he not convinced? Lin Fei thought to himself, but he did not stop moving. He walked towards Zhang Wudi. This person was none other than Zhang Wudi. Lin Fei, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Zhang Wudi was carrying a bag on his shoulder, and he looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression. Who is that? Lin Fei asked. He also did not understand. You are the first person who made me want to fight. There are many strong inner sect disciples. I hope you can always be like this. One day, we will be opponents again, Zhang Wudi said seriously. Lin Fei smiled. I like having you as an opponent. I am very honored. That's great. Zhang Wudi turned around and left. He didn't do it in the usual way. After he came down from the Shenwu sect, Lin Fei changed into a black robe and spent 5,000 silver to buy a horse. He leisurely went home. This time, he was not in a hurry at all. The Buluo dynasty had 10 counties. The place where Lin Fei's family was located was one of the 10 counties, Xianxia County. Xianxia County was not the strongest among the 10 counties. It could only be considered average. The distance was relatively far, and it would take about 8 days to get there. This time, Lin Fei went on a sightseeing tour and tasted all kinds of snacks along the way. Time flew, and in a short time, 7 days had passed. On this day, Lin Fei entered the territory of Xianxia County. After enjoying the scenery, Lin Fei did not show any signs of fatigue on his face. Without any pressure, his entire body felt relaxed, no longer as tense and pressured as before. On the official road, a black horse was approaching from afar. A young man was lying on the black horse, holding a wild fruit in his hand. He looked very lazy. Xianxia County, I will reach Guiyuan City in a day. I wonder what the Lin family's expression will be when they know that the previous Lin Fei has achieved so much. I think it will be interesting. On the black horse, Lin Fei looked at the blue sky and white clouds. He had never felt so relaxed before. Ever since he came to this world, Lin Fei had never felt so at ease. He enjoyed the rare blue sky and white clouds. Now that he finally had a chance to enjoy himself, Lin Fei would certainly enjoy it. Little Black, what's wrong? After taking a bite of the juicy fruit, the black horse suddenly became irritable. It looked very uneasy, as if it had encountered something terrible. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He gently patted the black horse. Calm down, calm down. Xianxia was injected into the black horse's body. The irritable black horse suddenly calmed down. Its huge eyes were bright. It stopped on the official road and stepped on the gravel on the ground. Don't hide. Come out. A lazy voice came out from Lin Fei's mouth. Clapping sounds came from both sides of the official road. It was very clear on the quiet official road. On both sides of the official road, 10 people came out of the woods. The leaders were 2 people who looked very similar. One was expressionless, and the other had peach blossom eyes. They were very similar to women. If you guys want to rob me, then don't. I don't have any money, so you'll definitely be working for nothing. Just let me go, or else you'll end up with nothing. Lin Fei thought they were robbers and said casually, Lin family's boy. I haven't seen you for a few years. You are quite bold. The expressionless man said coldly, You are from the Zhang family. Lin Fei immediately frowned. He lifted his body and sat on the black horse. He immediately thought of someone. In the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had very few enemies. Who dared to kill him in Xianxia Prefecture? Without thinking, he immediately knew who dared to kill him. It was the Zhang family. Except for the Zhang family, there should be no one else. The man with peach blossom eyes flicked his thumb and middle finger. Yo, as expected of someone from the Lin family. Your reaction isn't just an ordinary kind of fast. Unfortunately, no matter how fast your reaction is, so what? You shouldn't have returned to the Lin family. Chapter 105. P.S. Thanks to Rain Mrs. Yu for rewarding me with 1888 Qidian coins and becoming my second disciple. On the official road, someone came with a murderous look. Although Lin Fei had seen a lot of situations, the fact that someone tried to kill him in front of him with cold eyes showed that he was angry. Zhang family, Zhang Wanshan, you forced me to do this. For a long time, Lin Fei thought that he would defeat them and leave them with an unforgettable memory, so that they wouldn't dare to make a move in the future. In the end, Lin Fei found that he was wrong. At this time, he finally understood what it meant to be like in the pugilistic world. For example, he had obviously forgotten about the Zhang family, but the Zhang family tried to kill him openly, as if they were not afraid of others knowing. Lin Fei sighed softly. Since he came to this world, Lin Fei thought of himself as a member of the Xiantian continent, but he never thought of himself as a member of the Lin family. Now it seemed that no matter how he tried to avoid it, he couldn't erase this important point. Lin family, third young master, this identity. These 5 words seemed simple, but Lin Fei was destined to be unable to get rid of it for the rest of his life. This time, Lin Fei's intention was very clear. It was nothing more than to deal with the various grievances left by the previous Lin Fei, so that it wouldn't have any side effects on his training in the future. Once it was solved, Lin Fei would not stay in the Lin family, but would devote himself to crazily training. In the future, he would constantly train and become an expert. The Zhang family's interception was no less than a wake-up call for Lin Fei. He was a member of the Lin family. He was the third young master of the Lin family. With this identity, he was destined to not be leisurely, and this was the best proof. Zhang Guanglin and Zhang Guangfei were motionless, with a sneer on their lips and cold eyes, as if they could see Lin Fei die in their hands in the next breath. Zhang Wanshan, that guy, is taking this matter too seriously. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path, yet he wants to stir up trouble in Guiyuan City. I really don't know what the elders of the family are thinking. Zhang Guangfei raised his eyebrows. Who knows? The two of us are at least at the 7th layer of the heaven. If we encounter an enemy at the 8th layer of the martial path who isn't that powerful, we can easily kill them. Now, we have to deal with the third young master of the Lin family who caused a storm in the past. This is simply making a mountain out of a molehill. These two were relatively famous disciples of the Zhang family, and they were brothers. They were telepathic, so they were able to attack at each other. Usually, when the two of them fought, very few people could stop them. Therefore, in the Shanhe County, the two of them made quite a name for themselves and were called the Guiyuan Duo. If it wasn't something important, the two of them would rarely make a move. They would usually bury themselves in cultivation. This time, in order to deal with Lin Fei, they had a belly full of anger in their hearts. They felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. The Lin family's third young master, who was at the 7th heaven of martial path, how powerful could he be? Most likely, Zhang Wanshan deliberately said so to show that he was powerful. If Zhang Wanshan knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. I don't care if he's making a mountain out of a molehill or something else. Anyway, we don't need to do anything. Do you think the third young master of the Lin family can deal with the people we brought? Zhang Guangling, the elder brother, sneered. In order to intercept and kill Lin Fei, the Zhang family arranged for 10 experts at the 6th heaven of the martial Dao, plus 2 of them at the 7th heaven of the martial Dao. A strong lineup of 12 people was more than enough to kill Lin Fei at the 7th heaven of the martial Dao. Zhang Guangfei didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Fei on the black horse and agreed with his brother's words. Third young master Lin Fei would definitely die. Everyone kill this brat. There will be many benefits if we kill him. I'll be the first to cut him down. Don't fight with me. For trash like him, 3 slashes will be enough. The 10 Zhang clan cultivators all masked their faces, afraid of being recognized. They raised their sabers and swords and surrounded Lin Fei, who was sitting on the black horse. The saber light and the sword light interweaved to form an inescapable net. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would probably feel a headache from such an attack. But the situation was different now. Lin Fei patted the black horse with one hand, and it immediately bounced up. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, and a white light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as piercing as the sun. Great Thousand Leaves saber art. Puff, puff, puff. If there was an expert present, he would definitely be able to see that Lin Fei had only slashed once, but in reality, he had slashed out more than 10 times. It was like a cool breeze, slashing across the necks of the Zhang family members one by one. It could be said that these people had a high status in the Zhang family. Even in death, they did not believe that they would die in the hands of the infamous Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's attack landed on the black horse. On the official road, the corpses were lying on the ground, their eyes wide open, as if expressing their unwillingness. Since when was the strength of the 6th level of the martial path so weak? It seems that your plan is going to fail. Lin Fei was still sitting on the black horse. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the wild fruit. It was fresh and juicy, and he lightly patted the black horse's head with a mischievous smile on his face. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Lin Fei, how dare you? You actually dared to kill all of them. You are going against the Zhang clan. This time, no one can save you. The Zhang brothers were instantly enraged. In less than 3 breaths, the Zhang family members were instantly killed by Lin Fei, which was beyond their imagination. They had imagined that Lin Fei's strength of the 7th level of the martial path must have been exaggerated, and it might have been increased by elixirs. Now, they couldn't help but take it seriously. 10 Zhang family members were dead and injured, and their realms weren't low. If they didn't handle this matter properly, they would lose face and wouldn't be able to go back and explain. Lin Fei took another bite of the wild fruit and laughed. Can I kill your Zhang family members? I, Lin Fei, am the third young master of the Lin clan. I can kill whoever I want. It's just a few disciples of the Zhang clan. I'm going to kill all of you later. Arrogant. How dare you? The two brothers had never been looked down upon like this before, especially by the Lin clan's trash third young master. This was tantamount to the Tai Sui Lord stirring up trouble. He was tired of living and wanted to kill them both. Did he really think he was the king of heaven? Big brother, let's attack together and kill this kid. Zhang Guangfei sneered. Okay, let's attack together. The two brothers didn't dare to take it lightly after killing a group of disciples. One from the front and one from the back, the two brothers instantly attacked. One used a sword, the other used a saber, and the saber and sword merged. Saber and sword chime. This was a combination attack of the two brothers. One attacked the front, and the other attacked the back, distracting the opponent. Both of them were powerful characters. Once they made a move, they were determined to kill Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei a chance to fight back. Lin Fei took another bite of the wild fruit, and a lazy voice sounded again. Your cooperation is not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is too slow and full of flaws. So, you can all die now. The two of them had never seen such an arrogant person. Although they weren't experts, a trash like Lin Fei dared to be arrogant in front of them. They swore to torture Lin Fei. However, just as they had this thought, a shocking scene appeared. Lin Fei slashed with his saber, and a white light slashed down from the sky. This attack. Chapter 106. I have already told you that I will send you down to accompany you. I will definitely send you down without any hesitation. Lin Fei shook his head and seriously bit on the wild fruit, causing the juice to splatter. He did not care about the corpses on the official road at all. The two brothers of the Zhang family were strong and they had the magical ability of telepathy. Generally, if they met someone stronger than them, they would be able to fight against them if they joined forces. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei's experience in the Blackwater Mountain Range and the battles in the Divine Martial Gate had made him no longer a rookie in terms of combat experience. Their joint attack was very powerful, but their only flaw was their speed. Their joint attack, one from the front and one from the back, was their biggest flaw. Lin Fei might not be strong in other aspects, but he had the absolute advantage in speed. Thus, the two brothers of the Zhang family were unlucky and were killed by Lin Fei with a single blade. In fact, it was 5 blades in one, and its power was extraordinary. Even if they could see through it in the end, they still could not block the attack. Killing the Zhang family members on the official road. Lin Fei first looted the spoils of war. Most of them were silver and gold, followed by saber art and sword manuals. Although they were not very good, for Lin Fei, who was used to looting spoils of war, mosquito meat was still meat. He could not waste it and could not give it to others. A bunch of poor people, they only have so little on them. If the people underground knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. They came out to kill, not to bring anything. How could they have anything valuable on them? Speaking of which, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. After dealing with everyone, there was still no one on the official road. Those corpses were all buried by Lin Fei in the forest. As for when they were discovered, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, no one would know. So what if the Zhang family knew? There was no evidence. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei once again leisurely went on the road. Zhang family, you wait and see. This matter is not over. Lin Fei looked at the sky, and a big face appeared in the sky. After the interception on the official road, Lin Fei's nerves were still as thick as before as he leisurely moved forward. One day later, he finally entered the vicinity of Guiyuan City. Just as he stepped into the range of Guiyuan City, Lin Fei felt uncomfortable. There was a faint feeling lingering around his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. C. Could this be the legendary homesickness? Lin Fei felt uncomfortable for some reason. In the past, he didn't feel anything, but when he really entered the range of Guiyuan City, that feeling was suppressed. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before, causing Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Fei, haven't you always wished that you could return home in glory one day and let those who look down on you understand that you, Lin Fei, are not a good-for-nothing, not a playboy? I've helped you realize this wish today. As for the things that you've been longing for in the past, Sir System will help you complete them. Lin Fei muttered to himself. The phrase, returning home in glory, could barely be used. After nearly 5 years, it indeed had the taste of returning home in glory. It wasn't easy for me to come back. It seems that the Zhang family doesn't want me to have peace. But so what? No matter what you want, Sir System will accompany you to the end. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, and he immediately returned to his previous lazy look. If an outsider looked at him, they would never think that Lin Fei had killed more than 10 people before this. Guiyuan City. Guiyuan City, Xianxia County, one of several cities. It wasn't considered strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was barely in the middle. In this Guiyuan City, there were 3 big families. One was the Lin family, the other was the Li family, and the last was the Zhang family. In addition, there was the Extreme Dojo. Guiyuan City, I'm back. When he saw the magnificent Guiyuan City, Lin Fei's memories gushed out like a tide. It was as if he was watching a movie. It was so unreal. Lin Fei stretched his body, his eyes were calm as he looked at Guiyuan City, and said these words to himself in his heart. After 5 years, Lin Fei's appearance was very different from before. At this time, he was wearing a black robe. His delicate face was only a little thinner. Guiyuan City was just like what he remembered. At the entrance of the city, people came and went. It was very lively. From time to time, adventurers and mercenaries could be seen. It could be considered as a transit point. Little Black, let's go. Lin Fei patted the black horse. After paying a tael of silver, pulling the black horse, Lin Fei entered Guiyuan City, which he had not seen for 5 years. Although it was his first time here, the feeling he got from Guiyuan City was as if he grew up here. It was a very familiar feeling. After 5 years, Guiyuan City didn't change much. There were even many places that were expanded. It was even more magnificent than before. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. As a transmigrator, Lin Fei had a certain sense of resistance in his heart. If Lin Fei didn't feel anything in the divine martial sect, he could say this and that. But when he returned to Guiyuan City, there was a feeling of discomfort. As a person who had experienced it, he understood that it was caused by the Lin family. Lin Fei was resisting. Lin Fei was in a dilemma. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't plan to go back so early. He decided to walk around Guiyuan City and get used to the feeling so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Of course, some people would ask, Lin Fei is a transmigrator. What's there to worry about? What's there to resist? But in fact, as a transmigrator, it was impossible for Lin Fei to adapt to this kind of environment. The previous Lin Fei, the next Lin Fei. 2 different memories. 2 different eras. This was the reason why Lin Fei made such a choice. Guiyuan City. Lin Fei first sold the black horse. The loss wasn't big, and he also did a small business on the road. Naturally, he didn't care about the silver. Leisurely walking out of the carriage, Lin Fei hummed a little tune, trying to adapt. In his previous life on Earth, Lin Fei was just a college student. In this life, in Xianxia continent, Lin Fei became the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Although his reputation wasn't very good, his status was completely different. In Earth's words, Lin Fei accidentally became a rich 2nd generation and became the 3rd young master. If he became a rich 2nd generation on Earth, Lin Fei could at least show off a little. But in Xianxia continent, being a rich 2nd generation was nothing, especially since the Lin family seemed to be on the decline and was no longer the rising sun. The situation was quite bad. As the 3rd young master of the Lin family, Lin Fei definitely didn't have a good life. Walking along the street, fortunately, Lin Fei hadn't returned for 5 years. His appearance had changed a lot, so no one noticed that the 3rd young master of the Lin family had returned to Guiyuan City. If he were to go out now, no one would recognize him. Chapter 107. P.S. Thanks to young Master Lin Xiaolei for the reward of 588 yuan, becoming an apprentice. The originally bustling street was filled with people. Along with the sound coming from afar, the people on the street subconsciously stood to the side, obviously recognizing the person. Lin Fei, as the former third young master of the Lin family, naturally stood to the side. He was curious, when did someone in Guiyuan City have such guts? Could it be someone from one of the big families? After not coming back for 5 years, Guiyuan City can be said to be a new place, not to mention that Lin Fei is a fake. Do you expect a fake to know about Guiyuan City? That's impossible. Therefore, Lin Fei stood to the side. At the end of the street, a few tall horses approached from afar. Those tall horses are not ordinary mounts, but good horses worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. On the tall horses, there are a few young people dressed in bright clothes. All of them are handsome. At a glance, you can tell that they are the disciples of the big families. Unfortunately, Lin Fei can't recognize any of them. Those people seem to be in a hurry, swaggering through the street, not an ordinary kind of arrogant and despotic. Until after they left. Only then did Lin Fei return to the main street. He looked in their direction thoughtfully, because just now they seemed to remember something. At the same time, on the street, a few words suddenly attracted Lin Fei's attention. With the strength of a martial artist at the 7th layer, it is not difficult for Lin Fei to know the conversation on the street. It's the Zhang family again, simply lawless. Seems like they are going for the Lin family's shop. One of the middle-aged men seems to be used to it. Needless to say, the Zhang family has been looking for trouble with the Lin family for a long time. I heard that the Lin family hired an alchemist a few days ago. The Zhang family naturally will not sit and watch the development of the Lin family. Those people just now seem to be the young masters of the Zhang family. When the two were chatting, one of them suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, those people just now are? Why are they randomly running on the street? The person who interrupted is not someone else, it is Lin Fei. Lin Fei was smarter. He didn't directly ask them what they were doing. Instead, he asked them why they were riding horses on the streets. He changed the way he asked. The two of them looked over and saw a young man who seemed to be new. Naturally, they didn't pay much attention to him, nor did they know that he was the third young master of the Lin family from 5 years ago. Little brother, are you a newcomer? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, I just arrived. They look very impressive, so I wanted to ask, who are they? Lin Fei's performance was completely that of a rash young man. The middle-aged man had an "I understand" look on his face as he kindly reminded him, Little brother, next time don't say such words. They are people that you cannot afford to offend. If you offend them, it would be difficult for you to even leave Guiyuan City. They are all from the Zhang family. It's not a bad idea to listen to us. The people from the Zhang family are not to be trifled with. The next time you see them, it's best to stay as far away from them as possible. The other person had a look of lingering fear on his face when he mentioned this. He even secretly looked around as if he was afraid of being discovered. Zhang family? Lin Fei pretended to have a strange look, but what I heard outside is that the Lin family seems to be the most impressive in Guiyuan City. When did it become the Zhang family's turn? They didn't doubt Lin Fei's words. However, they revealed a look of sorrow as if they were recalling something. Young man, you are mistaken. This is all ancient history. The Lin family is no longer the Lin family of the past. Now, they are just struggling at death's door. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, This little brother is a newcomer. The matter of the Lin family is just something that my friend told me last time. I really didn't know that it would be like this. Could it be that there is something behind this? Lin Fei behaved like a newcomer, so they didn't doubt him at all. Actually, it's nothing much. It's nothing more than the sins of Lin Fei in the past. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of experience. Otherwise, he would have been shot while lying down. What does this have to do with me? Wrong, it should be the matter of the previous Lin Fei. It has nothing to do with me at all. Who is Lin Fei? The two looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then, they began to explain. You are a newcomer, so Lin Fei definitely doesn't know. 5 years ago, the Lin family's third young master was so daring that he wanted to rape the daughter of the city lord. Although he did not succeed in the end, it still brought a lot of trouble to the Lin family. Later on, the Lin family experienced a lot of unforeseen events. Many experts were killed or injured. Adding on the incident with the city lord, the Lin family's position as the overlord was gradually pulled down. Lin Fei listened silently and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that this matter was caused by him. Even though 5 years had passed and Lin Fei was an imposter, who asked him to be the imposter? The previous Lin Fei was done for, and the rest of the matters fell on the imposter. Lin Fei suddenly felt the pressure on him. Currently, Lin Fei couldn't accept the Lin family. He was willing to settle the trouble and then bury himself in cultivation. But the current situation made the Lin family know that they had unknowingly fallen into a storm. No wonder it's like this. It seems that Lin Fei isn't a good thing. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Of course he isn't a good thing. If Lin Fei succeeded, it would be fine. But that trash couldn't even beat a girl. Later on, I heard that he was sent to the divine martial sect as an outer sect disciple. It seems that he hasn't returned for 5 years. Moreover, that Lin family's third young master was a playboy. When he arrived at the divine martial sect, he became a trash again. It seems that he hasn't reached the 4th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that this news was spread by the Zhang and Li families. It was nothing more than to humiliate the Lin family. They wanted to tell the whole Guiyuan city that the Lin family had a trash young master. He failed to rape the daughter of the city lord. It was a disgrace to men. If he couldn't cultivate martial arts, he would still be a trash after 5 years. Just because of this, Lin Fei's reputation in Guiyuan City wasn't just ordinary bad. Then what were those people trying to do just now? Look at how anxious they were. Fortunately, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control himself. Needless to say, they are definitely after the Lin family's medicine shop or the Lin family's weapon shop. If they don't make trouble every day, the Zhang family won't let it go. In addition, the city lord has turned a blind eye to it. The Lin family's days aren't going to be good. Especially after the 5 years competition, the Lin family probably won't be one of the 3 major families in Guiyuan City. Those first and second-rate forces have long set their eyes on the Lin family's position. This time, the Lin family's situation is really not good. Lin Fei's face slightly sank. He didn't expect that after 5 years, the situation would be like this. To be honest, Lin Fei didn't need to pay attention to this. But this time, when Lin Fei came back, he wanted to vent his anger. Halfway through, he was intercepted and killed. The Zhang family was once again remembered by others. Lin Fei understood a principle. A kind person would be bullied by others. Not to mention, he was the Lin family's third young master. No matter what happened to the Lin family, he might not have a good ending. Chapter 108. P.S. Thank you, Peach Blossom One Brother, for the reward of 588 Qidian coins. After bidding farewell to the 2 martial artists, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Before he left, he remembered that they reminded him not to offend the Zhang family. From this, it could be seen how much they feared the Zhang family. No wonder they were the #1 family in Guiyuan City. Of course, the city lord's mansion was not included. Because of this, no one dared to look down on the Zhang family and firmly sat on the #1 position in Guiyuan City. I thought I could get rid of the shackles of fate, but now even the heavens are not helping me. Damn it, was I born a bad person in my previous life? Lin Fei laughed at himself. Looking at the blue sky above his head, he let out a long sigh. The Lin family was no longer the Lin family of the past. It was all because of him. The Zhang family was no longer the Zhang family of the past. Now, they were the overlord of Guiyuan City. As the main culprit, Lin Fei, this imposter, was simply being shot without doing anything. Who would know about this? No matter what the future holds, his days would definitely not be good. Now that the Zhang family was killed by me, they will suspect me sooner or later. Fortunately, they do not have any concrete evidence. They will definitely not be able to swallow this anger. Maybe they will find me again. I have stepped into the whirlpool of the Lin family again. Guiyuan City was divided into 4 districts: north, south, east, and west. The shop of the Lin family was located in the South City, which was considered as an ideal location. At this time, the South Street was usually bustling with people, but now it was silent. The street was filled with people. Some shook their heads, some sighed, some gloated, all kinds of expressions fell on the crowd. They seemed to be accustomed to the situation in front of them. What a sin! The Zhang family is too much. Some people could not stand it and shook their head with a face of pity. The Lin family lost its power. This is their own fault. What is there to be too much? I feel that it is too light. After this year's competition, the Lin family will no longer be one of the 3 major families. That's right. The Lin family has given birth to a prodigal son. It's been 5 years, and the Lin family's influence is not as great as before. If they are ousted from their position as one of the top 3 families, the Lin family is destined to disappear in the long river of history. It's a pity that the Lin family is in trouble. However, the Zhang clan has really gone too far this time. Last time, it was the weapon shop, and this time, it's the pill shop. I wonder what will happen in the future. The noisy group of people began to discuss in low voices. Obviously, they were very afraid of the Zhang family and did not dare to make a ruckus. When Lin Fei appeared, he happened to hear these words. His expression changed slightly, and he squeezed through the crowd outside. Get out! All of you get out! The Lin family looked up and saw that the street was completely surrounded by people. On the street, there was a Lin family medicine shop. The entrance was in a mess, and many medicinal herbs were lying in front of the door. Obviously, something had happened. Then, a few people at the door were chased out. Lin Fei fixed his eyes on them and saw that they were the Zhang clan disciples who were riding on the street just now. However, he could not recognize any of them. All of them were not weak. They were either at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the martial path, and the highest one was at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. The Guiyuan City was not as good as the divine martial sect. Their strength was at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path, and their talent was not bad. Those people stood at the door and laughed proudly. Lin Feng, since when did your temper become so bad? Do you want me to help you clear the air? I guarantee that you will be able to escape to the end. Zhang Wansong laughed loudly. This generation of the Zhang clan's disciples were all from the Wan generation. Zhang Wansong, on the other hand, was a disciple with good strength. His position in the Zhang clan was not low, and his favorite thing to do was to cause trouble. Among them, he liked to target the Lin family the most. 5 years ago, they did not dare. 5 years later, they had no scruples. Brother Song is right. That brat Lin Feng must be out of breath. There will be a lot of benefits for him to relax. Lin Feng, you brat, get out here obediently. Let our brother Song help you clear the air. Don't be ungrateful, get out here quickly. Impudent. With a roar, a burly man rushed out of the medicine shop with a face full of anger. His appearance was vaguely similar to Lin Fei's, but it was more burly and ferocious, exuding a masculine aura. Lin Feng stood at the door like a small mountain. The steady aura of a mountain made people not dare to ignore him. This was clearly a mysterious skill that cultivated the earth cultivation method. This Lin Feng was Lin Fei's second brother. After Lin Feng came out, a few shop assistants ran out behind him. Their faces were bruised and swollen. It was obvious that they had just been taught a lesson. Second brother, they are bad people, they are bad people. After the shop assistant came out, a little girl ran out. She was very cute with her pink cheeks. She hugged Lin Feng's thigh and pointed pitifully at the group of people in front of her. Lin Feng's furious face instantly melted a lot. Take little sister to the side. Lin Fei saw everything with his own eyes. When he saw the little girl, an inexplicable feeling appeared in his heart, as if they were connected by blood. It was a familiar feeling. Little sister? It can't be that after I left, my cheap mother gave birth to another one, right? It wasn't that Lin Fei hadn't seen beautiful little girls before, but the one in front of him was too beautiful. If she was put on the internet, it would be impossible for her not to go viral. She was the kind of cute little girl that could kill people. Unfortunately, this was the Xianxia continent. Even so, the beautiful little girl still attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Wansong, what is the meaning of this? If you don't give me an answer today, don't even think about leaving this place. Lin Feng took a step forward. Instantly, it was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a sign of anger. Zhang Wansong laughed unscrupulously. You want me to give you an answer? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, Lin family? I like to smash your shop until you don't dare to open your shop again. Bastard! Lin Feng was completely enraged. His fists were like stones, and he took a few steps forward. A mountain-like aura rumbled over, and his fists were aimed at Lin Feng's chest. Good timing. Zhang Wansong didn't care at all. Instead, he came forward with a smug smile on his face. 1,000 phantom palms. Although there were less than 1,000 palm shadows, there were at least a few dozen palm shadows. The crowd was dazzled by the sheer number of palm shadows. Bang bang bang. The shadows of the fists collided, and the wind from the fists turned into a storm, spreading out in an instant. The surrounding buildings cracked and cracked. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Feng was pushed back, leaving a few footprints on the hard blue stone before he stabilized himself. You learned a low-grade yellow-class mysterious art. Lin Fei stared at Zhang Wansong and said with blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. The yellow-class mysterious art was actually so powerful. Zhang Wansong laughed. Ha, you only know now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, I will tell you that the second young master of the Lin family is nothing in my eyes. Just like your third brother, trash, real trash. I really bring shame to the Lin family. As his voice fell, Zhang Wansong's feet were like a spider's steps. He rushed up in one breath, and his whole body flew up. The 1,000 phantom palms fell again, and the momentum was even more powerful than before. Obviously, this time, Zhang Wansong wanted to seriously injure Lin Feng, the second young master of the Lin family. He directly ignored the existence of the Lin family. Lin Feng had been hit many times before, and his Xianxia was chaotic. It was difficult to control it, and a flaw appeared in his hard defense. The yellow-class mysterious art was not ordinary. This attack was more powerful than the previous one. Lin Feng's expression was dignified, and he was ready to take it head-on. Unexpectedly, a cold voice sounded in his ear, and a white light flashed in front of him. Chapter 109. Plop! Everyone watched as Zhang Wansong, who was about to deal with Lin Feng, was catapulted backward and fell to the ground with a thud. He rolled 360 degrees before he barely managed to stop. Zhang Wansong was sent flying by someone? This was the thought that echoed in everyone's mind. How was this possible? Who was so bold? In Guiyuan City, the strength of the seventh layer of the martial path could be said to be quite famous. Guiyuan City was a big city, but compared to the divine martial sect, the gap was not small. In the divine martial sect, this realm was at most not too outstanding. Just casually grabbing the crowd, it would immediately be a large area. Guiyuan City was a completely different story. The seventh layer of the martial path could become a small leader. Zhang Wansong was also a member of the Zhang family. Now that he was sent flying, the important thing was that they did not see clearly what happened. After a moment of surprise, everyone's eyes turned to one direction. There, a young man in black entered everyone's sight. Who was he? This became the question in everyone's mind. Big Brother is so powerful, even the bad guy was sent flying. The little lowly did not know the danger just now. Instead, her eyes were filled with stars. Among them, the one who was most surprised was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very clear about the current situation of the Lin family in Guiyuan City. It could be said that they were in a terrible situation, struggling at death's door. Similar things like this had happened many times, but no one dared to make a move. Originally, Lin Feng planned to fight with Zhang Wansong and not let this kid have an easy time. Who would have thought that an unexpected scene would appear? A young man in black helped. Did he not know how powerful the Zhang family was? When his eyes fell on the black-robed man, Lin Feng's brows suddenly wrinkled. His eyes were filled with surprise. Obviously, he was very shocked. Because from that face, he could clearly see a familiar feeling. Shock appeared on his face. Not waiting for Lin Feng to say anything. "Kid, you dare to make a move on me? You must be tired of living." Zhang Wansong crawled up from the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Today, he was sent flying in front of his face. He had lost all his face. "Go. Catch this brat. I'll let him know the consequences of offending the Zhang family. Little rabbit, get down here for me. How dare you make a move against Brother Song? You're courting death. Quickly kowtow and admit your mistake. Maybe our Brother Song will leave you with an intact corpse." A few people instantly rushed up and waved their fists to attack. "Be careful," Lin Feng hurriedly reminded him. In his heart, he was greatly shocked. Could this black-robed man really be him? That person who had never dared to believe? A bunch of trash should be returned to the dumpster. All of you get lost. The person who attacked just now was naturally Lin Fei. Everyone's vision blurred again. The 6 people who had rushed over were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. When they landed on the ground, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their chests were all caved in. Clearly, they had been seriously injured by a single punch. Sniff, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of speed was needed to form this? These were all Martial Dao 6th layer Zhang clansmen, but they were all beaten to the ground in one move. Who was this black-clothed man? They had never seen anyone dare to attack the Zhang clansmen. The identity of the black-clothed man suddenly became mysterious. The people who were originally standing around instantly retreated, as if they had encountered a terrifying demon king. They could not wait to run far away, for fear of being caught in the crossfire of the city gate. Zhang Wansong's injuries were not heavy. There was a blade mark on his chest. If not for his inner armor, he would have been seriously injured. His clansmen were not strong, but in Guiyuan City, they could do whatever they wanted. But now, in the blink of an eye, his clansmen were beaten like flies. It was hard to accept. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who you have offended?" Zhang Wansong had some apprehensions. Just now, he was sent flying with a blade, and his clansmen could not even block a single move. He immediately understood that this black-clothed man was not easy to deal with. He planned to first coax the other party. When the time comes, as long as this guy was still here, he would not be able to escape from the Zhang family. Lin Fei's figure did not move much. He suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Wansong. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing the other party's neck and lifting him up in front of everyone. Shock in another shock. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing?" Zhang Wansong had no time to react and was directly lifted up. He immediately panicked. His strength was actually imprisoned, and he could not use any of it. No one thought that this person's movement technique was so powerful. Without any effort, Zhang Wansong fell into the hands of this black-clothed man. It looked as if it was as easy as catching a rabbit. The black-clothed man lifted Zhang Wansong with one hand. No one dared to move. In fact, in their hearts, they were very willing to see the Zhang family being beaten. If it was a place with no one around, they would not mind cheering loudly. They did not like the arrogance of the Zhang family. Now that someone was helping them, they were naturally happy. The feeling of strength is really good. Holding Zhang Wansong with one hand, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. This was the shock brought by strength. Even though he was only at the 7th firmament of the martial Dao, Lin Fei was not afraid of an expert at the 9th firmament of the martial Dao, unless they were very powerful. "Do you really want to know who I am?" Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped him twice. A few teeth flew out and fell to the ground. It was more dazzling than anything else. "My teeth!" Zhang Wansong instantly shut his mouth. The other party's slap was not far from him. He was a little afraid now. He thought to himself, "Little bastard, just you wait. When you fall into my hands, I will definitely knock all your teeth out." Lin Fei patted Zhang Wansong's face. "Look, don't you think I look a little familiar?" Zhang Wansong had not observed carefully before. Now that he heard that, his heart could not help but thump and a good idea arose in his mind. With that said, Zhang Wansong looked at the black-clothed man. As the face appeared, at first, it felt very ordinary, even delicate, but after a moment, Zhang Wansong's eyes widened as if he was frightened by something. As if he had seen a ghost, his hair stood on end and he pointed at Lin Fei. You're Lin Fei, why are you back? The voice of fear could not be suppressed. Zhang Wansong's body trembled again. His originally struggling body seemed to stop because of something. Lin Fei, these two words spread like the wind. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the black-clothed Lin Fei. Chapter 110. On the entire street, almost everyone had the same expression. They were all shocked by the name of Lin Fei. Their faces subconsciously revealed incomprehensible doubts. Could he really be that playboy Lin Fei? Many of them were born later and had no influence on the great event left behind by Lin Fei. Who is Lin Fei? Is he a very famous guy? Someone couldn't help but ask. If it was 3 years ago, everyone would know this name. But after 5 years, this name was no different from a passerby. Do you know what happened 5 years ago? He is that Lin Fei. What? He is the prodigal Lin Fei? Are you guys mistaken? Isn't Lin Fei a waste? Zhang Wansong has the strength of the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. How could he be caught like a chicken? There must be a mistake. Last time, I heard that Lin Fei's strength was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the martial path. You guys really don't believe me. Just now, I felt that he was familiar. Now that I heard Zhang Wansong say this, he really does have some familiarity with the Lin Fei from 5 years ago. He must be Lin Fei, there is no mistake. This time, there is a good show to watch. 5 years ago, Lin Fei made the entire Guiyuan city restless. 5 years later, I wonder what will happen when he comes back. Guiyuan city couldn't hide the most. Lin Fei's great achievements fell into everyone's heart one by one. Many of them did not dare to show a disdainful expression. This playboy, after 5 years, came back with not a low strength. As soon as he came back, he defeated the Zhang family's disciple. His whole body suddenly exuded a mysterious aura. After all, a few days ago, Lin Fei's strength seemed to be at the 3rd heavenly layer of the martial path, but now, you guessed it, I am the waste Lin Fei that you spoke of. Unfortunately, there is no reward. A playful smile hung on Lin Fei's face as he spoke in a deep voice. His words were no less than a bombshell. Zhang Wansong's face alternated between green and white. Previously, he had shamelessly mocked Lin Fei, but in the end, in just a few rounds, he had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei, who he did not take seriously, was equivalent to being slapped in the face. The applause was loud and clear. Lin Fei, do you know what you are doing right now? Hurry up and put me down. Zhang Wansong squeezed out these words with great difficulty, but in fact, he had no confidence in his heart. With the strength of the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path, he could be considered as a small expert in Guiyuan city. But in the end, in the hands of Lin Fei, in less than a single move, he was like a chicken in the other party's hands, a fish on the chopping board. This disparity. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know what was going on. Zhang Wansong's eyes were wide open, and he was in a daze. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. He was a disciple of the Zhang clan. A fallen Lin family actually dared to beat up the Zhang family's people. This courage was really not ordinary. From the moment Lin Fei made his move until now, it was only a matter of a blink of an eye. Everyone was frightened by Lin Fei's ferocious expression. The Zhang family was like the sun at high noon in Guiyuan city, and almost no one dared to offend them. But now, the playboy Lin Fei, the moment he returned to Guiyuan city, he immediately beat up the Zhang family's people. Because of this impulse, it was no wonder that Lin Fei liked to cause trouble in the past. He was still the same as before and he had never changed. Many people secretly sucked in a mouthful of air. For the time being, no one dared to do anything to Lin Fei. On the contrary, many old acquaintances were well aware of Lin Fei's temperament. In the past, he was already so fierce. Now that he had returned to Guiyuan city, he would definitely be the same as before. Lin Fei gave him another slap. Under the effect of the profound qi, Zhang Wansong's face had already become a pig's head, and his previous appearance could not be distinguished. Don't say anything to this father. You are just a small branch family disciple, and you dare to cause trouble here? You are really going against the heavens. Lin Fei sternly said, "Fortunately, this father is in a good mood today. But since a branch family disciple like you dared to cause trouble, you should at least leave something behind, lest you don't forget it in the future." No, Zhang Wansong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and he immediately opened his mouth to stop him. Lin Fei originally did not intend to make a move, but when he thought of the ambush on the road, he finally thought of a way. Fishing in troubled waters. Thus, everyone saw a shocking scene. The third young master of the Lin family actually grabbed Zhang Wansong's left arm and tore it outwards. Everyone suddenly heard a miserable and painful sound. One of Zhang Wansong's arms was torn off by Lin Fei. When a martial artist's left arm was crippled, it was equivalent to being crippled, and his future achievements would be like this. Lin Fei's method was not ordinary cruel. Boom! Zhang Wansong was thrown out, and his blood dyed the blue stone red. "You can get lost now." Zhang Wansong's face was pale, and the veins on his hands were bulging. He wanted to fight immediately. He knew that his generation was ruined, and the only thing he could do now was to go back and get reinforcements. Apart from this, there was no other way. Zhang Wansong came aggressively, and in the end, he went back with a miserable arm. This was something no one could believe. Lin Fei was so cruel that he dared to cripple Zhang Wansong's left arm in front of everyone. It was equivalent to crippling the future of a martial Dao 7th layer expert. This was clearly not giving face to the Zhang family. In the past 5 years, this kind of provocation had never happened before. "What are you looking at? All of you get lost." Lin Fei glared, looked around, and quietly released a vicious aura. Those people looked at each other. The Lin family had a cruel guy. How could they dare to stay? In less than a moment, the onlookers had disappeared without a trace. Even if there were still people watching, they were watching secretly. Such a big thing had happened, and they were afraid of getting into trouble. When Lin Fei turned around, he saw his second brother, whom he hadn't seen for 5 years. At this moment, his second brother was in extreme shock. There was surprise, doubt, happiness, and most of all, disbelief on his face. "Second brother, long time no see." When these words rang in Lin Feng's ears, he only recovered from the shock. "Are you really my third brother?" In the past 5 years, Lin Feng still saw the familiar look on his third brother's face, but he didn't expect that this third brother of Lin Fei's was even more irritable than before. Back then, he dared to lay a hand on the city lord's daughter, and 5 years later, he came back and crippled the shoulder of the Zhang family's disciple in front of everyone. This change was too big. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Genuine goods at fair prices. My wife is not deceived." "Third brother. Second brother." After a pause, the two hugged each other. Of course, it wasn't Lin Fei who took the initiative, but Lin Feng, his second brother. Chapter 111. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianpeng for the reward of 200 Qidian coins. Lin Feng was very surprised that his third brother, Lin Fei, came back. According to normal circumstances, Lin Feng did not think that his brother would come back. After the incident that year, he never came back for 5 years. There must be some problems with the family. Unexpectedly, he came back today and even crippled the Zhang family's people. Zhang Wansong was completely crippled. His strength was greatly reduced. He would be like this for the rest of his life. Lin Feng almost suspected that the person in front of him was the impulsive third brother. When did he become so fierce? Other than these, he was worried. After the two greeted each other, the two brothers walked into the medicine shop. At this moment, the medicine shop was in a mess. It was obviously left behind by those people. "They come here often?" Lin Fei could not help but ask. He understood that these things were left behind by him. If not for him, the Lin family would not be so weak. In the past, the Lin family was the strongest in Guiyuan City. Even if the Zhang family and the Li family joined forces, they would at most be tied. Now, the Lin family was not as good as before. In 5 years, the Lin family became like this. Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, the cute little loli said, "Are you my big brother?" "Of course I am your big brother." Lin Fei carried the little lowly. The little lowly was not nervous at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. She stretched out her chubby little hands. Big brother, gift, gift. Lin Fei sweated in his heart. This little lowly was too smart. Was she taught by that guy? The little lowly's words made the atmosphere less tense. Yin, come down. Don't make trouble. Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, third brother, this is Lin Yan, our little sister. She is usually spoiled. Don't mind her. Lin Fei shook his head and sighed, it's okay. I didn't expect that in 5 years, I would have a little sister. She is such a cute little sister. Although this was the first time they met, Lin Fei had different thoughts in his heart. Lin Feng left the medicine shop to the shop assistant to handle. Lin Feng wished he could bring Lin Fei, who had not returned home for 5 years, back home immediately. Even Lin Feng himself was incomparably shocked by the battle just now. Even though they were at the same level of strength, he was unable to block Zhang Wansong's attacks. However, his third brother had easily defeated Zhang Wansong and even crippled one of his arms. This was a big deal. Lin Feng's talent was average and he did not like to practice martial arts. He liked to do business more, so his strength stopped at the 7th layer of the martial path. At this moment, Lin Feng was in a hurry to bring Lin Fei back home to discuss a countermeasure. Crippling a disciple of the Zhang clan, not to mention that he was one of the more famous members of the Side family, the Zhang clan would definitely not let the matter rest. Thus, it was only natural for them to make preparations in advance. How are father and mother? On the way, Lin Fei finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Even though he had his memories, the closer he got to the Lin family, the more Lin Fei felt uneasy. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Fei. I'm fine. I just miss you. Then, Lin Fei fell silent. An hour later, the Lin family's residence appeared in front of him. Just like 5 years ago, there were 2 huge lions at the entrance, mighty and majestic, standing tall with their heads raised, guarding the Lin family. Other than the traces left behind by time, there was nothing else left on it. Familiar scenes kept surging out of his memory like a movie. What should come can never be avoided. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei walked toward the entrance of the Lin family. Greetings, second young master. Greetings, second young master. The guards at the entrance greeted respectfully. They were a little curious as to who this person was, but they just couldn't recognize him. Quickly go and report that the third young master is back. The 2 guards felt as though they were struck by lightning. They sneaked a glance and broke out in cold sweat. One of the guards immediately turned around and went in. Second brother, there's no need to report. Lin Fei was not used to it. After all, he was an ordinary university student on Earth. The identity of the third young master could only be seen on TV or dreamt of. Apart from this, there was no other experience. After staying in the Divine Martial Sect for a long time, Lin Fei was still not used to the Lin family in Guiyuan City. Lin Feng smiled. Third brother, if you didn't appear, I don't know what would happen to the Zhang family. Crippling that kid's left arm, I think Lord Father won't be angry. Seeing your current achievements, he will definitely be very happy. Lin Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Fei, the Lin family's third young master, had returned. This news immediately spread throughout the Lin family. As for what happened outside, they didn't know for the time being. As soon as Lin Fei returned, it immediately attracted a lot of topics, most of which were sarcasm. It's been 5 years, and that trash is back again. If it were me, I wouldn't have come back even if I was beaten to death. It's purely a disgrace to the Lin family. Isn't that obvious? Back then, Lin Fei caused a huge disaster. Otherwise, how could our Lin family become like this? It's all because of that guy, Lin Fei. Now, he still has the cheek to come back. Shameless. Trash is trash. After a few years, his strength is still at the 3rd heavenly layer of the martial path. I think he should give up his position as the 3rd young master. We, the branch family disciples, are not worse than them. The Lin family was in a bad situation. These Lin family disciples were already full of anger. When they heard that Lin Fei had returned, they immediately found a place to vent their anger. They almost used Lin Fei as a punching bag. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's identity as the third young master, they really wouldn't mind taking it out on Lin Fei. As for the Lin family disciples, when Lin Fei returned, they were naturally full of resentment. As for the deacons and elders, they thought that Lin Fei was trash and not worthy of their attention. After 5 years, they didn't care much about it. After 5 years, the impact of the incident back then had almost been forgotten, and they wouldn't say anything about it. Of course, it was certain that they didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei causing a huge disaster and being the third young master of the Lin family, he might have been abandoned by the family and become a sacrifice instead of an outer disciple of the divine martial sect. The Lin family's mansion occupied a very vast area. There were pavilions, rockeries, flowing rivers, and flocks of flowers and birds. It was completely an enlarged version of a mansion. Along the way, Lin Fei, the third young master, attracted the attention of countless people. Of course, the atmosphere was very bad. Where are we going? Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. His third young master was indeed not very popular. It must be because of the incident back then. Let's go to the hall. Mother should be there. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before saying something that made Lin Fei jump. Your fiancé is here. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but speak. What? Fiancé? Why didn't I know about it? Chapter 112. P.S. Thanks to A Cup of Bitter Coffee 01. Book friend 1210130036. Liang Xianping for the tip. Lin Fei, who had been walking forward, suddenly stopped as if he had slammed on a brake. He almost bumped into his second brother, who was walking in front of him. What a joke! When did I have a fiancé? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. How did he get a fiancé for no reason? This was too unbelievable. If this was said by someone else, Lin Fei would never believe it. But since it was said by his second brother, Lin Fei had to believe it. His second brother shouldn't lie to him. In his memory, the three brothers didn't fight endlessly like what the outside world said. On the contrary, they were very united. This was the reason why Lin Fei was willing to lend a helping hand. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Lin Yanyan, who was in his arms, giggled. Big brother, that sister is like a fairy. She is very beautiful. Yanyan likes her very, very much. Lin Fei's forehead was suddenly full of black lines. When did little Lolis become so sensible? Lin Feng could feel the heavy, murderous intent falling on him. He regretted saying this just now. He didn't mean to make himself uncomfortable. Since he said it, there was no way to change it. Especially now that he was being stared at with murderous intent, he felt uncomfortable all over. Third brother, don't be angry. Lin Feng hurriedly said, listen to me slowly. The scene on the street made Lin Feng realize that his third brother had changed. With the keen perception of a martial artist, he could vaguely feel that his third brother was not simple anymore. Zhang Wansong, who was at the 7th level of the martial path, was easily defeated. Moreover, he cultivated a yellow-class mysterious art. Lin Feng might not even have the confidence to defeat him. But when it came to Lin Fei, it was like 2 fingers catching a snail. Lin Feng didn't dare to look at his third brother the same way he used to. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Xian nearly leaped up in fright. Unimaginable, unimaginable. Lin Fei couldn't say what a melodramatic plot was before. But after listening to his second brother, he understood what was really melodramatic. Even if he said it, no one would believe it. You're not lying to me, right? Lin Fei was full of doubts. His gaze was as if he was looking at a strange person. Lin Feng felt uneasy being stared at. Our Lin family is the #1 family in Guiyuan City. Even the city lord has to give our Lin family some face. Do you think that in 5 years, our Lin family can collapse so quickly? His words were filled with accusation and anger, directed at Lin Fei. Previously, Lin Fei had been wondering how the Lin family could collapse so quickly. The title of the #1 family wasn't just for show, but for real strength. Now that he thought about what he had just said, Lin Fei had no choice but to believe that his predecessor, Lin Fei, was really not a good person. He had caused such a big trouble for him. Who was his fiancée? No one would have guessed that it was the daughter of the city lord, Su Shuiyan. As for why she became his fiancée, it couldn't be simpler. It was because Su Shuiyan had said it herself. What did the words of the city lord's daughter mean? This was a question worth pondering. No one knew why it would be like this. The only thing that everyone knew was that the city lord flew into a rage. Everyone thought that there would be a storm, but the result was a shocking scene that everyone still couldn't understand. The city lord didn't deal with the Lin family, as if nothing had happened. The word fiancé had been used on the daughter of the city lord until now. The reason for the decline of the Lin family was that the big and small powers were secretly targeting the Lin family. In addition, the city lord turned a blind eye to it, allowing people to see through the trick. It could be said that the word fiancé on top of Su Shuiyan's head played a big role. In 5 years, the Lin family suffered a great loss. The matter between Lin Fei and Su Shuiyan became the biggest fuse. If he had heard of a fiancé in the past, Lin Fei might have been very happy and excited. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fei couldn't be happy. Guiyuan City looked calm on the surface, but anyone with a discerning eye would know that a storm was brewing and would descend mercilessly at any time. The center of the storm was the Lin family. Then I came back at the wrong time. Lin Fei laughed at himself. A few scenes flashed in the depths of his memory. Lin Feng didn't know how to answer this question. He patted Lin Fei's shoulder and said, 5 years ago, you were in the wrong. No one can help you. Now, you can only rely on yourself. Your second brother's meaning is very simple. You'd better woo Beauty Su. That would be the best. Lin Feng originally thought that his second brother would come up with a good idea, but it turned out to be such a cliché. He rolled his eyes and said, go ahead. I'll cheer for you. To be honest, it would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't surprised that he had a fiancé. Killing someone, Lin Fei could do it without a frown. But to deal with a fiancé, even if it wasn't a real fiancé, Su Shuiyan had always considered herself to be one for the past 5 years. Now, she was meeting his mother in the hall. This was an unimaginable matter. Those who didn't know the truth would think that Lin Fei was ungrateful and had a bad reputation. Only Lin Fei felt wronged in his heart. Since he was an imposter, all sorts of cliché things were happening to him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei couldn't say it out loud. In the end, Lin Fei was dragged away by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's words, if this conflict was resolved, perhaps the Lin family would have a chance to make a comeback. Guiyuan City belonged to Xianxia County. The city lord had the highest authority. If the city lord opened his mouth, no one would dare to make a move. As long as the Lin family was given time to recuperate, they would recover their strength in a few years. But now, the city lord didn't open his mouth. Those people couldn't wait to drag the Lin family down. If the city lord was happy, there might be many benefits. Along the way, Lin Fei frowned. Unknowingly, when he heard the word fiancé, Lin Fei immediately thought of a person. A woman dressed in white, a woman named Qing. Could it be that I like that violent beauty? Lin Fei said to himself for no reason. Unknowingly, they arrived at the hall of the Lin family. When the guard standing outside saw the black-robed Lin Fei, they couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Following that was a trace of contempt. They didn't put Lin Fei, the third young master, in their eyes at all. Just when Lin Fei regained his senses, 2 figures, one red and one purple, appeared in front of him. In a blur, a red figure came like the wind. Chapter 113. Before Lin Fei could react, he was hugged. Cheap mother? As an orphan, Lin Fei had never known what it felt like to have a mother. After returning from the Divine Martial Gate, Lin Fei thought that he could ignore everything. When the red-robed woman hugged him, he felt a sense of kinship with her. It was a strange and complicated feeling that could not be explained. Could it be a mother's love? This process did not take long. For Lin Fei, this was something he had never felt before. After struggling, the beautiful woman entered Lin Fei's field of vision. The beautiful woman was in her 30s. She was dressed in red, but she did not look delicate. On the contrary, she looked very noble. Even Lin Fei had to praise her. 9 inches the Xiantian continent. Once a martial artist began to train, regardless of gender, they would theoretically be able to slow down their aging process. After all, A martial artist who had reached the 9th heavenly stage could live for over 100 years. Of course, 200 years was an impossible thing. This was the difference between the Hotian and Xiantian levels. There was also a difference in lifespan. As a warrior, it was normal for Lin Fei's mother to look young. Lin Fei could not get used to the appearance of his cheap mother. After all, he had no parents before. Suddenly, a mother appeared. Lin Fei could not get used to it. It was not that he was showing off, but it was really hard to get used to it. At this time, if he did not speak, he might be suspected. Lin Fei did not dare to treat the people of this world as ancient people who did not know anything. Don't forget, they were warriors. Warriors had the most sensitive senses. "Mother!" Lin Fei called out sensibly. His voice was somewhat stiff. Fortunately, no one cared about this at this time. After 5 years, anyone would have changed. Lin Fei's current change couldn't be any more normal. As a mother, Lu Qing did not care. Hearing that her son was back, she was happier than anyone else. If there were not others present, she would have asked about his well-being, afraid that her son would have suffered in the divine martial gate. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Ever since that incident 5 years ago, her youngest son had not returned home for the next 5 years. Lu Qing had even thought that her youngest son might not return this year. In fact, from the bottom of her heart, she did not want her son to return. The matter from back then had not been truly resolved. It had continued until now. "Auntie, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first." The purple-clothed woman who hadn't spoken this entire time had an outstanding appearance. Although she wasn't as pure as ice and as pure as jade, she was still a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her skin was fair and clear, and she had bright eyebrows and white teeth. At this moment, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes, but that didn't stop her from being beautiful. The purple-clothed woman was none other than Su Shuyan, the daughter of the city lord. When the woman in purple spoke, Lin Fei subconsciously looked over. It had to be said that the previous Lin Fei had good taste. Su Shuyan was a beauty through and through. There were quite a few female disciples in the divine martial school, but those who could match up to Su Shuyan were few and far between. Lin Fei also understood that in the face of such a beauty, as a playboy, it was impossible for him to control himself. What a cold and elegant feeling! This was Lin Fei's second thought. Lu Qing didn't wish for Su Shuyan to leave. Given the current situation, she couldn't open her mouth. All she could do was silently watch Su Shuyan leave. It definitely wasn't a good thing for the two of them to meet again after what had happened in the past. It was awkward, and if anything were to happen, it would be like adding hail to snow for the Lin family. When Su Shuyan walked past, her gaze towards Lin Fei flickered slightly, as though something unexpected had happened. This fluctuation disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one noticed it. Moreover, the atmosphere was a little cold, and no one dared to pay attention to it. After sending Su Shuyan off, Lin Fei once again experienced what true maternal love was. As a mother, Lu Qing practically sized up Lin Fei from head to toe. When she learned that her son's strength had reached the 7th tier of the martial path, she cried tears of joy. Her son had finally made a name for himself. Lin Fei was a very casual person. He didn't dare to speak carelessly when he returned to the Lin family. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he seemed a little introverted. No one suspected anything. It wasn't strange for him to develop such a character after 5 years in the sect. Furthermore, when Lin Fei returned to Guiyuan City, the news of him crippling the left arm of a branch family disciple of the Zhang family on the street was like a spring breeze blowing across the land. It immediately spread like wildfire. 5 years ago, Lin Fei did something that shook Guiyuan City and changed the current structure of the city. 5 years later, Lin Fei also did something big. He crippled the left arm of a branch family disciple of the Zhang family in a few moves, changing the structure of Guiyuan City once again. Back then, there were rumors that Lin Fei was a cultivation waste. Crippling Zhang Wansong this time was no different than telling everyone that the rumors might not be credible. The incident on the street was undoubtedly a fuse for Guiyuan City. Everyone knew that the disturbance caused by Lin Fei would have a huge impact on the Lin family. Everyone was now waiting to see how the Lin family would deal with Lin Fei, as well as what the Zhang family would do. Everyone was looking forward to the next clash. On the night of Lin Fei's return, he enjoyed a delicious meal and selfless care. As for his cheap father, Lin Fei had yet to meet him. Early the next morning, Lin Fei got up from his residence and practiced the 8 Desolation Fist in the small courtyard. After half an hour, he stopped and was drenched in sweat. He went back to wash up before coming out of the small courtyard. When he came out of the small courtyard, a maid dressed in green, about 15 or 16 years old, was nervously standing at the entrance of the small courtyard. When Lin Fei came out, she walked over with small steps. "Young master, good morning. Is your young master very scary? By the way, what's your name?" Although Lin Fei had never used a maid before, he had seen her on television. He had to admit that this maid was very beautiful. It wouldn't be a problem for her to be the campus belle outside. At such a young age, her body had already started to develop, and she was a standard cute Lolita. If not for the fact that he was the 3rd young master, Lin Fei really wanted to have a good chat with her about Lolitas. Replying to young master, "My name is Qing Luan." Qing Luan didn't dare to look at the 3rd young master's eyes. Originally, Qing Luan had always been the personal maid of the matriarch, Lu Qing. In the end, she was arranged to take care of the 3rd young master's daily life this morning. Although this was the first time she met the 3rd young master of the Lin family, she had heard from others in the past. This 3rd young master Lin Fei was immediately labeled as a playboy, a big bad wolf who specialized in eating Little Red Riding Hood. If Lin Fei knew, he would probably be full of black lines. "That's a good name. Are you my personal maid?" In the past, Lin Fei had studied Lolitas before, so he couldn't help but tease her a little. Lolitas had 3 good points: soft voice, soft body, and easy to push down. Men's favorite. Naturally, Lin Fei liked it very much. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't a pervert. At most, he only used his eyes to take advantage of her. As for touching her, that was what lowly people would do. Qing Luan felt weak from being stared at, especially those words. She blushed and lowered her head. "Young master, matriarch is waiting for young master to eat. Please follow me. Lead the way." Although Lin Fei said so, he was puzzled in his heart. He wasn't considered savage, on the contrary, he was very delicate and pretty, and his affinity shouldn't be bad. Why did this maid look like she saw a tiger when she saw him? Chapter 114. What was the 3rd young master of the Lin family? Lin Fei finally experienced it for the first time. It turned out that as a young master, there was no lack of personal maids that he could flirt with. Since his transmigration, it had only been a short 3 months. Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. Now that he finally had a chance to release it, how could he miss it? Most importantly, teasing a lowly gave him a sense of accomplishment, especially since the lowly was so pleasing to the eye. If he didn't tease her, he wouldn't be able to live up to God's arrangement. No, it should be Mom's arrangement. In the past, Lin Fei had chased after countless girls. Flirting with beautiful Lolis was a piece of cake for him. A cute joke came out, making the lowly Qing Luan giggle. It was hard for Qing Luan not to laugh. She had never thought that her 3rd young master was so humorous. However, it was not easy to get rid of the previous label, so she had to be more vigilant in her heart. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would probably be speechless. Lolita's vigilance might not be too high. If the big bad wolf had such a smart Little Red Riding Hood, his efforts would have been in vain. To eat, they had to pass by the Lin family's martial arts arena. Any place and any family would have such a place. 3rd young master, the martial arts practice field is in front. Should we take another path? Qing Luan asked carefully. As Lu Qing's personal maidservant, even though she was unwilling to become the maidservant of a playboy like Lin Fei, she didn't dare to go against the mistress's arrangements. Thus, she couldn't help but remind Lu Qing. Lin Fei's mouth curved into a smile. "Qing Luan, do you think young master is no match for them?" Actually, even without Qing Luan saying it, Lin Fei already understood that his reputation as trash had long been left in the hearts of the Lin family disciples. He was a playboy, a pervert, a trash. No. Qing Yuan became nervous and shook her head repeatedly. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He stretched his body and said, "Since that's not the case, why should we change our route? I also want to see if they have improved over the years." Qing Yuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. As a maid, even if she had doubts, she would hide them in her heart. Lin family, martial arts arena. Early in the morning, groups of 3 to 5 Lin family disciples gathered at the training grounds. Some were practicing fist techniques, while others were practicing palm techniques, saber techniques, and sword techniques. It was a lively scene. The originally lively scene was broken with the arrival of Lin Fei. Lin Fei is here. Just by saying that Lin Fei was here, it could be seen that they didn't like the third young master of the Lin family. In a clan, the struggle between the main branch and the branch family would always exist. It was impossible for it to disappear. If it wasn't the main branch holding power, then it was the branch family that produced a genius disciple that led the entire branch family. If a branch family disciple was more powerful than a direct descendant disciple, the prestige of the branch family would also increase imperceptibly. There were still many conflicts between the branch families and the direct descendants. "Oh, isn't this Sister Qing Yuan? You've become prettier again." Lin Fei brought the blue Luan in and was directly ignored. On the contrary, the blue Luan became the focus of everyone's attention. The blue Luan was nervous. With good upbringing, she nodded her head one by one. Lin Fei wasn't here to act cool, he was just passing by. It was best if they didn't come out to cause trouble, but once they jumped out to cause trouble, Lin Fei didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Whatever Lin Fei wanted, it really happened. Just as they were about to leave the training grounds, a burly young man with a bare upper body directly blocked in front of them. "Qing Yuan, you became his maid?" The burly young man jumped out, and the training grounds quietened down. Then, there were low voices of discussion. "There's a good show now. I was wondering who it would be, so it's Lin Tian from the branch family. I heard that he liked the blue Luan a long time ago." "I know this, the blue Luan is the personal maid of the mistress, and Lin Tian is an outstanding disciple of the branch family. It is said that he is about to enter the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. It seems that once he enters the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, he will propose to the mistress to marry the blue Luan." Hee, Lin Fei has poked the hornet's nest. Lin Tian is famous for his bad temper, and the blue Luan has become the maid of this playboy. Who knows what will happen? I was just wondering why Lin Tian's expression wasn't good, so it was because of this. Have you guys heard? It is said that our third young master's strength has also reached the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, and that Zhang Wansong Gai's left arm was crippled. TSK, you can even believe that? Lin Fei is a cultivation waste. Do you think that's true? Maybe it was done by second young master Lin Feng, and after that Lin Fei stood up. You guys know. The sound of discussion quietly rang out. F***CK, he hooked up with my maid right in front of me? Lin Fei didn't think that such a melodramatic thing would appear in front of him. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be so kind as to complete a fairy tale. Lin Fei was petty, especially when it came to his own people. "Blue Luan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and lead the way, this young master is hungry." Lin Tian frowned, his sharp gaze landed on Lin Fei. He didn't treat Lin Fei as the third young master, and fiercely said, "Lin Fei, I know that you are a playboy, but the blue Luan isn't someone you can touch. I advise you to let the blue Luan leave immediately, or else don't blame me for being impolite." A branch family disciple threatened the Lin family's third young master. Lin Fei felt that this was the most ridiculous joke. He, the third young master of the Lin family, was too worthless. Even a branch family disciple dared to threaten him. It seemed that his position in the Lin family was too low. Even a branch family disciple didn't put him in their eyes. Lin Fei smiled. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that Lin Fei was afraid? "Do you know who you are talking to? Blue Luan is my personal maid. Who do you think you are to threaten this young master? Kneel down and apologize." Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Lin Tian was like a volcano, erupting with a single spark. He shouted, "You dare to ask me to apologize? It seems that you care too much about your identity as the third young master. I heard that third young master displayed his prowess yesterday and crippled Zhang Wansong's left arm. Today, I would like to seek third young master's guidance. Although he had a bad temper, it didn't mean that he wasn't calculative. Lin Tian was the same. Is that so? Lin Fei frowned again. Then you can kneel down and apologize now. Arrogant. The moment Lin Tian's voice landed, his vision blurred. Lin Fei, who was 2 feet away, had unknowingly appeared in front of him. His 5 fingers were like mountains, pressing down from the sky. What's the use of being fast? Raging Bull's horn. Lin Zhentian sneered and punched out with both fists. His aura was like that of a raging bull, with 2 horns on his head, wanting to push Lin Fei down. This was one of the moves of the Raging Bull fist art. It was also an extremely powerful move. Lin Tian had a burly body and cultivated the Raging Bull fist art, making it even more powerful. His 5 fingers were like mountains pressing down. Lin Tian felt a sharp pain from his fists and his hands drooped down powerlessly. A divine power like a towering mountain surged down and his body uncontrollably knelt down, as if there was a mountain on his body. Xianxia circulated throughout his body, but he still couldn't resist the pressure of the mountain. Plop. In front of everyone, Lin Tian knelt on the ground with a rumbling sound. The sturdy limestone gave off a crisp sound as cracks appeared on it. Chapter 115. Silence. The martial field was silent, leaving behind only the sound of people sucking in cold breaths, as well as Lin Tian who was kneeling on the ground, panting with a pained expression. No one had expected such an ending. No matter who it was, no one had a good impression of Lin Fei. Even if they heard about what happened yesterday, the greatest credit was still in Lin Feng's hands. As for Lin Fei, he was just an imposter. What real ability could he have? Lin Tian used the method of teaching to make Lin Fei suffer. No one had any suspicions, and it was another honorable excuse. One was an outstanding disciple of the branch family. The other was a cripple who had cultivated for many years. The gap between the two was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Brother, tell me, did I see wrongly? How could Lin Tian lose? Fuck, who said that Lin Fei was a cripple? The aura just now was clearly at the 7th layer of the martial path. I almost wanted to go up and humiliate Lin Fei. My God, luckily I didn't go up, or I would be in trouble. The third young master is so strong. Last time, Lin Tian also easily defeated an opponent of the same level, but it seems that the third young master is even stronger than Lin Tian. Did you see that? The attack just now was too ordinary, but it suppressed Lin Tian. We can't easily offend Lin Fei in the future. It seems that the third young master was the one who did it yesterday. Good move, the Zhang clan should be taught a lesson. Lin Fei stood next to Lin Tian, one hand pressing on his head. After consuming the fruit, his divine strength was shocking. Pressing like this was no less than a mountain. If he didn't control his strength, he could directly crush Lin Tian to death. Divine strength didn't have much power when it was weak. Once one's strength increased, the divine strength in their body would be indescribable. For example, right now, he could use his strength to suppress others, making them unable to retaliate. Seeing that we're both disciples of the same clan, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, you'll understand. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to continue lecturing him, so he turned and left. Lin Tian's body arched and he directly fell to the ground. It was as if he had been fished out of water, and he couldn't move at all. Anyone else would be in the same situation as Lin Tian. If Lin Tian hadn't jumped out, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to make a move. After suppressing Lin Tian, Lin Fei realized that there was unknowingly fear in those people's eyes. This was clearly what Lin Fei wanted. Lin Fei wasn't the previous Lin Fei. Since he was going to be a young master, he had to be a good one. At least, there wouldn't be all kinds of flies buzzing around him. Everything was quiet now. If they were smart, they would know what to say and what not to say. Lin Fei's move to suppress Lin Tian was even more impressive than directly defeating Lin Tian. Qing Wan's personal maidservant was dumbfounded. She, who had always been by her mistress's side, knew quite a lot about the playboy Lin Fei. In terms of cultivation, she had always been mediocre and terrible. Young master, he's so strong. At the dining area, Lin Fei saw his cheap mother, second brother, and little sister. As for his big brother and father, they still hadn't returned. Mother! Second brother! After sitting down, Lin Fei's table was filled with delicacies. Naturally, he didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. Little Fei, eat slowly. Don't be anxious. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with love. She treated her son the same as 5 years ago, but now, she felt that he was a different person. Especially after what happened just now, Lu Qing knew that her son had grown up and was no longer the rash son from before. She didn't need to worry about him anymore. Lin Fei enjoyed this feeling. It was as if he had experienced something called happiness. This was something he had never experienced before. After the meal, you haven't been back for a few years. Take a good rest. You don't need to worry about the matters of the family. Lu Qing stood up and said to Lin Fei lovingly. Lin Fei nodded, okay. Lin Fei didn't take his cheap mother's words seriously. Although he wasn't clear about the difficulties of the Lin family, he could still see it from certain aspects. When Lu Qing walked to the door, she left another sentence. The people from the side branch are too outrageous. You taught them a good lesson. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Those who could become the mistress of a family weren't simple people. She knew about the matter at the martial arts field in such a short time. She was very well informed. Third brother, mother is right. The people from the side branch should be taught a good lesson. You are the third young master. Since they dared to be impudent, you should teach them a good lesson. Lin Feng changed the topic. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. Even I, as your second brother, am not your opponent. In the morning, when he heard that Lin Fei made the disciples of the side branch kneel in front of everyone, Lin Feng knew that his third brother wasn't as good-tempered as he looked and was as impulsive as he used to be. But then again, Lin Fei's actions today had changed his disciples' view of him. It wasn't easy for you to come back this time. Go out and have a good walk. As for what happened yesterday, the Zhang family won't dare to do anything now. You can rest assured. I got it. Although Lin Fei said so, he could still see the worry in Lin Feng's voice. Ever since he came back, Lin Fei knew that the Lin family wasn't in a good situation. If he couldn't even see this, there was no need for Lin Fei to continue living in the Lin family. Just because they didn't say it didn't mean that Lin Fei couldn't see it. Lin Fei felt that he had to do something. Before returning home, Lin Fei really didn't want to get involved in these matters. But when he returned home, Lin Fei realized that he was wrong. His previous thoughts were just wishful thinking. There were many disputes in the pugilistic world. Now he had to solve these matters completely. After not coming back for 5 years, Lin Fei was ready to go out and understand the situation. In the eyes of Lin Fei's mother, Lin Fei knew that he was a child who hadn't grown up. Just as he was about to go out, Qing Luan ran in from the outside. Young master, someone outside is looking for you. Looking for me? Lin Fei wondered. In his memory, he didn't seem to have any friends in Guiyuan City except for those scoundrels. Could it be that the Zhang family was looking for him? Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was unlikely, but he couldn't remember who the person outside was. Qing Luan nodded. He said he's your friend, a good friend. Lin Fei was even more puzzled. He was alone. When did he have a good friend? After thinking about it, he decided to go out and meet them. Anyway, he had nothing to do when he came back. He couldn't be a homebody. This wasn't Lin Fei's way of doing things. If he had the internet, that would be another matter. Chapter 116. P.S. Thank you Liang Xianpeng for your Qidian coins. Congratulations on becoming a disciple. I'm back. The update will start to stabilize. Thank you for your support. Outside the gate of the Lin family. Although the Lin family is not as good as it used to be, there are very few people who dare to behave atrociously in the Lin family. There are even fewer people who dare to stand in front of the Lin family's mansion. It seems very deserted. F***ck, that bastard Lin Fei, did he forget about me? Under the guardian lion, there is a fat man who is as heavy as a hill. He is wearing a silk and satin dress. It seems that the silk will burst in the next moment, revealing the constantly shaking Fat. This person is Lin Fei's good friend, Luo Tian, the third young master of the Brothers Gang in Guiyuan City. The Brothers Gang is not bad in Guiyuan City. Although it can't compete with the three big families, the Extreme Martial Arts School is still a force in Guiyuan City. It is quite famous. Luo Tian looked around and looked disappointed. A man and a woman appeared at the gate. The man is delicate like a scholar, and the woman is small and cute. Her chubby body seems to be injected with infinite strength in an instant. Her small eyes squinted and kept falling on the girl in green clothes. Lin Fei, you are finally willing to come back. Lin Fei, who is standing at the door, is wondering who is his good friend. Suddenly, behind the guardian lion, a fat man jumped out. Lin Fei dares to say that this fat man is at least 300 pounds. He is like a mountain. It seems that every time he steps, the blue stone on the ground will be crushed. Damn, he is my friend? Lin Fei looked at the green phoenix. That hidden consciousness. Could it be that you got the wrong person? Qin Luan nodded innocently. Young master, he is really your friend. Stop. The other party clearly wants to hug. Lin Fei quickly made a stop movement, for fear that the fat man will press on him. Master doesn't like this kind of foreign greeting. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, Lin Fei would definitely have had an intimate contact with her. Luo Tian finally managed to stop himself and raised his eyebrows. Lin Fei, what kind of look is that? Lord Fatty is your childhood friend. Don't tell me you don't know me? In fact, at this time, scenes kept appearing in Lin Fei's memory. It was him and this fatty drinking wine together, flirting with girls when they had nothing to do. How carefree their days were. As a result, they became the two pests of Guiyuan City. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fatty Luo hadn't changed much. Instead, he had become even more burly. His small mountain-like body was enough to crush anyone who refused to submit to him. Fatty Luo. Lin Chonglong. The two of them didn't hug each other like the others did. Lin Fei had already moved away. On the street, the two pests gathered together again and talked about the changes in the past 5 years. You damn fatty, don't call me Lin Chonglong, okay? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The previous Lin Fei actually left such an elegant nickname. He didn't know what to say. Fortunately, in the past 5 years, no one knows this nickname anymore. Right, you are a genius now. Don't look down on this Lord Fatty. Although Luo Tian's body looked fat, he didn't have any problems walking. His strength had also reached the 5th level of the martial path. He laughed and said without any anger. When Lin Fei returned to Guiyuan City, he didn't really check his memories. It wasn't until Fatty Luo appeared that he started to have real memories. The sense of familiarity with Guiyuan City gradually increased. What are you talking about? Don't you think that Lin Chonglong's name is so bad? It's not like your Lord Fatty's name. It's so awe-inspiring. It's like a jade tree in the wind. Any girl would fall in love with it with just one look. In Lin Fei's memory, Luo Tian was a playboy who loved to hook up with girls. Luo Tian laughed out loud, revealing a lascivious smile. He patted Lin Fei's shoulder. Hee, it's been 5 years. You know me, this Lord Fatty. Today, this Lord Fatty will welcome you back. You didn't say a word and left for 5 years. This Lord Fatty can't even find a few friends. We're here. Luo Tian chuckled and pointed at the pavilion of fragrances behind him. This was opened after you left. The beauties inside are as many as the clouds. You must have been suppressing your anger in the sect. This fat lord has prepared all kinds of beauties for you. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. After saying that, he threw a, look. Since he was here, Lin Fei didn't plan to leave. Not to mention, in Guiyuan City, Luo Tian was probably the only friend. The interior of the fragrance house was luxurious and beautiful. Fragrances lingered in the air. Just as the two of them entered the fragrance house, a few girls came up to welcome them. One of them was Madame Sang. She was over 30 years old, but she was still beautiful. The moment she came up, she pulled Luo Tian's hand. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils and she winked at him. Yo, Lord Fatty, what wind blew you here? You haven't been here for a long time. Luo Tian slapped his buttocks. Today, I'm holding a welcoming party for my friend. Hurry up and bring me a table of good wine and teach a good girl. Don't hide anything. My friend will be happy. I've already agreed to your request last time. The beautiful woman giggled like a hen. This Lord Fatty can rest assured. All the good girls are here today. I guarantee that your friend will not be disappointed. Girls, the guests are here. Quickly come out. Just as the voice faded, two girls appeared from both sides. Their fragrances assaulted him. They were all dressed in sexy attire. Before Lin Fei could react, he was surrounded by a few girls. Each of them had good looks. They had big breasts and perky buttocks. Pest, how is it? This Lord Fatty's eyesight is not bad, right? The two of them chose a private room on the second floor. Although the weather outside was hot, the room was filled with fragrances. Lin Fei, this imposter, finally experienced what it felt like to have a beauty in his arms. After a table of wine was served, the atmosphere in the private room was not ordinary. Lin Fei could not find the feeling in the depths of his memories. Cup after cup of wine, the two of them seemed to have returned to the days when they drank and sang. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. With a beauty in his arms and wine in his mouth, Lin Fei felt that he had fallen in love with this kind of feeling. Pest, you haven't been here for 5 years. Those bastards have become so arrogant. They don't even put this Lord Fatty in their eyes. Don't you think it's infuriating? They even talked about that matter in the past. Bang. Before Luo Tian could finish his words, the door of the private room was pushed open. Madame Mulberry's voice could be heard. Don't come in. There's someone inside. The beautiful woman was obviously unable to stop them. After the private room was pushed open, a few young men appeared at the door. Each of them had an overbearing aura, as if they were the king. I was wondering who was here. So it's you, Fatty, Luo Tian. You have guts. You actually dare to snatch our girl. P.S. Recommend a book to a friend. Below is a direct train. Chapter 117. P.S. Thank you to 121104163225356 for your tip. The wonderful atmosphere with the beautiful women in his arms suddenly disappeared when the door of the private room was slammed open. Lin Fei and Luo Tian's cups stopped in midair. Obviously, they did not expect that when they were drunk, someone would barge in from the outside. From the looks of it, it seemed to be an acquaintance. This was a rather irritating matter. Luo Tian's face immediately fell. As the third young master of the brothers' gang, he could not be considered as a tyrant in Guiyuan City, but at least no one dared to provoke him. Just when he was in high spirits, he was interrupted. Luo Tian was like a lit firecracker, releasing his own prestige. Get out! Luo Tian stood up with a whoosh. His huge body was like a small mountain rising from the ground. It was quite majestic. The beautiful madam in front was so scared that her face turned pale. She never thought that such a thing would happen during the day. On one side was a family disciple, and on the other side was the third young master of the brothers' gang. No matter which side was offended, their fragrance house would not have a good future. In the future, they still needed to rely on them, so they must not be offended. Without waiting for the madam to open her mouth, someone else had already spoken. Fatty Luo, did you drink too much? You dare to ask us to go out? Open your dog eyes and take a good look at who we are. The white-robed man standing in front opened the folding fan in his hand and used a condescending tone to look at Fatty Luo Tian disdainfully. His posture was not just an ordinary one. Indeed, Luo Tian had drunk too much. Today, he was in a good mood, and with the addition of alcohol, it was unknown why he was so direct. He angrily scolded, Li Qingfeng, you bastard. Don't think that just because you are from the Li family, this fat lord will be afraid of you. If you have the guts, come and try. The brothers' gang has never been afraid of anything. Lin Fei had been watching. After drinking a mouthful of strong liquor, he discovered that his friend's temper was quite fierce. He faintly exuded a murderous aura. Obviously, he was also a person who had killed before. After not coming back for 5 years, Lin Fei knew too few people. He couldn't even see the acquaintances in his memories. Instead, they were all people who came later, and their tone was unusually arrogant. Thinking about how the Lin family was no longer powerful, it seemed to be normal for such a situation to occur. It seemed normal for them to be arrogant. Fatty, you don't have to pretend to be powerful anymore. It's not as good as it was in the past. Your brother's gang doesn't have the support of the Lin family. Look at you now. Who still thinks that you're the third young master of the brothers' gang? Sooner or later, our Black Bear gang will destroy your brother's gang. This time, it wasn't Li Qingfeng who spoke, but rather another long-haired disciple. He wasn't a member of the Li family, but rather a young master of another gang. He could be considered an enemy of the Brotherhood gang Xianxia. In Guiyuan City, there were many powers. Among them, there were also the existence of gangs. Gangs were attached to clans. Existences like the Extreme Dojo were extremely rare and could be considered as an unconventional existence. Damn Fatty, get out of the pavilion of fragrances. My family's young master doesn't want to see people like you. Take advantage of the fact that our young master Jean hasn't gotten angry yet and quickly get out of here. The few followers behind coldly spoke. In their opinion, the brothers' gang's development wasn't as good as it was in the past. Their power hadn't increased, so there was nothing to worry about. On the contrary, their Black Bear gang's power was constantly expanding, gradually suppressing the brothers' gang. Sooner or later, the brothers' gang would be destroyed. Li Qingfeng was quite satisfied. Originally, he wanted to see who would dare to buy all the beautiful girls. He didn't expect it to be Fatty Luo from the brothers' gang. Coincidentally, the Li family was very dissatisfied with the brothers' gang. Previously, they wanted to recruit them to become a subsidiary force of the family. However, the leader of the brothers' gang had repeatedly refused. If the brothers' gang didn't agree, then he would humiliate them. Li Qingfeng's thinking was very simple. Fatty, why do you care about them? Just as Luo Tian's anger reached its limit, a hand reached out and pushed him back to his seat. It was Lin Fei, who hadn't said a word. Even though Lin Fei had only wanted to settle old matters, when he heard those words, he was smart and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that it was because of him that a series of things had happened. Adding on the things that had happened in the depths of his memory, Fatty Luo's words were clearly because of the stupid things he had done in the past. Lin Fei felt that he had to do something. Xianxia had always been Li Qingfeng's follower. Today, he had invited Li Qingfeng over because there were a few more beautiful girls in the pavilion of fragrances. In the end, all the girls had been bought by someone else. Xianxia immediately felt that he couldn't keep his face any longer. That was why the scene in front of him had appeared. Brat, who allowed you to speak? Xianxia frowned. His gaze was like a knife as it landed on Lin Fei's body. Get the hell out here. Is this a place for you to sit? Do. Just as Fatty Luo was about to speak, he discovered that Lin Fei had actually moved. After the Black Bear gang had curried favor with the Li family, as the young master, Xianxia's confidence grew by the day. In Guiyuan City, other than the limited powers that he couldn't provoke, he didn't care about anything else. With the Li family as his backing, there was nothing to worry about. When he saw that this brat dared to butt in, he could use it to vent his anger. He believed that Fatty Luo wouldn't dare to do anything, because he didn't have the guts. How could the third young master compete with the Li family? Cough cough. Lin Fei's movement technique was like a ghost as he suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. His delicate palm reached out and grabbed Xianxia's throat. No matter what, Xianxia was at the 6th layer of the martial path. Before he could even react, he was unable to use his profound qi. What was even more unexpected was that the delicate young master raised his hand and sent a slap over. You dare! A sharp pain spread through Xianxia's body. His face burned with pain and a mouthful of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was stunned. He, the dignified young master of the Black Bear gang, had been hit by someone. Just now, you said that you wanted to exterminate the brothers' gang? A cold voice filled with hostility swarmed over. Young Master Jean was like a little chick as he fell into Lin Fei's hands. He struggled with all his might, but the other party had grabbed his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Quickly let me go, or else the brothers' gang won't be able to protect you. With the Li family's disciples here, Xianxia had nothing to worry about. No matter who this guy was, even if the brothers gang's boss was here, he wouldn't care. The Li family was a big tree that the brothers gang wouldn't dare to offend even if they were beaten to death. Furthermore, the current situation was different. If the brothers gang had the foresight, they would definitely choose a new path instead of attacking. Unexpectedly, Xianxia met Lin Fei. Pa. Chapter 118. P.S. Thanks to book friend 121104163225356 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Lin Fei's movements were too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. By the time everyone reacted, the dignified Black Bear Gang's young master, Xianxia, had been violently slapped. His face had turned into a pig's head, blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. By the time they came back to their senses, they were somewhat apprehensive. This was especially so for Xianxia's followers. Seeing that their young master had been captured, they immediately hesitated and didn't dare to go forward. However, their murderous gazes, if they could kill someone, who knew how many times Lin Fei would have been killed? Right now, other than staring helplessly, there was nothing they could do. If you dare to open your mouth again, I don't mind knocking out all your teeth. I think a toothless young master must be very interesting. The mocking voice was accompanied by an almost tangible baleful aura. Xianxia tactfully shut his mouth. Unable to use his Xianxia, it was like a tiger losing its claws, no longer dangerous. Sir, don't you think you've gone too far? Li Qingfeng didn't expect that there would be someone in Guiyuan City who would be so courageous to dare to beat up the young master of the Black Bear Gang in front of him. Although their relationship wasn't very deep, the entire Guiyuan City knew that the Black Bear Gang was a subsidiary force of the Li family. Who would dare to offend them? But today, there was someone who was extremely daring, beating up his little brother in front of him. He could not swallow this anger, especially the person in front of him. He was unfamiliar with him, it was obvious that he had just arrived. If it was someone else, with a background and power, Li Qingfeng might have some apprehension. But now, it was just an outdated brothers gang and an unfamiliar brat. If he did not let this anger out, it would be equivalent to attacking the Li family's reputation. Lin Fei single-handedly grabbed Xianxia's throat, as if he was holding a piece of wood. He did not give him any face. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Back then, when I came out, you brat, you were still playing in the mud in some mountain ravine. This was too satisfying. When did Lin Fei become so daring? Luo Tian, who had been pressed down, seemed to have seen something inconceivable. He could not imagine that Lin Fei would be so violent, and it was as if the scene from back then had replayed itself. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people present, Luo Tian wouldn't mind letting out a long roar. The way he looked at Lin Fei was gradually filled with admiration. Li Qingfeng's face immediately fell. As one of the direct descendants of the Li clan, he was considered as the #1 figure in Guiyuan City. Even the declining Lin family didn't dare to yell at him like this. Kid, you've got guts. These words were spoken by Li Qingfeng while gnashing his teeth. If it was said that he only wanted to humiliate them before, but now his heart was filled with anger. No matter what, he would not let this unfamiliar brat off lightly. I'm curious, who exactly are you? How dare you not put the Li family in your heart? No one has ever dared to provoke the Li family in Guiyuan City. The fact that Lin Fei dared to make a move meant that he had considered everything. Of course, part of it was because of Fatty Luo, but most of it was because of the current situation. Lin Fei shook his head. Who I am is not important. Whether I have a background or not, it has nothing to do with me. What's important is that you have to apologize to us for what happened just now. Li Qingfeng smiled. Even Xianxia, who was caught, squeezed out a smile. In Guiyuan City, the number of people who dared to make the Li family apologize could be counted with one's fingers. This kid must have eaten the guts of a leopard and was tired of living. Things had already reached this point. Luo Tian didn't dare to open his mouth. The angry Lin Fei made him feel a sense of danger. You want me to apologize? Li Qingfeng laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Fei as if he was looking at a fool. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. You dare to ask a member of the Li clan to apologize? Brat, You're too inexperienced. Lin Fei's mouth curved into a smile. That's not necessarily true. Jin Wuya instantly felt himself being flung out. His vision blurred, and it was as though a human silhouette had disappeared without a trace. Following which, the sound of someone kneeling could be heard. At the entrance, the few people who were originally there were now lying on the ground. Li Qingfeng, who was the person involved, was kneeling on the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web. These cracks were caused by the strong impact. And this scene happened in an instant. The madam was so scared that she sat paralyzed on the ground. This wasn't an ordinary loss of composure. No matter what, she couldn't imagine such an unforeseen event. Today, a direct descendant of the Li family was kneeling in front of Fragrance House. Lin Fei stood there casually, with one hand grabbing Li Qingfeng's head. How could Li Qingfeng block Lin Fei, who had godly strength? If it was in another place, this claw would have crushed his head in front of everyone. There was no need to doubt if Lin Fei had the ability to do so. Can you apologize now? Li Qingfeng knelt on the ground. The pain from his knees clearly reminded him that he had actually knelt in front of an unfamiliar brat. Brat, you're dead meat. Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Fei with hatred, as if he was looking at his father's murderer. At the same time, Jin Wuya climbed up in a sorry state. When he saw the Li family's disciple kneeling on the ground, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Fatty Luo, hurry up and tell your friend to stop. Lin Fei shook his head again. Is it so hard to apologize? It seems like the Li family only has this much ability. I'm really disappointed. Little did he know that kneeling down to apologize was a huge humiliation. If Li Qingfeng really apologized, even if he returned to the Li family, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. Unless his strength continued to improve by leaps and bounds, there would be no hope of changing the situation. Li Qingfeng would never agree to an apology. Right now, the only thing Li Qingfeng wanted to do was to chop this brat into pieces to vent his anger. No matter what background this brat came from. Apologize? Don't even think about it. You'd better let me go now. Once the people from the Li family arrive, I can guarantee that you'll be in a very, very miserable state. Lin Fei exerted force in his hand, and Li Qingfeng instantly felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. The floorboards on the ground cracked once more, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Li Qingfeng's body. Li Qingfeng's body contorted continuously, and his face contorted in extreme pain. Can you apologize now? Lin Fei's indifferent voice rang out in the private room again. However, to Li Qingfeng, this voice was no less than the voice of the devil. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice rang out. Chapter 119. P.S. Thanks again to book friend 121104163225356 for the 588 Chidian coins tip and becoming an apprentice. Thank you for your support. The sudden sound came from afar and drew near. The first to react was none other than Li Qingfeng. His expression instantly changed, turning into a look of hatred. Brat, you're dead today. So much nonsense. Li Qingfeng's body once again emitted a muffled groan. It turned out that in this instant, Lin Fei had once again unleashed his power. However, in the next moment, Li Qingfeng and Jin Wuya seemed to have thought of something. Especially Li Qingfeng, it was as if he had seen something inconceivable. The corners of his eyes kept twitching as he looked at Lin Fei in shock. You're Lin Fei from back then. If it was an ordinary person, Li Qingfeng and the others would not be worried. There was no one in Guiyuan City that they would not dare to offend. But no matter what, he didn't expect to encounter Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but recall what he heard before. When he heard that Zhang Wansong's left arm was crippled, he didn't pay much attention to it. The third young master of the Lin family was just a piece of trash. How powerful could he be? Maybe it was his follower who made a move and was replaced by that trash Lin Fei. But now, he knew he was wrong. His only hope now was for someone to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Li Qingfeng could accept it. Jin Wuya had been arrogant in the past, but now he was so scared that his hands and feet went soft, as if he couldn't believe that the trash from the Lin family, Lin Fei, would actually run into him here. He had even been beaten into a pig's head. Their Black Bear gang was expanding, and they could ignore many other powers. But this Lin family was something he didn't dare to offend. Even if the Lin family's strength was not as good as it was in the past, it was still bigger than a starving camel. It was not something that the Black Bear gang could covet. This young Master Jinwia was indeed scared out of his wits. No matter how useless Lin Fei was, he was still the third young master of the Lin family. His status was noble, not something a young master of a gang like him could compare to. At this time, he was even glad that Lin Fei had only whipped him and not killed him. If he had really done that, the Black Bear gang could only grit their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs, not even daring to retaliate. This was the difference between families and gangs. After hearing the sound outside the door, Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He hurried over and said in a low voice, "Huang Long, bad news? They must be here." Lin Fei frowned. He could clearly see a trace of uncertainty in Fatty Luo, as if the person who had just spoken had a very powerful background. He asked casually, "Fatty, you seem to have become less courageous after not seeing you for a few years. Could it be that the person who came is a big shot?" If it was during normal times, Luo Tian would have already used the 36 stratagems to escape, but now that Lin Fei was helping him, even though they had not seen each other for a few years, Luo Tian did not give up on Lin Fei as a friend. Therefore, he had to make things clear first. "Lin Fei, in these 5 years that you were not here, our Guiyuan city has produced 4 young masters. Each of them are tyrannical in strength. In these 5 years, the most famous person in our Guiyuan city should be one of the 4 young masters, Li Yuan, a member of the Li family." Lin Fei was slightly surprised. In these 5 years, there were actually 4 young masters. When he was here, there were no 4 young masters. Now that there were 4 young masters, it seemed very interesting. 4 young masters, their reputation is quite big. Lin Fei smiled and said, "I want to see how powerful they are." Originally, Lin Fei wanted to deal with this Li family disciple. But now that there were 4 young masters, their status was different. Lin Fei was even more interested. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Luo Tian swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He firmly said, "Huang Long, this matter is all because this Master Fatty did not do a good job. If they dare to do anything, this Master Fatty will definitely rush to the front. When this Master Fatty is angry, no one is afraid." Lin Fei could see that these words were completely from the bottom of Fatty Luo's heart. He was a good friend. In the future, Lin Fei could help him and become his arm. "Don't worry, I am here. The 4 young masters are only SOSO. If they really dare to do anything, this master will be the first to cripple them." Lin Fei laughed. Luo Tian did not think so. He had already made up his mind to not let anything happen to Lin Fei no matter what. The conversation between them was very fast. The people outside walked in and stood at the door. Their complicated gazes fell on Li Qingfeng's body. "Brother Yuan, you came at the right time. Quickly, teach that bastard Lin Fei a lesson." When the people at the door appeared, Li Qingfeng, who was originally kneeling on the ground, finally found someone to rely on. It seemed that if he met Lin Fei, he would be unlucky. Crack, crack. "It hurts." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingfeng felt a sharp pain all over his body. He truly experienced what it felt like to be pressed down by Mount Tai. He could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream, which made everyone's hair stand on end. "Lin Fei, in any case, you are the 3rd young master of the Lin family. You are humiliating our Li family. What are your intentions?" Li Yuan had a scholarly appearance and did not look arrogant at all. This made people have a good impression of him. However, those who knew him understood that Li Yuan was not as simple as he looked. In private, everyone gave Li Yuan the nickname of Black Gentleman, which was used to highlight Li Yuan's ruthlessness. If Li Yuan did not happen to pass by, he would not know that the 3rd young master of the Lin family dared to make a move on their Li family. Even if it was a direct descendant of the Li family, it was not something that anyone could humiliate. This time, the people who came with Li Yuan, other than him, who was one of the 4 young masters, the rest were 2nd or 3rd-rate young masters. Their strength was not bad, and they belonged to the same circle. Of course, Li Yuan was the leader. Lin Fei did not let go and lightly said, I have not seen you for a few years, your Li family's courage is getting bigger and bigger. This uncle is having a meal here, and your Li family broke in. You ask this uncle what are your intentions? This uncle wants to ask, does your Li family treat Guiyuan City as your home, daring to break into any place? Don't look at how Lin Fei liked to make a move. Now that he had grasped the reason, there was no escape from the word reason. Especially for families like theirs, whoever had the reason would have the advantage. When these words came out, Li Yuan cursed in his heart. Li Qingfeng, you are really worthless. If not for the fact that they were in a critical moment, they might not be afraid of the Lin family. Right now, they cannot cause any trouble. When this brat Lin Fei came back, he crippled Zhang Wansong's left arm in front of everyone. This matter had already spread like wildfire within the family. As one of the 4 young masters, Li Yuan did not put Lin Fei in his heart. But today, he discovered that Lin Fei was much more cunning than he was 5 years ago. He knew how to grasp the reason. Especially with such a big hat on him, if Li Yuan dared to admit it, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Lin Fei, you're that shameful piece of trash from 5 years ago? Li Yuan did not speak, but a young man walked out from below. His whole body was filled with an evil aura. He squinted at Lin Fei, and his tone was not ordinary. Who are you? Chapter 120. P.S. Thanks again to book friend 121104163225356 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. A stranger walked out. Even if he was hostile, Lin Fei didn't care. This time, his goal was very simple. He wanted to change the current situation of Guiyuan City, especially after understanding the current situation. There was nothing to worry about when children were fighting. Lin Fei didn't have any worries. The events of the past 5 years had more or less affected the development of the Lin family. This had become a big inner demon in his heart. If he didn't deal with this inner demon, in case something happened in the future, Lin Fei didn't dare to think that he could deal with it. Even if he relied on the system to level up, he had to guard against inner demons. Luo Tian suddenly approached and said to Lin Fei, Ho Long, be careful of this guy. This kid's family is the strongest challenger of your Lin family. If your Lin family loses this time, their family will replace your position. Lin Fei finally understood why this guy was so hostile. He was eyeing the current position of the Lin family. No, it should be the benefits and territory brought by the current position. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the family's problems. As someone who came from Earth, he more or less knew about the family's problems, especially the once every 5 years competition. In fact, it was a competition to divide the benefits and territory. This point Lin Fei was very clear. What family? Beigong family, a family that rose in the past 5 years. Currently, the one with the most strength to challenge your Lin family is a direct descendant of the Beigong family, Beigong Wuqing. As a direct descendant of the Beigong family, Beigong Wuqing was also an arrogant person in Guiyuan City. Especially under the premise that the Beigong family could replace the Lin family's position, he was even more arrogant and overbearing. You trash, if you have the ability, say it again. If I don't teach you a lesson, I, your father, will write my surname Beigong upside down. Beigong Wuqing did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had the strength of the 7th firmament of the martial path. Li Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, could not compare to him. Li Yuan was one of the 4 great young dukes. As a disciple of a major clan, and also one of the 4 great young dukes, he didn't care about Jin Wuya or Beigong at all. In his eyes, Beigong and Lin Fei were nothing more than trash. His eyes narrowed, he couldn't wait for Beigong and Lin Fei to fight. As for Li Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, he was simply throwing away the face of his clan. Since he was already kneeling on the ground, he didn't mind kneeling for a while longer. Lin Fei laughed, then turned to Luo Tian and said, Fatty, do you think there's something wrong with this guy's head? Luo Tian didn't understand at first, but in the next second he laughed out loud. His movements were extremely exaggerated, almost as if he was holding his stomach and laughing. This kid's hearing must be bad. I'd better go home and find a doctor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he became deaf. Beigong Wuqing's face immediately became very ugly. In Guiyuan City, their Beigong family currently had the most power to replace the Lin family's position. Even before it started, there were already many clans that came to curry favor with them. Naturally, this caused the disciples of the Beigong family to become arrogant. The two of you have some guts, especially you damn fatty. Without the help of the Lin family, I'd like to see how you brothers can survive. Beigong Wuqing was burning with anger. He pointed at Luo Tian and then at Lin Fei, not minding to shed all pretense of cordiality. Third young Master Lin, I heard that you taught Zhang Wansong a lesson a few days ago. I'm really curious about what kind of strength a trash like you have to teach Zhang Wansong a lesson. I, Beigong, would like to see it for myself. This was clearly Beigong Wuqing's anger. Of course, it wasn't as simple as being angry. Their Beigong family wanted to take over the Lin family's current position. If they could humiliate the third young master of the Lin family in public today, it would be equivalent to raising the prestige of the Beigong family. They would have the chance to trample on the Lin family and prove to everyone that a direct descendant of the Beigong family could trample on the young master of the Lin family. Don't think that all the family disciples were idiots. Coincidentally, Beigong Wuqing was one of the smarter ones. He wouldn't stand up for nothing. Both of them were at the seventh firmament of the martial path, so Beigong Wuqing wasn't worried. As long as he could trample on Lin Fei, he would definitely impress the elders of the family and obtain more cultivation resources. When Li Yuan heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was clearly unhappy. He originally wanted to let them fight it out, but after a while, he realized that he had miscalculated and actually lost such a good opportunity. The Lin family was not as good as it was in the past. If he could trample on them now, the reputation of the four great young masters might even rise and suppress the other three young masters. Li Yuan regretted it. He really regretted missing such a good opportunity. Want to trample on me? No way. Lin Fei wasn't the previous Lin Fei, who was a stubborn person. I don't spar with ordinary people. Lin Fei flatly refused. Beigong Wuqing sneered, his smile filled with disdain. You probably don't dare. Maybe you didn't defeat Zhang Wansong? Lin Fei shook his head, not showing any anger. You wanted to spar with me, but why would I want to spar with you? You should know that I'm a very busy person. I'm someone who earns thousands of silvers every second. How would I have time to spar with you? Li Yuan, Beigong Wuqing, and the others were speechless. What kind of person was this third young master of the Lin family? Did he think he was a businessman? How dare he spend thousands of silvers every second? He wanted a wager. They immediately understood why the Lin family was unwilling to make a move. This brat was too cunning. Beigong Wuqing naturally didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. If he defeated Lin Fei, he would definitely reach the heavens in a single step. Even if he couldn't, his status in the family would definitely rise. Moreover, he knew beforehand that Lin Fei had always been a cultivation waste. For 5 years, he had been stuck at low-level martial arts. His strength had only improved by leaps and bounds recently, so he wasn't worried at all. Beigong Wuqing fished out 2 silver notes and tossed them on the table. Here's 1,000 silvers. Are you satisfied now? In his opinion, it was enough. Lin Fei looked at him disdainfully. I'm the third young master of the Lin family. Do you think 1,000 silvers will make me fight? I don't like this thing. If you can't bring out anything good, I'm leaving. Beigong Wuqing was so angry that he laughed. Third young master Lin, since you say so, if I don't bring out something good, it won't be right. I wonder what this thing is like. Beigong Wuqing didn't move, but another item appeared on the table. The crowd was in an uproar. Beigong Wuqing introduced it unhurriedly. This is a third-level talisman, the True Yang Fire Talisman. It's the true Yang celestial qi left behind by a fire-type profound practitioner. Once it's used, anyone below the 7th level of martial arts can't withstand a single blow. What do you think of this? Third young Master Lin, don't you want to bring out a corresponding item? Beigong Wuqing counterattacked. However, just as he finished speaking, another voice came from outside. Chapter 121. P.S. Thank you, Peach Blossom 1 Gig, for your 588 Chidian coins tip. Recently, the updates have been unstable. Sorry to all my booksellers. Beigong Wuqing took out the third-level fire charm with the intention of showing off and telling everyone that the Beigong family had the power to replace the Lin family and also had plenty of good stuff in their hands. This would increase the Beigong family's prestige and at the same time humiliate the Lin family. He didn't believe that Lin Fei could take out anything good. In the Xianxia continent, talismans were a special kind of existence. Practitioners could create them, and the fire charm was one of them. It contained a practitioner's attack power. A third-level fire charm was indeed worthy of jealousy. If it was put up for auction, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of silver. Beigong Wuqing was in the middle of showing off when a sudden scene broke the atmosphere. He turned around and couldn't help but say, "Who is it? Get the hell out here." Slap slap. Before the crowd could react, they saw a figure flash by, and a crisp sound rang out. When they looked again, they saw two bright red palms on both sides of Beigong Wuqing's face. Evidently, he had just been slapped twice. "Beigong kid, when did your mouth become so smelly?" Beigong Wuqing was in a daze. His face turned green and then red. He was about to say something when three people walked in from the hallway. Beigong Wuqing was stunned again. "Mutant, things are a bit troublesome. The other two of the four young masters are here." Luo Tian's face suddenly changed. The one who attacked just now was Zhang Qian of the Zhang family, the leader of the four young masters. As for the tall one behind him, he is Wu Ji of the Dojo of Limits. I didn't expect them to appear here together today. Lin Fei was slightly startled. He was quite curious. He had only been out for a day, but he had already met three of the four young masters. They belonged to three different forces. Things were getting interesting. Let's just wait and see. Lin Fei wasn't nervous at all. So what if they were the four young masters? At worst, they would just fight. Lin Fei was a fighter. Let them fight each other. Yes, you're right. The Zhang family and the Li family seem to have a good relationship, but in reality, they don't like each other. It's best if they fight each other. Luo Tian was quite angry when he said this. "Zhang Qian, what is the meaning of this?" Beigong Wuqing was furious, but he didn't dare to attack the young master of the Zhang family. He could only bear his resentment and demand an explanation. Zhang Qian wasn't handsome. On the contrary, he was tanned and muscular. To put it simply, his tanned face was slightly sunken. He didn't look angry, but he looked stern, giving people a lot of pressure. "Nothing much, I just don't like you." Zhang Qian's words were very simple, but his tone was domineering. His underlying meaning was very simple. "So what if I beat you up because I don't like you? You're just a first-rate family. If you want to go against my Zhang family, I'll destroy your Beigong family." "Young Master Zhang, why are you doing this?" Wuqing didn't do it on purpose. Li Yuan opened his mouth. It sounded like he was trying to dissuade them, but in reality, he was trying to increase the conflict between them. His intentions were extremely bad. "Do you guys still want to bet? If not, I'm leaving. I don't have the mood to waste my time here." Lin Fei had indeed taken a fancy to the rank 3 fire talisman. This was a good thing, so he simply interrupted their conversation. He was not in the mood to waste time here. "Who said I don't dare to bet? What are you going to take out? My rank 3 fire talisman is a good thing." Beigong Wuqing didn't dare to do anything to the Zhang family. He had a belly full of anger and nowhere to vent it. With Lin Fei's words, he immediately had a place to vent his anger. Who asked the Lin family to be weak now? It wouldn't be right if they didn't bully you. Lin Fei glanced at it. "Your rank 3 fire talisman can only be sold for 80,000 taels of silver outside. I'll bet 80,000 taels of silver with you." With that, he took out 80,000 taels of silver and threw it on the table. There were no good things. Lin Fei didn't lack silver at the moment. 80,000 taels of silver was just right for him to take out. Everyone was slightly startled. This Lin Fei was very wealthy. He asked for 80,000 taels of silver right off the bat. Even for the 4 great young masters, it was not easy for them to take out 80,000 taels of silver. With 80,000 taels of silver on the table, Beigong Wuqing's eyes lit up. The expression a man would have when he saw a woman. As a direct descendant, it had not been easy for him to obtain this level 3 fire talisman. It had cost him almost his entire fortune. If he won against Lin Fei, these 80,000 taels of silver would be enough to alleviate his embarrassing situation. As expected of the Lin family's third young master. 80,000 taels of silver, I'll bet. A rank 3 fire talisman and 80,000 taels of silver were about the same. It would be a lie if he wasn't tempted. Third young master Lin, do you mind if I bet as well? Zhang Qian interjected. No, it should be said that he interfered. Zhang Qian had known the third young master Lin for a long time. At that time, he didn't care about this playboy. Especially after what happened, he didn't think much of him. Who would have thought that 5 years later, that little bastard Lin Fei would come back and injure someone from the Zhang family? As one of the 4 great young masters and a member of the Zhang family, he definitely had to take revenge. He learned from his clansmen that Lin Fei's strength was indeed at the 7th sky of the martial path. Due to his status, he didn't know that Lin Fei had already become an inner disciple of the divine martial gate. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Sorry, I'm betting with Beigong Wuqing. If you want to bet, you can only bet on who wins or loses. From the moment Zhang Qian appeared, Lin Fei felt a faint murderous aura directed at him. His training in the Blackwater Mountain Range had made him more confident in his ability to capture murderous aura than others. I like this. Zhang Qian didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face. I'll bet 100,000 taels of silver. What do you think, third young master Lin? What a guy, he's trying to corner me. How could Lin Fei not see through this trick? If he lost, he definitely wouldn't be able to take out 100,000 taels of silver. At that time, he could openly cause trouble in the Lin family. At that time, no one would be able to do anything about it. Haha, if you can take out 100,000 taels of silver, I don't mind betting with you. Lin Fei looked around. I'll be the banker today. I'll eat as much as you bet. Zhang Qian taking out 100,000 taels of silver had already shocked everyone. Now that they heard Lin Fei's words, the meaning was completely different. It could be said that he was boasting shamelessly and was incomparably arrogant. Third young master Lin, what if we win and you don't want to admit it? Some of them were tempted, but they also thought of a loophole. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. If you're afraid that I'll go back on my word, why don't you find a notary? I heard that young Master Wu is fair and impartial. Why don't you be the notary? Wu Ji, who had been sizing up Lin Fei, only wanted to watch a good show. He just happened to pass by and came up to take a look. He didn't expect that the brat from the Lin family would be so cunning, dragging him into this trap. Chapter 122. He got shot even though he was lying down. Wu Ji was speechless. He knew better than anyone else about the current situation in Guiyuan City. He couldn't interfere with this whirlpool. The Extreme Dojo was an independent force. It could be said to be a neutral force. It would never step into the circle of the major forces, especially in this situation. What a good third young master of the Lin family. He's nothing like what outsiders say. With this spirit, not only will I be the notary, but I also want to see if the Lin Fei from 5 years ago is as useless as the rumors say. Thanks to third young master Lin's kindness, I'll be the notary. Does anyone have any objections? Wu Ji couldn't possibly refuse, so he might as well agree and do them a favor. Guiyuan City's power structure is changing. The extreme martial arts school doesn't want to pay attention to it, so it's understandable for them to do him a favor. One of the 4 young masters, young Master Wu, spoke. No one had any objections. The 4 young masters represented 4 forces. Among them, the Extreme Dojo was an independent force with a strong background that far surpassed the forces of Guiyuan City. No one had any objections to Wu Ji being the notary. We have no objections to young Master Wu being the notary. We have no objections either. At this time, who dared to object? They couldn't afford to offend young Master Wu. Even the Li family, Zhang family, and Beigong family didn't dare to look down on the Extreme Dojo. With young Master Wu as the notary, the others couldn't help but wonder if they should make a profit. The Lin family was in decline and was no longer a threat. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they could make a profit, it would be a pretty good thing. Make a profit. Money was tempting, no one was an exception. 10,000 I bet Beigong Wuqing wins. 30,000 Beigong Wuqing wins. Apart from the 4 great young masters, the rest of the people here were either direct disciples or bootlicking followers. They all had a certain amount of money in their hands. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. More importantly, everyone wanted to push Lin Fei out. If they didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity, it would be the same as missing it. A bunch of idiots. You'll all cry later. Lin Fei's expression was solemn, but in reality he was laughing maniacally on the inside. He had never been so happy before. He had wanted to make a fortune off Beigong Wuqing, but it had led to such an incident. After a rough calculation, he found that there were 200,000 taels of silver on the table. It was a huge sum. 200,000 silver taels. Although it looked like a huge sum, it was nothing more than a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. A rank 3 fire talisman required 80,000 silver taels. 200,000 silver taels were only equivalent to 3 fire talismans. Young Master Li, are you not going to bet? Lin Fei swept his gaze over them and kicked Li Qingfeng away. He turned to Li Yuan and said, "This is a big customer, it would be a pity if I don't get some money from him." Therefore Lin Fei made this move. "Brother Yuan, quickly take care of him, quickly take care of him." Li Qingfeng crawled up in a sorry state, eager for revenge. He had suffered a huge setback today. He was actually not a match for a piece of trash from 5 years ago, and had even knelt on the ground in front of everyone. This was a huge loss of face. Li Yuan wanted to slap Li Qingfeng to death. This was simply a disgrace. He could not help but admire Lin Fei for using this kind of method to force him. He clearly knew that he was being forced, but he still did it. He had to vent his anger. The Li family's reputation was more important than anything else. "Shut up and scram to the side." Li Yuan was not polite at all, and shouted harshly. Li Qingfeng had lost all his face. How would he dare to say anything? He directly stood to the side and glared venomously at Lin Fei, as if they were mortal enemies. "Third young Master Lin, are you not worried that you will lose?" Li Yuan mocked. Lin Fei laughed heartily, poured himself a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. "What is there to worry about? If I win, I take the money. If I lose, I bet. Do you think I will go back on my word? Since when did my character become so worthless? Is the Lin family's face so worthless?" Li Yuan could hear the counterattack in his words. He could not help but laugh. "Third young Master Lin, if I don't place my bet, then I won't be able to vent my anger. I will also place 100,000 silver taels." The expressions of the others changed. The Li family's wealth was not simple. Another 100,000 silver taels. On the table, there was a pile of 300,000 silver taels. If Lin Fei lost, it would be 300,000 silver taels. It was not a small amount. Luo Tian, who was standing at the side, could not help but worry. If Lin Fei lost, 300,000 silver taels was not a small amount. If the Lin family found out, they would probably fly into a rage. Li Yuan didn't finish his sentence. "Third young Master Lin, not just anyone can teach a lesson to my Li family's disciples. I would also like to ask you for advice. I will also place 100,000 silver taels. If you lose, you will kneel down and say that I am trash, and that everyone in the Lin family is trash. I wonder if third young Master Lin has the guts to agree?" The 4 young masters were indeed the 4 young masters. Before, no one could see what they were planning. Then they threw out a huge bomb. Li Yuan's idea was not a normal kind of evil. First, he would kneel down and admit his mistake. Lin Fei was not only representing himself, but also the Lin family and the Lin family's face. As for the last item, it was also the Lin family's reputation. 5 years ago, Lin Fei had left in a sorry state. 5 years later, if Lin Fei were to make a fool of himself in front of everyone again, who knew how many people in the Lin family would go crazy? Moreover, it was a crucial moment now. The young masters did not speak, but once they did, it would be a thunderous blow. "You can't agree. This is a trap." Luo Tian hurriedly stopped him. He was worried that Lin Fei would walk into a trap. He did not want such a situation to happen. Lin Fei waved his hand. "It's fine. I know what I am doing." I am not the Lin Fei of the past. I am ignorant. 100,000 taels. Do you think I will agree? Lin Fei asked. Li Yuan was just throwing out an excuse. What he wanted was nothing more than an agreement. 5 years ago, the Lin family had suffered a great loss because of Lin Fei. 5 years later, if the Lin family was affected because of Lin Fei would definitely be the sinner of the Lin family. His crime was unforgivable. It might even affect his father, who was the clan leader. Li Yuan was most willing to see a conflict in the Lin family. Moreover, no matter how useless the Li family's disciples were, they were not people that Lin Fei could teach a lesson to. Lin Fei dared to teach a lesson in front of everyone, not even giving him face. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson, Li Yuan would have to swallow this anger. This anger must be vented, viciously vented. The moment Lin Fei opened his mouth, Li Yuan knew that Lin Fei was still the Lin Fei of the past. He did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Then how do you want to play? I must vent this anger of the Li family. Li Yuan was very direct. Beigong Wuqing naturally would not interrupt. As for the others, they also did not dare to speak. Who asked him to have such authority? At most, they would just listen. Zhang Qian secretly cursed the old fox. Li Yuan's methods were a little vicious. It was not a good time to speak now, so he was happy to watch the show. In truth, he wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson more than anyone else. The Zhang family had crippled a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path. His left arm was crippled, and his strength was greatly reduced. Zhang Qian would definitely be lying if he said he did not have a temper. For such a good opportunity to be snatched away by the Li clan, Xiaochen felt somewhat regretful. However, when he thought about it, Li Yuan seriously injuring Lin Fei in a spar would clearly be very interesting. Why should he interfere? It would be better for him to watch the show. 100,000 taels of silver. 3 months ago, Lin Fei would definitely be tempted. But now, the situation was different. 100,000 taels of silver was not something Lin Fei cared about. 1,000,000 taels of silver. I'll play with you. I don't like other things, but I like to gamble big. 1,000,000 taels of silver suits my taste. Don't say that young Master Li doesn't have the guts. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan provocatively. The look in his eyes was very clear. Do you dare? Even though it hadn't been long since he returned, Lin Fei had discovered many clues about what had happened back then. In particular, after speaking with Luo Tian, he realized that what had happened 5 years ago was very likely a trap set up by someone else. The one who set the trap was either the Li family or the Zhang family. Back then you could set a trap. Today, I will also set a trap for you. 100,000 taels of silver was nothing. 1,000,000 taels of silver was completely different. Whether it was the Lin family, the Zhang family, or the Li family, 1,000,000 taels of silver was a huge sum. Lin Fei did not open his mouth, but when he did, his anger soared to the sky. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Was this Lin Fei crazy? He actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. 1,000,000 taels of silver, not 100,000. Did this guy still think that he was the 3rd young master of the Lin family 5 years ago? 1,000,000 taels of silver was too wasteful. If the two were equal in strength, they believed that it would be worth watching. But now, the gap between the two was too big. One was at the 7th sky of the martial path, and the other was at the 8th sky of the martial path, Li Yuan. This gap was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was not an ordinary kind of squandering. Li Yuan's first thought was that it was a trap. Lin Fei was digging a trap for him to jump into. 100,000 taels of silver, Li Yuan could make the decision. 1,000,000 taels of silver was enough to affect his development. Li Yuan had no choice but to think carefully. 3rd young Master Lin, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You are just kneeling down and apologizing, but I have to take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. Don't you think this is too much? Li Yuan said with a sullen face. Lin Fei laughed again. Too much? You are at least at the 8th sky of the martial path, but you are afraid of me, a 7th sky of the martial path. I think you should go home. All these years of training have been for nothing. Beigong brat has the guts to ask me for advice without saying a word. Disdain, not just any ordinary disdain. Li Yuan was usually meticulous, but because of a few words from Lin Fei, he was affected. In reality, a martial artist at the 8th sky of the martial path would not be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th sky of the martial path. If today's words were to spread, he, one of the 4 great young masters, would be afraid of a piece of trash from 5 years ago. He would not be ashamed, but the entire Li family would be ashamed, unable to lift their heads. After thinking about it again and again, Li Yuan thought that Lin Fei was purely scaring people. It was not impossible to defeat an enemy who was a level higher, but could Lin Fei do it? Li Yuan did not think so. Don't try to provoke me, it's useless against me. Li Yuan coldly snorted, if you aren't afraid, then I naturally won't be afraid of you. I agree to your conditions, but I have to remind you, if you can't control your strength during the spar, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. What's wrong with that? Lin Fei laughed, but in reality, his heart was once again blooming with joy. This time, I am going to screw you over. 1,000,000 yuan bet, everyone clicked their tongues. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei. On the contrary, they thought that Li Yuan would definitely be ruthless. Lin Fei was going to be miserable this time, he might even be seriously injured. With the dojo of limits acting as a witness, if the Lin family wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't have a reason. Fragrant Pavilion was obviously not suitable for sparring. Thus, everyone moved to the dojo of limits. There was no place more suitable than anyone else. The dojo of limits, a special power in the Bu Luo dynasty. The dojo of limits was spread across 10 counties. It was a huge power with countless elite disciples. Normal powers wouldn't dare provoke them. The dojo of limits, the word limit, was the essence of it. This was a place to surpass limits. Wu Ji acted as a witness and chose a stage for everyone. But for some reason, the news spread. There were many people in the dojo of limits, so when this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The dojo of limits itself was a place to break through limits. Aside from breaking through limits, it was also used to earn money to buy mysterious techniques and pills. In other words, the dojo of limits was a place to risk one's life. Hey, did you hear? The Lin family's 3rd young master is going to spar with the 4 young masters. Your news isn't accurate. I heard that Lin Fei was going to teach a Li family disciple a lesson. Then he met Li Yuan, one of the 4 young masters. There's going to be a good show to watch. The Lin Fei from 5 years ago? It seems like there's going to be a good show. Li Yuan is one of the 4 young masters. I heard that Lin Fei's strength increased by using some kind of pill. Last time, he revealed his trump card. This time, Lin Fei won't have a good ending. If I were Lin Fei, I would have already admitted defeat. Isn't this embarrassing? Who knows? In any case, the Lin family has always been the enemy of the Li and Zhang families. Just now, I think I saw people from the Zhang and Li families, and even people from the Beigong family. Think about what this means. It has to be said that in front of everyone in Guiyuan City, the influence of these 2 families was huge. Dojo of Limits, 7th stage. For some reason, the originally sealed area was now open to the outside world. Everyone understood that this was done intentionally. Their goal was very simple, to deliberately embarrass Lin Fei. Pest, the situation doesn't seem right. They're obviously targeting you. Luo Tian looked around and couldn't help but feel angry. He understood what was going on, but he couldn't help but feel angry. Lin Fei stood there calmly and didn't even look at them. In fact, from the moment they chose to come here, he understood their intentions. Instead of sparring behind closed doors, it was better to let everyone know that their intentions weren't ordinary. They had a new understanding of their young master, and his methods were more powerful than they had imagined. If he lost today, the Lin family wouldn't be able to find any excuses. On the contrary, this matter would spread like wildfire, and it would directly affect the reputation of the Lin family. Lin Fei patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said casually, they made a big meal for me, so I won't let them down. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Luo Tian didn't have much confidence. His gang had always been close to the Lin family, so he was most worried that something would happen today. Seeing that Lin Fei said so, he naturally didn't dare to say anything else. He was very clear about Lin Fei's temperament. On the surface, he seemed to be the same as 5 years ago, and he didn't seem to notice that Lin Fei had actually changed into a different person, no longer the Lin Fei of the past. At the same time, Wu Ji brought a middle-aged man over. When this middle-aged man appeared, many people showed a respectful expression. Obviously, this middle-aged man's status in the dojo of limits wasn't low. Chapter 123. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei keenly thought of something and realized that the extreme dojo didn't want to cause trouble. The appearance of Qin San was the best proof. At first, Chen Disheng didn't put this matter to heart. He was already used to sparring on the stage, but from Wu Ji's words, he heard another layer of meaning. Thus, this scene happened. To put it bluntly, the extreme dojo didn't want to get involved in the power struggle of Guiyuan City. This had nothing to do with their interests. However, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary as he didn't have enough authority to speak. If Chen Disheng took over, it would be completely different. No matter what they did, they wouldn't step into this matter. Right now, they could only wait for Lin Fei's reply. "I'm fine with it," Lin Fei said. "With Chen San as the notary, we don't have to worry about people going back on their words. Don't you think so, Chen San?" At first, Lin Fei didn't really care about Wu Ji being the notary. But as the matter developed, Wu Ji wasn't suitable to be the notary. He needed to find someone with high moral standing. Chen Disheng was the best choice. Lin Fei almost laughed. This was like having a pillow delivered to him when he wanted to doze off. He wasn't worried about them playing any tricks. 1,000,000 silver wasn't as simple as it sounded. This time, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Reneging on a debt, no one had a chance. Chen Disheng raised his eyebrows and returned to normal. He didn't expect Lin Fei to play a trick, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei. "Everyone here is a respectable person in Guiyuan City. Who would go back on their words? Wouldn't that be a joke?" These words were very fair. Chen Disheng didn't want to offend them. Chen Disheng was the notary, so of course, he was also the judge. The Extreme Dojo was currently the most qualified. Chen Disheng was the most qualified. He was fair, so everyone believed that Chen Disheng was the most suitable person to be the dojo master. "Place your bets, I'll be the banker." Just when everyone wanted to watch the show, Fatty Luo Tian suddenly became the banker for some reason, which made everyone curious. The Extreme Martial Arts Dojo of Limits, privately operated, actually existed. When Fatty Luo Tian became the banker, he immediately attracted everyone's interest. They didn't mind placing their bets. Who didn't know that Luo Tian was the brothers' gang's third young master? Once he opened his mouth, who would dare to question him? In just a short moment, Fatty Luo Tian was surrounded. "Mother f*** cur, don't you dare get me into trouble, or else I'm going to suffer a huge loss this time." This was what a certain Fatty was thinking. This was just a small interlude. For a bet of more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, Luo Tian's private bets seemed insignificant. "Lin Fei, come up quickly." In the arena, Beigong Wuqing was very excited. He had to crush Lin Fei today to strengthen the Beigong family's reputation. "What's the hurry?" Lin Fei lazily walked onto the stage. Chen Disheng, who was also the referee, had a strange look in his eyes. He thought to himself, this Lin family's third young master has a good mentality. Facing Beigong Brat's provocation, he can still maintain his composure. Interesting. "Lin Fei, if you kneel and admit defeat now, I can be merciful and let you go." Beigong Wuqing's expression was excited, as if he could already see Lin Fei being defeated by him. Lin Fei said, "Hee, we haven't even fought yet. Maybe you'll be the one to admit defeat?" "Is that so?" Beigong Wuqing said, "Then I'd like to give you some pointers." Steel opening hand. Beigong Wuqing moved, releasing his aura. Like a giant, he opened his 5 fingers, and a violent aura wreaked havoc. The void in the arena seemed like it was about to shatter. Steel opening hand, low-grade yellow class Xian skill. One move. Among experts, Beigong Wuqing's strength was truly unmatched. Among those of the same level, he was considered outstanding. The violent aura whizzed past like a giant crushing down. Everyone could see how powerful it was. A yellow-class martial art was extraordinary. The Li family, the Zhang family, and the others all hoped that Lin Fei would be defeated by Lin Fei in one move. Subconsciously, they thought that Lin Fei would not be so easy to deal with. If he lost to Beigong Wuqing, Lin Fei would be labeled as trash. The Lin family would probably be furious. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he began to shake his head. Not forceful enough. A yellow-class Xian skill in your hands is simply a humiliation. Let's see what true forcefulness is. Lin Fei's lazy aura suddenly became like an awakened tiger. The tiger roared, and a domineering aura was released from Lin Fei's body. 8 Desolation Fist. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would not be his match. No one could compare to Lin Fei when it came to forceful fist techniques. Lin Fei acted as if there was nothing beneath his feet. The 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies fist wasn't a yellow-class mysterious art. He activated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, and a ferocious qi burst forth. It was as if numerous giants from ancient times had appeared. His fists clashed with Lin Fei's, causing everyone's eyes to fill with shock. Beigong Wuqing's fist technique seemed like a lone boat on a turbulent sea, about to be swallowed by the waves at any time. In fact, that was indeed the case. You've lost. Actually, the two's combat strength was not on the same level. Beigong Wuqing's defeat was the most normal thing. Under the 8 Desolation Fist, everyone knew that Beigong Wuqing would lose without a doubt. Under such a ferocious fist technique, only an expert with stellar energy would be able to block it. Beigong Wuqing's chest was punched countless times. If not for Lin Fei's mercy, he would have died in the arena. Even so, Beigong Wuqing had lost a lot of face. You're good. I'm not your match. Beigong Wuqing spat out a lot of blood when he said this. He was secretly shocked. Lin Fei had hidden his strength too well, and he had lost just like that. Apart from this, he felt a pain in his heart. He had lost a 3rd-grade fire talisman, and he had lost 80,000 taels of silver. Defeating Beigong Wuqing did not give Lin Fei much of a sense of accomplishment. Young Master Li, it's your turn. Lin Fei's swift defeat of Beigong Wuqing caused everyone to take Lin Fei seriously. A non-yellow-class Xian skill that could unleash the power of a yellow-class Xian skill was worth their attention. Young Master Li, this Lin Fei has some tricks up his sleeve. You have to be careful and don't fall for his tricks. Zhang Qian reminded with a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhang. Li Yuan said. I don't really care about Lin Fei. He's just some unorthodox tricks. Although that was what Li Yuan said, he was actually starting to pay attention to Lin Fei. He kept searching his mind for any Xian skill that could upgrade his Xian skill. Li Yuan had seen many people use the 8 Desolation Fist just now. In terms of power, it was far from yellow class, but Lin Fei had played a shocking joke on everyone. Chapter 124. Amazing, 3rd Young Master Lin is really amazing. No wonder Zhang Wansong was no match for him. He killed him in an instant. 3rd Young Master Lin's punches were so fierce, almost comparable to a yellow-class Xian skill. I didn't even see it clearly before Beigong Wuqing lost. Speed is the only thing that can't be broken. Looks like we can't offend 3rd Young Master Lin anymore. Beigong Wuqing, who is at level 7 of the martial path, was like a chicken to Lin Fei. Beigong Wuqing is famous for his ferocious punches, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Lin family has produced an amazing guy. It's a pity that 3rd Young Master Lin's rear army was too slow. Beigong Wuqing couldn't even withstand a single blow, but Li Yuan might not be so simple. He can use his earth energy at will. He won't be easy to deal with. It's one of the 4 young masters again. As the crowd discussed, Luo Tian seemed to be the happiest. These silvers are all mine. Luo Tian, the banker, clearly hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so powerful. The usually arrogant Beigong Wuqing had been defeated by Lin Fei in a few moves. He was in an exceptionally good mood. More importantly, Beigong Wuqing's loss had earned him a large sum of money. He had been worried about it before. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. When Li Yuan walked onto the stage, Luo Tian couldn't help but worry. His expression turned serious. An earth energy expert wasn't so easy to deal with. Those who had lost would definitely choose Li Yuan if they had to choose between the two. Fatty Luo, 500 silvers bet on young Master Li. Do you dare to take it? Who says I don't dare? Uncle Luo's words carry enormous weight. Luo Tian hesitated. Recalling what he had just said, he gritted his teeth. I'll take as much as you have. Luo Tian's words caused those who weren't willing to give up to bet on Li Yuan again. It didn't matter if they lost once, but third young Master Lin would definitely lose this time. Thus, their bets unknowingly became bigger. Uncle Chen, this Lin Fei isn't simple. Wu Ji said to Chen Desheng from below the stage. Chen Desheng smiled. What did you see? Third young Master Lin must be cultivating a special mysterious art that can increase the power of his mysterious art. Wu Ji said, it seems that other magic skills can't do this except for the mental cultivation methods of magic skills. However, I can't think of any mental cultivation methods that can do this. Uncle Chen, you are so knowledgeable. Do you know this mental cultivation method? Although Wu Ji was one of the four princes, his knowledge wasn't something normal people could compare to. Especially since he came from the dojo of limits, his knowledge of martial arts surpassed normal people. Chen Desheng touched his chin and said approvingly, you guessed it right. Lin Fei does practice a special heart method, but it's a useless heart method. If your Uncle Chen guessed correctly, Lin Fei practices the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Wu Ji was slightly stunned. 9 Revolutions mysterious art? What kind of mental cultivation method is this? Obviously, Wu Ji hadn't heard of it. Chen Desheng said, this is a mental cultivation method that surpasses yellow rank. As to what level it is, your Uncle Chen doesn't know either. However, I know that this mental cultivation method requires a special perception to comprehend. Once the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is cultivated, it can increase the power of the mysterious art. The biggest drawback is that the 9 Revolutions mysterious art can at most reach the 9th level of the martial path. It can't become a Xian practitioner. Wu Ji seemed to understand something. Could it be that he will be stuck at the 9th level of the martial path forever? Forever unable to become a Xian practitioner? For the time being, it's like this. Chen Desheng looked at the stage. Pity, what a pity. It's a pity. As for what it is, Chen Desheng himself probably knows. On the stage, Lin Fei didn't know that his fist technique was seen through by others. If he knew, he would definitely be very careful of the people from the dojo of limits. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art is a useless mental cultivation method. For Chen Desheng to say that it's a mental cultivation method that has been abandoned for a long time is indeed not simple. Unfortunately, Lin Fei doesn't know it now. The only thing he can think of is how to take care of Li Yuan and get his hands on the spoils of war. They were vaguely involved in what happened 5 years ago. If he doesn't vent his anger, Lin Fei will have a belly full of anger that can't be vented. He must find a way to vent it. Even if they didn't come today, Lin Fei would still find them and take revenge on them for what they did. As for evidence, in this world where the strong are respected, evidence seems weak. Today, I'll collect some interest from Li Yuan. I can't just let things from 5 years ago go like this. Lin Fei looked at Li Yuan, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This will be the first step to change himself. A direct descendant disciple is far less famous than one of the 4 great young masters. Teaching him a lesson feels completely different. Third young Master Lin, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've made me look at you in a new light. Even that Beigong brat isn't your opponent. No wonder you dared to agree. Could it be that this is where your confidence comes from? Li Yuan said disapprovingly. Lin Fei shook his head. My confidence comes from there. You can give it a try. Since that's the case, you can make your move. Li Yuan smiled. Let me see where your confidence comes from. 8 Desolation 6 Combination Fist. Lin Fei once again used the ferocious fist technique. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Like a violent storm, the fist wind whistled, enveloping Li Yuan. The expressions of many people below the stage changed slightly. Lin Fei can be proud of having trained a fist technique to such a level. Especially since he dared to attack when there's a gap in strength between them, his mental strength is not ordinary. Underworld Hand. Li Yuan is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great young masters. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand and a sinister black giant hand appeared in front of him. It is the Underworld Hand. A wave of cold air covered the entire stage, causing the people nearby to subconsciously shiver. Your fist technique is ferocious. Try taking my Underworld Hand. Using softness to overcome hardness. As expected of one of the 4 great young masters, Li Yuan uses softness to overcome hardness, breaking through all the attacks with one move. I wonder if 3rd young master Lin can withstand this move. Underworld Hand, a low-grade yellow-class palm technique. The Underworld Qi can freeze Xianxia. It is a rather sinister palm technique. If you are not careful, your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. His mind was active. This Li Yuan is really vicious. He wants to injure me greatly. Trying to use softness to overcome hardness? It's not that simple. The invincible Vajra body was fully activated. The 9 revolutions Xian Qi spread throughout his body. The side effects of the Underworld Qi were forcefully blocked outside and did not cause too much of an impact. Your Underworld Hand is only SOSO. Although Li Yuan wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, he could not do anything to Lin Fei's fist technique. It was all broken by the fist technique. The 2 were evenly matched in the first round. What a strange Xian technique. This brat Lin Fei really has some tricks up his sleeve, Li Yuan said to himself. If this is all, I will make sure you are gravely mistaken. The stage looked simple, but the people below the stage started to take it seriously again. Chapter 125. P.S. Thank you to Book 12110416322535, Book 1211171649424420, for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? On the stage, the fierce battle continued. The result of the battle was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, who was rumored to be trash, was actually so powerful. He was not at a disadvantage when facing Li Yuan, who was 1 stage higher. Li Yuan, one of the 4 princes, was also very powerful. However, he did not have much of an advantage on the stage. On the other hand, 3rd young master Lin used a fierce fist art from beginning to end, forcefully suppressing Li Yuan's attacks. Who was the stronger one? Everyone had a rough idea. 3rd young master Lin's performance was unexpected. Some were happy, some were jealous, and some were worried. Zhang Qian was one of them. The situation is a bit complicated. Lin Fei hid his strength so well. It seems that their battle will not end in a short time. The one who spoke was a direct descendant of a 2nd-rate family. He was also a follower of the Zhang family. Seeing that Zhang Qian was unhappy, he quickly added, no matter how strong Lin Fei is, he is not stronger than young Master Li Yuan. Li Yuan is at the 8th celestial layer of the martial path. He has a protective aura qi. Lin Fei is using a fist art. Li Yuan will see through his flaws sooner or later. At that time, he will be able to defeat him in 1 move. Of course, they did not want Lin Fei to win. Zhang Qian's face was gloomy. His gaze was complicated as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. He did not care about the 100,000 taels of silver, but he could not let Lin Fei get up. Beigong Wuqing was defeated, so Zhang Qian could not care less. Lin Fei and Li Yuan were tied, so Zhang Qian paid attention to this point. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want Lin Fei to stand out, especially when the 5 years competition was about to begin. If Lin Fei defeated Li Yuan, he would undoubtedly become a good card in the hands of the Lin family. Zhang Qian did not want to see that happen. The current Lin family was not the same as before. The geniuses were either dead or injured. However, Lin Fei's appearance made Zhang Qian realize the danger. If Li Yuan were to defeat Lin Fei, Zhang Qian would be at ease. On the other hand, Lin Fei had to be dealt with. Lin Fei was a dangerous person. This was Zhang Qian's subconscious feeling. Below the arena, everyone was guessing. On the arena, The two of them exchanged no less than a few dozen moves, and they were evenly matched. Li Yuangang struck out with his palm, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he laughed coldly as if he had expected this. He struck out with both palms, and the frigid aura of the netherworld swept out. Li Yuan cultivated the netherworld mantra, and the netherworld cold qi around him was quite vicious. The cold qi invaded his body, corroding his internal organs and injuring his enemies instantly. Bang bang! The one who attacked from behind was Lin Fei. His huge fist smashed down, creating a strong wind that caused cracks to appear on the pillars around the arena. The two of them quickly pulled apart the distance between them. Young Master Li, did my punch taste good? Lin Fei said as he activated the 9 Revolutions mystical qi to get rid of the invading netherworld Xianxia. He felt lucky, but he couldn't help but wonder why the 9 Revolutions mystical qi could restrain the netherworld Xianxia. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have time to think about the reason. Striking while the iron was hot, he attacked again. It was still the 8 Desolation Liuha fist, and his battle intent was strong. Li Yuan took the punch head-on and suffered a great loss. The blood in his body was boiling, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. He was shocked. How could Lin Fei have such a terrifying strength? If it wasn't for the protective aura shield blocking part of the force, he might have been seriously injured. Third young Master Lin, you must be feeling bad too. Li Yuan sneered. My netherworld cold qi is specially used to break the meridians. If you choose to admit defeat now, I can help you dissolve the pain of the netherworld cold qi. From the beginning, Li Yuan wanted to end the battle quickly, but the more the battle continued, the more shocked he was. He couldn't beat Lin Fei. Fortunately, he had enough battle experience and used the netherworld cold qi to hurt Lin Fei's meridians. He won without a fight. In the battle just now, he fully used the netherworld cold qi. Li Yuan had enough confidence that Lin Fei would definitely admit defeat. If Lin Fei didn't admit defeat, it would be best. He would completely cripple Lin Fei in the arena. Even if the netherworld cold qi frostbitten his meridians, even if they were healed, most of his strength would be gone, and he would no longer be a threat. Lin Fei's powerful battle strength made Li Yuan realize that if he didn't cripple Lin Fei, in the upcoming profit distribution meeting, Lin Fei might emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The disciples of the family first thought of the family's interests. Just like Zhang Qian, Beigong Wuqing, and Li Yuan. They all cared about the family's interests. Lin Fei had shown his strength, so they had to suppress Lin Fei. It would be best if they could cripple him in the arena. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Lin Fei leaped up. His fists were like cannonballs, smashing down. From afar, it looked like a shooting star. After a round of battle, Lin Fei had already gotten used to Li Yuan's attacking style. It was nothing more than using the netherworld cold qi to restrict him, then using the Yin cold fist art, or even the palm art to suppress the opponent. In terms of true strength, he was only slightly stronger than those of the same level. Netherworld godly fist. Li Yuan sneered. He couldn't wait for it to happen. His palm art turned into a fist art. The white cold qi on the arena was like frost in winter. The surrounding temperatures suddenly dropped, and everyone felt a chill. Fist against fist. On the arena, the netherworld cold qi was all gathered together, and a huge white fist greeted Li Yuan like a cannon. A head-on clash. You came at the right time. Lin Fei's mouth suddenly hung an evil smile. This smile made Li Yuan's heart skip a beat. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, what's wrong with me? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, how can he be my opponent? Why should I be afraid of him? With the help of the netherworld cold qi, my strength can increase by 1/3. Although I don't know what kind of heart art he cultivates, but if he wants to fight against me, he can only dream. Bang. The fist formed by the netherworld cold qi was said to be able to freeze everything after reaching the realm of great success. When the two met, there wasn't the expected victory. Lin Fei's fist was like a fist from the heavens. It was hard to see how strong it was, but it broke the netherworld godly fist. The aftermath of the battle didn't stop there. This time, Lin Fei deliberately wanted to defeat Li Yuan. Based on the feeling of fighting in the Blackwater Mountain range, many experts in the Dojo of Limits were paying attention. Lin Fei didn't want to reveal too much information. Beginner battle technique, 9 heavy waves. When Li Yuan's fist met, the netherworld cold chi covering the fist was actually broken in an instant. A wave of aura suddenly rushed out, and his figure stopped in front of everyone. First heavy wave, netherworld cold chi, broken. Second heavy wave, aura shield, broken. Third heavy wave, netherworld cold chi, chaotic. Fourth heavy wave, chi and blood chaotic. Li Yuan vomited blood, his internal organs were injured. Chapter 126. The battle was over, but the crowd was not calm. Those who were close to the arena were dumbfounded by the scene. They did not expect it to be like this, and some of them even suffered an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious, but their luck was not good. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at the arena that was covered in dust. Of course, it was now in ruins. Who won, who lost? That was the question that everyone was struggling with. But no one dared to go forward to check. Dust filled the arena, and it was a hazy scene. No one could see what was going on, and their emotions were fluctuating. How could this be? This arena is too sturdy. Yeah, we must be more careful next time. Who would have thought that their battle strength was so strong that the arena was destroyed? Luckily, I ran fast. Who do you think will win? I guess it must be young Masterly. The netherworld cold chi is invincible, and Lin Fei does not understand the power of the netherworld cold chi. He will regret it sooner or later. Of course, it must be young Masterly. The crowd discussed. Only by doing this could they calm down. The scene just now had really shocked them. But in the eyes of some people, it was not like this. For example, Qin Dixing, the third dojo master. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes, and his deep gaze seemed to be able to see through the dust. Wu Ji asked, Uncle Qin, who won? Chen Dixing's gaze stopped at the arena. You will know in a while. Don't be anxious. After saying this, Chen Dixing seemed to have thought of something and added, try not to offend Lin Fei in the future. This guy is not simple. Maybe he is a trump card that the Lin family deliberately left behind. Wu Ji was shocked. He lowered his voice and said emotionally, Uncle Qin, you said that Li Yuan lost? Wu Ji was very clear about Li Yuan's strength. Even if he fought, it would take at least 100 to 200 moves to determine the winner. They were both Earth Chi experts, and it was not easy to determine the winner. Listening to Uncle Chen's words, Wu Ji understood that Li Yuan had obviously lost in the spar. Chen Dixing did not reply, and there was finally a movement in the ruins. My young Master Li, can you admit defeat now? When the dust settled, everyone saw a figure walking out from the rubble. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice rang out. Therefore, the crowd saw an unimaginable scene, and many people even gasped in shock. The young master of the Li clan, one of the 4 great young masters of the Li clan, was dragged out of the ruins by his throat like a dead dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Li Yuan would lose to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was only at the 7th sky of the martial path. This disparity, silence. The scene fell silent. Let me go, let me go. Li Yuan weakly roared. As you wish. Bang. Li Yuan smashed heavily into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust and vomiting blood. He glared at Lin Fei as if he was his mortal enemy. You're courting death. Everyone was once again shocked by Lin Fei's actions. This Lin Fei really didn't know the gravity of the situation. Li Yuan was one of the 4 great young masters. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he had to look at the right place. Shut up. Lin Fei flew and stepped on Li Yuan's chest, staining his clothes red. Young Master Li, you should know that if I hadn't been lenient, you would have been dead by now. You still dare to talk back to me? You're asking for a beating. Li Yuan was an expert at the 8th sky of the martial path, but he wasn't Lin Fei's opponent. Lin Fei was thinking that this elementary combat skill was quite powerful. Even Li Yuan's 5 heavy waves couldn't withstand it and almost killed him. Lin Fei, let go of Brother Yuan. In a moment, everyone reacted, especially the Li clan. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and lifted Li Yuan up again. Let go of young Master Li? Who am I going to ask for my 1 million silver? Lin Fei shook his head and swept his gaze across everyone. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a demon king. Finally, his gaze landed on Qin Disheng. Dojo Master Qin, I'm sorry for destroying your stage. Everyone was attracted by the first sentence. A bet of 1 million silver. This bet was not small. The Li clan had lost this time and would lose money again. Qin Disheng smiled. Congratulations, third young Master Lin. You've really impressed me. Lin Fei said modestly, Dojo Master Qin thinks too highly of me. I was just lucky. Next time, I probably won't be so lucky. It would be strange if I believed you. You're just a little fox. Qin Disheng didn't believe you, but of course, he wouldn't expose you. Third young Master Lin, victory has been decided. Do you think we should release young Master Li? Lin Fei shook his head. Dojo Master Qin, I originally wanted to return him to you. But after thinking about it, this guy almost took my life. Furthermore, his methods are sinister. If I release him, what if I become lazy? Who can I find for my 1 million? I think it's better to hold on to him. In any case, he won't die anytime soon. Lin Fei, don't be too. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fei's palm landed on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan almost couldn't breathe. It was extremely uncomfortable. Loser, there's no place for you to speak here. Lin Fei said coldly, not giving Li Yuan any chance to speak. No one expected that Lin Fei would play Li Yuan in the palm of his hand in front of everyone. In less than half a day, today's matter would spread throughout the entire Guiyuan city. The Lin clan had produced another powerful guy. Qin Disheng frowned slightly. He could hear the hidden meaning behind Lin Fei's words. Clearly, this matter wasn't going to be easy. Ever since he became the third dojo master, no one dared to not give him face. Yet Lin Fei did this. How many youngsters could have this kind of courage? Hee, third young Master Lin, with me as the witness, you can rest assured. Qin Disheng said, today, in front of everyone, this dojo master will give you a guarantee. Today, whether it's the Li clan or the Zhang clan, if they don't fulfill today's promise, don't blame the extreme dojo for not giving you face. Third young Master Lin, are you satisfied now? The others couldn't help but change their expressions, especially the Zhang clan, Li clan, and Beigong Wuqing. They all realized one thing. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Lin Fei smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. Dojo Master Chen's words are enough. The previous words were all for this sentence. In order to achieve his goal, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't hold on to Li Yuan. Catch. Lin Fei casually swung his hand. Inadvertently, his palm pressed on Li Yuan's back, and as if nothing had happened, he threw Li Yuan away. Li Qingfeng and the others immediately came up to catch him. A huge force came over, causing them to fall to the ground. Hee, the Li clan is only SOSO. They can't even catch a single person. With Lin Fei's godly strength, it would be strange if they could block a light flick. With this, Lin Fei's image in everyone's heart became even more ferocious. Qin Disheng slightly shook his head. This Lin family's third young master's temper is quite bad. It seems that Guiyuan City is going to be lively. I'll kindly accept these things. Lin Fei put away the money and turned to look at Li Yuan. Remember, hurry up and send my 1 million silver over. Don't make me personally come to collect the debt. When that time comes, no one will look good. Li Yuan was angered and spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 127. Fatty, I have some business to attend to. You handle the rest. Let's drink another day. By the time Luo Tian reacted and wanted to say something, Lin Fei's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. He swallowed his words. Looks like I can only do it next time. This guy runs really fast. Luo Tian felt the need to report Lin Fei's performance today. Besides helping him win some money, he also saw hope. Luo Tian began to collect money. As for the Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family, they couldn't sit still. Lin Fei easily won against Beigong Wuqing and Li Yuan. They sensed a hidden danger. They were in a hurry to report this matter. Coming out of the dojo of limits, Lin Fei found a secluded place. Seeing that no one was following him, he quietly slipped into a small alley. Activate Runes System? In the quiet alley, a level 3 fire talisman was lying on Lin Fei's palm. In the dojo of limits, Lin Fei had just collected his spoils when the system reacted. This was the first time since he returned. This was a big surprise. Beep. Activate Runes System? Runes masters, alchemists, weapon masters, and blacksmiths were one of the specialties of the Xianxia continent. Runes masters were the most special. Runes master was a special profession. Not everyone was qualified to become a runes master. Among 10,000 warriors, there were less than 100 runes masters. Most of them were runes apprentices. The number of runes masters could be counted on one's fingers. Thus, it was hard to find a runes master. In the Xianxia continent, runes masters were even higher than alchemists. Lin Fei didn't expect to accidentally activate the runes system. Activate. Runes master was a good profession. Lin Fei chose to activate runes master without hesitation. He knew better than anyone the importance of runes master. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for activating the runes system. Beep. Player Lin Fei, do you want to enter the virtual runes system? The system prompted him. Lin Fei frowned. Virtual runes system? When Lin Fei first modified the upgrade system, he only focused on bugs, runes, and the like, so he didn't try to understand it. Now that a virtual runes system had popped up, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Enter. Lin Fei walked deeper into the alley. There was no one in the depths of the old alley. He found an abandoned house. The next second, Lin Fei was surprised to find that he was in a virtual world. Or rather, in a virtual town. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. It was too real. It was too realistic. Damn, is this a virtual city? Lin Fei found it hard to imagine. Was this virtual city technology from the future? Could it be that a mutation had occurred? Otherwise, why would it appear on him? Walking in the town, Lin Fei felt that it was unusually realistic. He could not see any flaws. The blue sky, the white clouds, everything was so realistic. After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal. If Sir System could accept time travel, why could he not accept a virtual city? No, it should be a virtual system. Lin Fei knew very well that his consciousness had entered the virtual system, while his body was left outside. Fortunately, the abandoned house was temporarily safe, so he did not have to worry. Runes Tower? The town was not big. Lin Fei noticed the words Runes Tower and immediately thought of the Runes Master. He subconsciously walked towards the Runes Tower. He pushed the door open. The Runes Tower appeared in front of him. It looked like a small castle. There won't be any NPCs, will there? Lin Fei muttered in his heart. This was the first time Lin Fei was further interested in the system. It turned out that the system still hid many undiscovered existences. You're the apprentice, Lin Fei? Lin Fei was looking at the Runes Tower when he heard the voice. He subconsciously struck out with his palm, but it missed. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in black standing behind him. He was expressionless and very serious. He turned around and walked towards the Runes Tower. You are. The other party wanted to leave. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there would be no enemy in the virtual world. However, the other party could appear silently. He was still very shocked and could not help but ask. You can call me Master Fu. From now on, I will teach you how to become a runes master. The Runes Tower. Lin Fei was once again shocked by the virtual system. He originally thought that the system would automatically provide learning materials, but he did not expect it to be taught by a professional. Lin Fei could not help but guess. If Runes Master could have it, then it seemed that alchemists and blacksmiths could have it too. In the exclusive room, there were all kinds of materials placed on the material table. Lin Fei was dazzled. This was the first time he knew that a Runes Master needed so many materials. Regarding Runes Master, what he knew was only what was circulated in the outside world. In the end, he knew nothing about Runes Master. The only thing he knew was that Runes Masters had a high status and many major forces would fight to invite them. Master Fu said, "Every day, you will have 2 hours to learn how to make runes from me. As for how much you can understand, it will depend on your own comprehension." Runes Master is one of the 4 major support professions. Runes Masters rely on mental strength to outline the runes array. Runes Masters can be divided into Runes Apprentices, Level 1 Runes Masters, Level 2 Runes Masters, Level 3 Runes Masters, Level 4 Runes Masters, Level 5 Runes Masters, Level 6 Runes Masters, Level 7 Runes Masters, Level 8 Runes Masters, Level 9 Runes Masters. Lin Fei listened quietly and gradually gained a preliminary understanding of Runes Masters. Runes Masters were good at using mental strength, which was the power of the soul. It was a special existence, and the power of the soul was the most difficult to cultivate. This was also the reason why Runes Masters were so rare. From the explanation, Lin Fei understood one more thing. Runes Masters could have combat power. They used the power of the soul. The stronger the power of the soul, the stronger the power of the Runes Master. Thus, in the Xianxia continent, there were dual cultivators of martial runes. Can I also become a dual cultivator? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. Since this is the first time you have come into contact with Runes Masters, if you want to become a strong Runes Master, you must first start cultivating the power of the soul. Runes Masters have a strong power of the soul. Only then can they become strong Runes Masters. This is the 9 heavens of spiritual power that Runes Masters must cultivate. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the system to come with a cultivation method for cultivating the power of the soul. I wonder what level of Runes Master I will become after mastering this cultivation method? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Level 3 Runes Master. Don't Level 3 Runes Masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner? Immediately, Teacher Fu's cold voice came. Who said that Level 3 Runes Masters need the cultivation of a Xian practitioner? Chapter 128. My soul power has indeed become stronger. Unfortunately, this 9 levels of spiritual power can only be trained to the peak of the 9 levels of martial arts. If I can become a Level 3 Runes Master, my combat power will greatly increase. At that time, even if I encounter a Xian practitioner, I will probably be able to put up a fight. Virtual City, Tower of Runes. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and sighed softly, followed by excitement. For some reason, Lin Fei thought of the night he spent with the woman in white in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Tenjin Temple, sooner or later, I will personally pay a visit. At that time, Lin Fei was unable to swallow that anger. He was looked down upon by the woman in white, and then counterattacked by her. As a man, Lin Fei's heart had always been unbalanced. Just because of that anger, he would step into Tenjin Temple. If it was before, Lin Fei had great confidence in the system. As long as he had enough time, that day would come sooner or later. But today, in the Tower of Runes, he had a new understanding. Xianxia continent was not as simple as he thought. This was a world where the strong could reach the clouds. He had to have more power in order to have real power in this Xianxia continent. Runes Masters were the best help. After the battle in the dojo of limits, Li family, Zhang family, Beigong family didn't make any moves. They seemed to have chosen to swallow their anger. Everyone was shocked and surprised by this. In the sky above Guiyuan City, it seemed that a storm was about to appear. Since they didn't come to settle the score, Lin Fei was happy. Since the start of the Runes Master, apart from training, he immersed himself in the virtual world to learn how to make runes. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally reached the 7th level of spiritual power. In the house, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and there was an earth-shattering change in his spirit. Obviously, this was the benefit of training in soul power. Soul charge. Lin Fei controlled his soul force. His soul force rushed out in the shape of a long spear. The void was like a mirror, and with a single spear, the void shattered. As the spear shot out, Lin Fei's face turned pale. It seems that if I don't cultivate to the 9 heavens of the martial Tao, I can't use my soul power indiscriminately. After using it once, my soul power has been consumed too much. Just now, in his excitement, Lin Fei had wanted to use the soul skill of 9 heavens of spiritual energy. He had thought that it would be easy, but he hadn't expected that it would consume so much soul energy. What Lin Fei didn't know was that, with his strength, the soul charge would probably stun any outsider. Even those profound practitioners would be envious of him. The reason was very simple. Soul energy techniques were extremely precious, and even profound experts might not be able to grasp them. The soul itself was the most miraculous existence, and once the soul was heavily injured, then it would be the end of one's life. Generally speaking, only large sects and clans would be able to grasp soul secret arts, and only top-notch clans would be able to do so. Once soul secret arts were spread, the influence would not be limited to Xian techniques. Someone like Lin Fei was a typical case of lucky dog shit. After meditating for a while, Lin Fei's soul power had almost recovered. Only then did he stand up. After studying for a few days, it's time to make some runes. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The fire talisman that he won from Beigong Wuqing was something good, but it was later criticized by Teacher Talisman to be worthless. As a result, Lin Fei didn't even have a single runes in his hands. The current situation in Guiyuan City was uncertain, and Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to make some runes as a trump card. In Lin Fei's words, with runes in hand, I can kill you with runes. In fact, after learning runes in the virtual world, Lin Fei was no longer a rookie. He had a new understanding of runes, and it could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. In Lin Fei's eyes, runes master was a very powerful profession. In the virtual world, Lin Fei learned from NPCs, and his progress was extraordinarily fast. Although he improved quickly in the virtual world, Lin Fei hadn't tried it in the real world yet. With runes in hand, Lin Fei had an additional trump card. He heard from NPCs that level 5 runes masters and above could use their soul power to draw runes. Becoming a 5th level rune master was another threshold. Coming out of the Lin family, Lin Fei could already feel the pressure brought about by the 5-year competition. The atmosphere in the Lin family was quite tense. Walking on the street, Lin Fei noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. Lin Fei thought about it and understood what was going on. It should be the matter of the dojo of limits a few days ago. He didn't think much of it and sneered in his heart. Runes masters had to buy specialized runes, purple runes, and runes pens. After turning a few streets, Lin Fei saw the Rune Guild. The Rune Guild existed in the 10 counties of the Unfalling Empire. In fact, the Rune Guild also belonged to another special force. They rarely participated in battles, but if anyone offended the Rune Guild, they would end up in a miserable state. Runes masters were terrifying in themselves. When hundreds or thousands of runes masters attacked, even a major force would be wiped out. Such incidents were not uncommon, which showed how powerful the Rune Guild was. Lin Fei didn't care about these things. He just heard that the Rune Guild had high-quality runes for sale, which could increase the success rate. It had always been popular among people. We failed again. This task is too difficult. It's impossible for us to complete it now. I don't think anyone can complete this task. Lin Fei entered the guild through the main door. With his sensitive ears, he immediately heard the discussion. The first thing he saw was a guild hall. On the left, there was a group of people arguing incessantly. It was hard not to attract attention. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't pay attention to them. He was just here to buy some materials. There were many people in the Rune Guild, and people were coming and going. Lin Fei asked around and soon found a counter specially set up in the guild hall. There were all kinds of materials for runes. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight had improved a lot. He could tell at a glance that the rumors were true. The things in the Rune Guild were indeed good. Of course, they were about the same as the materials in the virtual world. After all, the two were not on the same level. I'll just make do with it. After learning about the virtual world, Lin Fei's eyesight was much higher than usual. Give me 10 sets of all these. The people in the Rune Guild swiftly packed up the materials. To them, there were countless people who came to buy materials every day. People like Lin Fei were most likely apprentices of some teacher. After packing up the materials, Lin Fei carried them. If not for the fact that there were people here, he would have kept them in his bag. He was thinking about what kind of talisman to craft. Just as he turned around, Lin Fei bumped into someone. Walla walla. A large number of scrolls fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Are you all right? After consuming the mutated fruit, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with godly strength. Even a light bump was powerful. The girl walking over had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 129. What a flirtatious girl. Lin Fei turned his head. When he saw the girl on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. What are you looking at? Help me up. An arrogant snort sounded. The girl on the ground was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, which accentuated her slim figure. She was extremely voluptuous, especially her devilish waist, which was extremely lethal. Fortunately, Lin Fei's self-control was good, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. At this moment, the long-haired girl was glaring at him. "Oh, little pepper." Lin Fei reached out to help her up. The girl's hand was very comfortable. Her skin was soft and elastic, so much so that Lin Fei held on for a while longer. But he didn't know that this small action, in the eyes of the long-haired girl, was equivalent to a pervert taking the bait. "Can you let go of me now?" The cold voice was undoubtedly reminding Lin Fei how long he wanted to take advantage of her. "I'm sorry." Lin Fei hurriedly said, "I'll help you pick it up." The weasel has no good intentions when paying respects to the chicken. Lin Fei regretted meeting this little pepper just now. "Forget it, I'm a good person. A good man doesn't fight with a woman." On the ground were scrolls. Lin Fei casually glanced at them and couldn't help but feel surprised. The scrolls were all answers to some runes as well as some questions. If it was a few days ago, Lin Fei might be a complete noob. But after a few days of studying, his knowledge of runes had improved by leaps and bounds. He wasn't much worse than those geniuses. After all, he was in the virtual space and had the help of experienced NPCs. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he could become a genius. After reading a few scrolls, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What kind of standard was this? The answers were too bad. Could it be that the Xianxia continent's rune skills were this bad? In particular, there were a few questions that Lin Fei could solve with his eyes closed. The long-haired girl obviously didn't notice the change in Lin Fei. When he saw the last question, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This was because no one had answered this last question, and he had heard this question mentioned by an NPC before. This is the improved runes diagram for runes. Here. Lin Fei gave the scrolls to the long-haired girl. The long-haired girl coldly snorted, Next time you better wear your eyes when you walk. It's not every time you meet a good person like me." Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and left. What's so great about it? The long-haired girl couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was a famous beauty in the Rune Guild, yet this guy didn't even look at her. Could it be that this beauty's eyes weren't as good as his? "Xiao Ning, who made you unhappy? Do you want me to comfort you?" Mu Ning was not in a good mood. She frowned. "If you want to die, then come at me." These people were just moving their lips and laughing. Because of Mu Ning's position in the Rune Guild, they did not dare to offend her. Mu Ning hugged the scroll and walked forward. "Grandpa, I have brought all the scrolls for you. Leave them first." Coming out from the Rune Guild, Lin Fei didn't wander around outside. He directly returned to his house and took out all the materials. "I can make level 2 runes now. What should I make first?" After laying out the materials, Lin Fei stopped. He hadn't thought about what runes to make. Runes were divided into many branches. Among them were attack runes, support runes, and special runes. Attack runes were the best. They had an attack function, such as the level 3 fire talisman. Support runes were even more varied. They were not inferior to attack runes. For example, increased defense. Special runes could not be learned by ordinary runes. It was a special existence that was rarely passed down. The majority of runes that were circulated in the outside world were attack runes and support runes. As for special runes, they were rarely sold to the outside world. They were usually in the hands of families and big sections. With my current strength, I have a high chance of winning against an early-stage martial path 9th sky. But against a veteran enemy, it would be a big problem to win. Since my blade is mainly used for killing, I should choose to attack runes and kill them in one strike. Lin Fei thought for a while and finally chose to make attack runes. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Lin Fei liked to attack and was not good at defense. Therefore, it was best to attack runes and kill them in one strike to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Rune Guild. As usual, Mu Changkong checked the questions submitted by his disciples. This was a habit he had developed over a long period of time. As the only level 5 runes master in Guiyuan City, Mu Changkong had been depressed because he did not receive a suitable disciple. Runes master was different from others. It was extremely difficult to find a good disciple. Runes master had always been very strict in accepting disciples. The first point was talent, followed by character. Today, Mu Changkong was looking at the questions of his disciples as usual. Nonsense. Biting off more than you can chew. As a level 5 runes master, Mu Changkong rarely lost his temper. But in the face of the questions and questions from above, he could not help but get angry. Runes master was quite particular about knowledge. They had to be very strong in theory to be able to assist in practical actions. As for his disciples and even the guild members, they were often biting off more than they could chew. They set foot in areas that many runes masters did not dare to enter. For example, several of the scrolls just now were examples of this. When he saw the last scroll, Mu Changkong only glanced at it. Because this scroll recorded a difficult problem, it was about the improvement of runes. This problem had existed for a long time. However, it had never been solved and was regarded as impossible. Therefore Mu Changkong took it back. Casually glancing at it, he found that the runes on it had been modified a few times. Is it that arrogant kid who wants to show off again? This was the first thought that came to Mu Changkong's mind. This was because Mu Changkong had once left behind a sentence. Whoever was able to solve this difficult problem would become his personal disciple. Unfortunately, no one had been able to succeed. Mu Changkong did not take it to heart. He did not think that they could solve it. He casually put it on the table and prepared to study runes. Something is strange. Mu Changkong was able to become a level 5 runes master. His theoretical knowledge was not just for show. At first, he did not think much of it. However, that stroke of genius was kept in his mind and he casually calculated it. This calculation was not important. Mu Changkong stood up with his eyes twitching. He was shocked. Genius, genius. I didn't know that runes could be improved like this. Mu Changkong grabbed the scroll and stared at the runes' blueprint. His hands were slightly trembling as he subconsciously described the runes' route in the air. The problem of runes that no one had ever solved was actually solved by someone. Mu Changkong immediately swept away his previous irritation. He could not wait to dig out the person immediately. The improvement of runes was not something that could be done by anyone. Even Mu Changkong did not dare to say that he could improve runes 100%. However, after looking at it just now, Mu Changkong could pat his chest and say, after the improvement of these level 3 runes, their power would increase by 1/3. Chapter 130. Rune Guild. Greetings, President. Greetings, President. Mu Changkong walked leisurely, but in fact he was very anxious. As the president of the Rune Guild, Mu Changkong had not been so nervous for a long time. Even when he became a level 5 runes master, he was not as excited as today. The only thing Mu Changkong wanted to do now was to find that genius. A genius who could improve a runes with just a few strokes was definitely a genius. Not only could he improve level 3 runes, he might even be able to improve higher runes. This kind of genius, Mu Changkong must accept him as a disciple no matter what. Grandpa, why are you here? Mu Ning was arranging the materials. As Mu Changkong's granddaughter, Mu Ning's talent was not bad. Her martial arts cultivation had reached level 7, and her runes master was a level 1 runes master. It was said that she was about to become a level 2 runes master. She could be considered as an outstanding figure in the Rune Guild. The appearance of Mu Changkong shocked many people. In their eyes, Chairman Mu rarely appeared in the hall, but today he appeared in the hall. Follow me. Mu Changkong turned around and walked back. It was not easy for a genius to appear in the Rune Guild. Mu Changkong did not want the news to leak out. If someone else got it first, he would have no place to cry. Secret, absolutely secret. This was the only thought in Mu Changkong's mind. Mu Ning felt strange. Her grandpa rarely seemed to be so anxious. As his granddaughter, she could see the clues. "Grandpa, what happened?" Mu Ning closed the door and could not help but ask. Mu Changkong said excitedly, "Xiao Ning, do you know what Grandpa found today?" Mu Ning blinked her eyes. "Grandpa, look at how happy you are. Could it be that you have become a level 6 runes master?" Oh no. If outsiders were to see Mu Changkong's current expression, they would probably be dumbfounded. Even the usually serious Chairman Mu would act like a child one day. Even the quick-witted Mu Ning couldn't guess the reason. "Grandpa, tell me quickly. What's the good news?" Mu Ning pouted and acted like a spoiled child. Mu Changkong stopped teasing his granddaughter and picked up a scroll. "Take a look. You'll know immediately." Mu Ning was a level 1 runes master, so her talent wasn't bad. She stared at the rune's design, and her cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape. "Congratulations, Grandpa, you finally improved the level 3 runes." Mu Ning was very clear about this rune's map. Her grandfather had been studying it for a long time, but he hadn't made any progress. She didn't expect that he would succeed in improving it today. She was sincerely happy for her grandfather. Mu Changkong laughed. "Xiao Ning, you've guessed wrong this time. It's not Grandpa who improved it, but someone from our guild. Hurry up and tell Grandpa who improved this rune's map. Grandpa must accept him as his personal disciple." Mu Ning was surprised. Grandpa wanted to accept a personal disciple. In the Rune Guild, a personal disciple's status was much higher. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could become a personal disciple. This was because the requirements of the runes master were too strict. They didn't even agree to become an apprentice of the runes master, let alone a personal disciple. This was a watershed. Mu Changkong had a few guesses in his heart. Other than them, there seemed to be very few people who could improve it. Every time he saw the improvement on the scroll, Mu Changkong would feel that it was a stroke of God. It turned out that level 3 runes could be improved. "Xiao Ning, don't just stand there. Hurry up and tell me." Mu Ning held the scroll. Her mind was blank. She clearly remembered that she had taken a look at the last scroll, especially the last scroll. She liked to pay attention to it. She also wanted to know who had the ability to improve this level 3 runes. Today, she remembered that the last scroll was clearly blank. When did it have a few more strokes? Mu Ning was confused. Her pretty face revealed a blank expression. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I also don't know who did it." Mu Ning lowered her head in shame. Mu Changkong suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He sat on the chair and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. "Xiao Ning, you really didn't lie to Grandpa?" Thinking that he was only one step away from being a genius, Mu Changkong was very depressed. All along, Mu Changkong wanted a personal disciple to pass down his knowledge. Now that there was finally a genius, he didn't know who it was. Mu Ning was about to cry. "When I received the scroll, my granddaughter especially took a look at it. You also know that I usually like this. Today, when I received it, there was really no one who could solve this problem. I remember it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake." Although Mu Changkong was disappointed, he still wanted to know who it was. "Do you think it was your senior brothers?" Mu Ning shook her head. "I don't think so. When I walked over, I especially took a look." Mu Changkong thought for a while. "If you can't remember who it was, then forget it. This person appeared in our guild. Maybe he's from our guild. Maybe he'll appear again next time. Xiao Ning, you don't have to feel too guilty." Mu Ning really didn't feel good. Oh yeah, Xiao Ning remembered something. Could it be that he did it? A scene suddenly appeared in Mu Ning's mind. The scene of the young man helping to pick up the scrolls in the hall. Could it be him? "Xiao Ning, did you remember something?" Mu Changkong was spirited again. The Rune Guild wouldn't give up on any outstanding disciple. Mu Changkong wouldn't miss any rune's genius either. Thus, Mu Ning told him what happened in the hall. Apart from him, there seemed to be no one else who was suspicious. "You said that he helped you pick up the scrolls?" Mu Ning nodded. "Yes, the scrolls fell on the ground. He picked them up behind my back. Apart from him, no one else touched the scrolls. But he's very young. I think he's not even 20 years old. I also saw him buying a lot of materials for Runes Master. It shouldn't be possible for him to improve the runes, right? Mu Changkong closed his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Regardless of whether it's him or not, send someone to pay attention. Since that person appeared here, maybe he'll appear again next time. Guiyuan City had a huge population. It wouldn't be easy to find such a person. The only thing they could do was to wait. Mu Ning said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find that person." It's done. In the house, Lin Fei was holding a level 2 wind talisman in his hand. He grinned and laughed. Learning in the virtual world is really different. I didn't expect to succeed on my second try. This was the first time Lin Fei had created a level 2 runes. The wind talisman in his hand wasn't big. It wasn't even half the size of a palm. The aura of the wind was gently pulsating. Let me test its power first. Lin Fei held the wind talisman in his hand and looked at the stone table in the house. Open. The wind talisman left the air. A wind blade cut out like a white light. Chapter 131. My level 2 wine talisman shouldn't be any worse than a level 3 fire talisman, right? Looking at the cut stone table, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the power of the level 2 wind talisman. It had reached his expectations. From the moment he made it, Lin Fei had reason to believe that a level 2 wind talisman could beat a level 3 fire talisman. Learning in the virtual world, whether it was runes or runes making, was far better than learning in the Xianxia continent. What he learned in the virtual world was the most orthodox runes technique. The runes technique in the Xianxia continent had been lost for a long time. The power of a level 2 wind talisman made using the orthodox runes technique was certainly not inferior to a level 3 fire talisman. One was authentic, the other was incomplete. There was a big difference in power. If the news of today's scene were to spread out, perhaps all rune masters would be dealt a blow. Generally, one could only make second-level runes, and they needed to be at least at the 8th level of the martial path and have a high level of talent to have the opportunity to make them. There were very few people like Lin Fei. In the virtual world, Lin Fei also spent a lot of time learning. Just making virtual runes took up a lot of time. In reality, if Lin Fei was not good at making runes, even NPCs would jump at him. The wind talisman has this kind of power. It's more or less enough. If I encounter an expert, I can throw out a handful of talismans and kill him instantly. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I have to quickly refine more talismans. To outsiders, runes were priceless items. Every single one of them was priceless. But for Lin Fei, runes were just a tool to enhance his strength. Runes masters were very difficult to make runes, and the success rate was not high. That was why runes masters were so popular. Lin Fei was different. He learned the authentic runes technique. His production level was better than ordinary runes masters, and his success rate was higher than theirs. Young master, mistress invites you. Just as Lin Fei was concentrating on creating runes, a voice suddenly rang out. Qing Wan's voice came from outside the door, with a hint of anxiety. Come in. Qing Wan was still dressed in green, pure and moving. My mother is looking for me? Lin Fei asked casually. When Qing Wan saw her young master making runes, she was very surprised. How does young master know how to make runes? Could it be that young master is also a runes master? A question arose in his mind. After getting along for a few days, Qing Wan felt that young master was not as bad as the outside world said. On the contrary, he was a good person. At least, that was what the Green Phoenix thought. Qing Wan hesitated. Master's entourage is back. He seems to be injured. Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and put down his runes. He frowned and stood up. I'll be right there. By the way, this runes is for you. Lin Fei had a good impression of the blue one, so he took out a level 2 fire talisman. Especially since the atmosphere was not right recently and the blue one did not have much strength, it was good to have runes in hand. Lin Fei did not know that this runes had caused a lot of trouble. This is too valuable, I can't take it. Qing Wan waved her hands and was shocked. Lin Fei did not care about the consequences. He pulled Qing Wan over and placed it on her hand. With a sullen face, he said, "There is no reason to take back young master's things." After saying that, he turned and left. Young master gave runes, could it be that he wants? Qing Wan's face blushed. Meeting hall. When Lin Fei arrived, he found that his second brother Lin Feng was also there. "Mother, you're looking for me?" Lin Fei strode into the hall and nodded at his second brother. Fortunately, the little lowly was not here. Lu Qing called her youngest son over because she had no other choice. "Have you rested well these few days?" "Very well. I slept all the way until dawn. It was more comfortable than living in the divine martial sect. I was really scared of that place." Lin Fei laughed. "Mother, I heard that father's entourage is back. Did something happen?" After returning from the divine martial sect, Lin Fei did not want to continue to be idle. It was time to help. Guiyuan City was a remote place belonging to a tribal dynasty. In this area, the strongest cultivator was only a profound practitioner. Lin Fei's father was a profound practitioner. As long as he did not encounter a profound practitioner, Lin Fei believed that he could deal with it. Now that he had the runes in his hands, he had more confidence. Lin Feng was someone who could not hide the truth. He said angrily, "Third brother, our people in the mining area were attacked by men in black for 3 consecutive days. Dozens of people were killed or injured. The mining area is now in a state of panic. Damn it, it must be done by them." "Don't talk nonsense. There is no evidence. It will not be good if it is spread out." Lu Qing scolded Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but he held it back. Lin Fei understood that this must be done by the forces of Guiyuan City. The Lin family had a weapon shop. Outside of Guiyuan City, there were a few mining areas that were specially used to relieve the needs of the weapon shop. This was an attack on the Lin family's business. The mining area was a place where oil was coming out. They wanted to rob the mining area. At the moment, they would not do it by force. Once the meeting was over, the mining area might change hands. At the moment, it was just a test, a blow. "Mother, do we need to go and deal with the mining area?" Lin Fei was very straightforward. Lu Qing did have this idea. The Lin family was not as good as before. As the mistress, Lu Qing had to deal with everything. If something happened in the mining area, she had to deal with it. Currently, everyone in the Lin family was arranged to work. The mining area was important and could not be delayed. She had to deal with it as soon as possible. Thus, Lu Qing thought of the 2 brothers. "Little Fei, you have grown up." Lu Qing sighed. "Your mother has to stay in the Lin family to prevent trouble. The mining area can only rely on you 2 brothers. Mother will take out a team of black armored guards to help you manage the mining area." Lin Fei took a step forward. "Mother, leave this matter to me. There is no need for second brother to do it. I can handle it. Besides, I have grown up. It is time to go out and take charge." The latter words were added by Lin Fei at the last minute. "Third brother, this absolutely cannot be done." Lin Feng stopped him. The mining area was currently in a crisis. He was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei if he went alone. "Second brother, I know what to do." Lin Fei said, "It has been 5 years. Our Lin family has been in trouble because of me. Can I make it up to them? I want to use my actions to tell everyone that I, Lin Fei, am not the Lin Fei from 5 years ago. I can still take charge." Lin Feng was silent. He could not understand his younger brother. If it was not for what happened before, Lin Feng would not believe that his younger brother had changed so much. Lu Qing was also silent. A trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Which mother did not want their son to be successful? Her son's change was beyond imagination. She felt a burst of joy in her heart. Lin Fei understood that they were worried about him. If he wanted to go to the mining area, he had to add fuel to the fire. "Mother, leave the mining area to me. I forgot to tell you that I am also a runes master. A level 2 runes master." Chapter 132. Guiyuan City, City Gate. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Get out of the way. Don't block the way." A group of men dressed in black rushed out from the end of the street, and the people on both sides subconsciously made way for them. No one dared to stand in their way. Those with a discerning eye could tell that they were the Lin clan's black troopers, the second strongest group of guards in the Lin clan. They had a strong murderous aura, and every one of them was an elite. There were at least 100 enemies who had died in their hands, and not everyone could join them. And why does the leader look so familiar? It seems to be the Lin family's third young master. How can it be him? Did something happen? Maybe Lin Fei went out to pick up girls. Did you guys hear about what happened a few days ago? Third young master Lin is really something. He offended the Li family, the Zhang family, the Beigong family, and many other big and small families in one go. He's afraid of danger. So that's how it is. Third young master Lin also has times when he's afraid. He's quite bold to go out at this time. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Then you should go ask third young master Lin. I thought that Lin Fei would change, but he's still as arrogant and show-loving as before. Third young master Lin had been in the limelight for the past few days. After the incident at the dojo of limits, everyone thought that Lin Fei had changed, but it seemed that he hadn't changed at all today. When third young master Lin led his men out, they realized that the Lin family's young master also had a day when he was afraid. Who would have thought that third young master Lin would go to the mining area? Guiyuan City, City Wall. Someone was looking in the direction that Lin Fei had left. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than Li Yuan and Beigong Wuqing. Beigong Wuqing had always been Li Yuan's follower. Wherever Li Yuan went, he would follow. It's a pity that Lin Feng didn't go. This Lu Qing is quite bold to let her son go to the mining area. I really don't know what she's thinking. Does she think that a single Lin Fei can solve the problem? Beigong Wuqing felt slightly regretful. Li Yuan smiled. Other than Lin Fei, the other person in the Lin family is his big brother Lin Yun. These two are the most talented. Now that Lin Fei has stepped into hell, the Lin family is isolated and helpless. Beigong Wuqing flattered him. Brother Yuan's analysis is very correct. This time, we must completely destroy all hope of the Lin family. Li Yuan retracted his gaze. Let's go. We can't miss this good show. Also, that 1,000,000 taels of silver isn't that easy to get. On the other side, in an elegant room, our young master Xianxia was leisurely sipping on a cup of tea while tapping his fingers on the table. Brother Gan, good news. Lin Fei went out with the dark troopers. Someone came in from outside. Lin Fei is dead this time. A cold glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he downed the tea in one gulp. Xianxia had lost all his face in front of the family elders. He couldn't lift his head for a while. In particular, the people who tried to kill Lin Fei were discovered. However, they couldn't be sure if they were killed by Lin Fei. The wounds were blurry and they couldn't determine what kind of injury it was. No matter who did it, Lin Fei was undoubtedly the #1 suspect. The Zhang family couldn't swallow this anger. They had to find someone to vent it on. Lin Fei was the best target to vent his anger on. They had received news about the mining area. As for who did it, there was no news for the time being. This wasn't a big problem. The important thing was that Lin Fei had left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, they didn't dare to make a move openly. Everyone needed a cloth to cover their faces. Knowing that the Lin family wasn't as powerful as before, they didn't dare to force their way in. They didn't dare in public, but it was different in private. Who knew what they wanted to do? If they didn't let others know and didn't leave any evidence, the other party could only swallow their anger. Brother Qian, do you want to arrange a few people to deal with that brat at night? Zhang Qian shook his head. There is no need for us to do it. There are many people who want Lin Fei dead. Let's just go and watch the show. Maybe we can even be the fishermen. Outside Guiyuan City, on a hillside, Lin Fei stopped his horse on the hillside. He could vaguely see Guiyuan City with a smile on his face. When this young master leaves the city, you must be tempted. Lin Fei said in his heart, this young master wants to see who wants to deal with me. When the time comes, I will take care of all of you, saving me trouble. Lin Fei wasn't pretending. He was considering the gains and losses, which was why he left Guiyuan City. In Guiyuan City, no matter how bad Lin Fei's temper was, he didn't dare to kill anyone. But outside of Guiyuan City, it was different. Lin Fei believed that the news of him leaving the city would fall into the eyes of some people. Hee hee, I have already dug a pit, waiting for you to jump. Don't give me hope. Everyone listen up, we must reach the mining area before nightfall. Lin Fei patted the horse, causing it to feel pain and gallop forward. Behind him, the black troopers followed. A large cloud of dust was raised on the official road. The Lin family's mining area was outside of Guiyuan City, in a place called Shatterstone Town. It was half a day's journey from Guiyuan City. Lin Fei and his group rode on horses, so half a day's time was more than enough. In the afternoon, the sun set. Lin Fei arrived at Shatterstone Town as he wished. This place is really poor. Shatterstone Town corresponded to its name. Everywhere in sight were stones, big and small, countless of them. It was like a country of stones. Welcome, third young Master Lin. Just as Lin Fei arrived at the entrance, before he got off his horse, a few people came to Lin Fei. When he arrived, Lin Fei did some research and immediately took a seat for the person who came. The one who came was the clan member in charge of the mining area, Lin San. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Lin San was the first to be surprised when the Lin family arranged for third young Master Lin to come. After all, Lin Fei had a bad reputation, especially since he hadn't returned to Guiyuan City recently. Originally, Lin San thought that the family would send a few experts over, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He was very disappointed. Fortunately, he brought the black troopers so they had the ability to resist. Lin Fei was polite. No matter how dissatisfied Lin San was, he didn't dare to show it, because Lin Fei represented the Lin family. Since third young Master Lin has come personally as your uncle, how can I not come out? Lin San smiled. Third young Master, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've prepared a banquet for you in town. Lin Fei smiled. Uncle Lin, now that you mention it, I'm a little hungry. Then I won't stand on ceremony. From Lin San's appearance, Lin Fei could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. If the other party didn't welcome him, then maybe the banquet was to welcome others. It was just an act. Lin Fei would not make life difficult for Lin San. Taking advantage of Lin San with words was far less effective than taking action. Other than the Lin family, Shatterstone Town had many other powers.